All right. What is good, everyone? What is good, everyone? OJ here. Welcome to the stream. Man, got a great show for you guys today, man. I am excited to talk about more video games. Like always, shout outs to everybody here. Appreciate all of you guys coming out to the stream tonight. Seriously, thank you guys so much. Big love to, as well, Yoshi. With the $5 before the stream even started, and says, "Sup, OJ in chat? I got Friday off too." Woo, woo. Yeah, that's pretty good, man. I'm excited for you, brother. I'm excited for you. Big love. Shout outs to Yoshi. You're another hook. Okay. With the what the heck just happened? Oh no, I just deleted like everything that I didn't want to delete. It's okay. Okay. Oh man, it's okay. Shout outs though, my man Yoshi with the 5. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Shout outs to my man Dior, General Zamora as well, on the house. Let's go. Shout outs, guys. I mean, are we getting hyped? Are we getting ready for the Nintendo Switch 2? Like, I think it's like starting to hit a fever pitch. We're starting to get the insanely weird complaints, and like to the point to where I think people are trolling. You know, I think people are trolling to that, like to that extent, you know. Like we're starting to get the really weird stuff that's happening right now. So yeah. So it's all good though. It's all good. Shout outs though to everybody. Appreciate you guys. Let's go. What's up, Cold K? Welcome to the stream. How you doing today? What is good? What is good? Welcome. Shout outs, guys. Yeah, it's gonna be a good one, man. Like we're so close. We are so close to everything just finally happening, right? Like we've been going through like this hype cycle of this, you know, of like different games and different stuff and things happening or not or whatever, man. And it's been kind of crazy, you know? It's been kind of crazy, kind of like how everything's worked out. But at the same time, you know, it's actually kind of cool to be like finally getting this new system, you know, finally getting this new system. So yeah, man, I'm excited. It's an exciting thing. It's an exciting thing to talk about. It's an exciting thing to kind of finally get into, and I cannot wait to finally pick up everything next week, man. All right, let's see here. Big love to Dank Meme. Shout outs Dank Meme. Welcome. Sky W, what's up? Party Man is here. What's good, Party Man? Welcome. Nosai, Cybertos, Basic Pixel, Kellerith. Tomorrow I gotta pay off the rest of the pre-orders. $790 for the bundle. Ontario, Canada. I have to live in Alberta. I have to pay $734. Oh my goodness, yeah. Those Canadian taxes, woo, hit you over the head like Mike Tyson. Hit you in the face like Mike Tyson throwing a jab, bruh. So yeah. What's up, just another artist? Hype as hell. Someone gifting me a Switch 2 as an early birthday gift. Nice. Let's go. Glenmore, Dank. General reminder, your mileage may vary. Walmart is clearing inventory room to make for Switch 2, so check them out. Yeah, I saw VSips put up a post that showed that they were clearing out the Xbox section. So how about any of you guys? Have you guys been to Walmart? Are they clearing out Xbox sections? I have to go to my Walmart because I don't go to the regular big Walmart that has electronics and all that. I go to like the food Walmart one. Like we have like ones that are just like straight up for like food and like beauty care or like lotion or like, you know, baby food and stuff like that. Like or like detergent. Like we don't have one. Like I go to that one because that one's smaller and it's just like, you know, not as crazy as the other Walmart. It's like the big super Walmart. So I don't really go into the big Walmart anymore, like the ones that have like electronics and all that. What's up, Minato Mario? Yes, sir. Close to that Switch 2 launch. What's up, Epic Globster? Welcome. What is good, guys? What is good? Oh my gosh, like I said, man, I'm super excited for Switch 2 stuff to be happening, man. My Best Buy only has PlayStation, Nintendo. Oh, Best Buy cleared. Oh wow, Best Buy cleared out the Xbox section. That's crazy. What's up, Epic Globster? What's up, Nick93? You should have used Affirm, or I think you're talking to somebody else. Shout out to you. Pray for my Knicks tonight. Yeah, we'll see about the Knicks, man. We'll see about the Knicks. Has payment processed for me? Yeah, my payment already processed for the Walmart. Yeah. Got my Switch 2 pre-order. Shoutouts Under Sky. What's up, OJ? 1 week left in the final stretch. Yes, sir. Dude, Mario Kart World is so close. 1 more week. Yes, 1 more week, dude. We'll be playing this time next week. We'll all be playing the Switch 2. I mean, if you're getting it at launch, most of us will be playing the Switch 2. Most of us will be playing. Not everybody, but most of us, you know, which is definitely a good thing. Let's go. Shout outs. Let's see here. I wonder if this is a little loud. There we go. That's probably it. Yo, Captain Kingston says, let's see here. Did you see Vigilante's new vid? I generally think this guy needs to be on the end of the harassment to actually understand the weight of his actions. He's delusional as hell. No, I didn't watch his new vid. And I'm not going to watch his new vid. Once again, like, I realize that he's a clout chaser and he's delusional and he's really weird and he's not really, honestly, he's not really smart enough to have a conversation with anybody, with a lot of people. To be honest, like, just, I realized that when I talked to him, like, you know, he was being insanely weird, you know, so just the intelligence level just seems to be, once again, and like, he was like bashing me in his comment section all throughout the debate. He was saying how wrong I was and this and that. So the guy's just weird, man. Like, I don't know what else to tell you. We went there, we stomped him in the debate. There wasn't really anything else left to say. So I don't gotta go back and forth. I don't gotta watch his videos, really. Like, there's no point in watching his vids. So he got stomped in the debate, you know, and he's upset. He's upset. He's been responding to every comment. He's been, like I said, the dude's just, he's just not very smart. Let's just, I'll just say that. Just not very smart. And that's okay. Like, a lot of dumb people have channels. So, I mean, it is what it is. But yeah, thank you for the $9.99. But there's really no reason to watch his channel anymore. It's terrible. It's a terrible channel. And we, like I said, he called out Prime and he called out me somewhat in videos and in debate. And when he showed up, he got stomped. So there really isn't anything else left to say, you know? There's not anything else. There's nothing left to say. The only way that people will even listen to what he's saying, like, think that what he knows what he's talking about, is if he makes a video. You know, like, it's not, he has no speaking skills when it comes to IRL. Like, clearly, like I said, he got destroyed in a debate. Dude couldn't even define brainwashing. Dude had problems sourcing anything. He just talks. So, can't help stupid, man. Honestly. But it's all good. Thank you for the $10. My man, Captain Kingston, you are now the Hokage with the combo breaker. Thank you so much, man. We got 15 on the board. That's our first limit break as well. Let's go. First limit break as well. Shout outs, man. But I mean, if I was him, yeah, I'd probably make something too, because he got embarrassed that night. He got embarrassed. I'm surprised he actually uploaded that full debate too. Let's go.
Overclock
Shout
buster!
outs. Overclock. Stream clock extended. 15 minutes. Let's go. Let's see here. What's up, Nick93? Thank you for the 13 months. The store I've been going to clear the Xbox section. All it has systems behind glass and controller. Still has Assassin's Creed poster on display. Oh man. Shout outs. Also find it funny that PC fanboy YouTubers make the same topic recently. I think insane. Say Switch 2 literally brick once you get it at launch. Yeah. Once again, PC YouTubers. Nobody cares. Gaming Mariner with the $5 and says, before the trolls come in, let's take the moment to appreciate Claire Obscure Expedition 33 made 3.3 million copies in 33 days. Well deserved. Yeah, that's pretty cool. It was fate. It was fate. The writers wrote that one in, right? That must have been by the writers. Shout outs. I gotta show you guys, maybe later, once more people have played it, I gotta show you guys a sick thing that I did to beat the what's it called, the hardest boss in the game on my first playthrough. One of the bosses. So I gotta show you guys, because I literally Thanos snapped. Literally, this guy has like a bazillion HP. I Thanos snapped him out of existence. I recorded it, so maybe I'll show you guys at some point. It was pretty crazy because I couldn't parry this dude. He was kicking my butt. I'm like, I looked on IGN's guide or whatever. They're like, oh yeah, you got to learn his parries. I'm like, dude, I ain't learning this dude's parries. He has like 4 phases. He has like 3 or 4 phases. and like it rotates with the block. I'm like, yeah, I can learn it, but I don't really feel like it, so I need to find a way to just like super cheese this guy. I gotta find a way to just like super cheese this guy. So I researched. I didn't look online. I just like looked at all the stuff that I have, and I'm like, okay, I think I can probably just beat this guy in almost one hit if I really focus. So that's what I did on Sunday. Shout outs though. Shout outs to Cleric Expedition 33. Fantastic game. Let's go. Let's see here. OJ plays the game that keeps receipts. No way. Yes, sir. Have to. Well, I wanted to do it for like a review that I'm gonna do a review on the game. I'm pretty much done with everything. I just need to do a few. Maybe I'll do like a few of the little things, like some trophy stuff, just to see what it is, and then I'll probably do New Game Plus. Maybe we'll see. But yeah, I pretty much, with that last boss that I beat, that was the last thing that I really needed to do. I pretty much beat everything else. So yeah, on the after I beat the game. Let's see here. So I got save hard, but I might be joining my friend in Japan for 2027 for the 30th, and we'll do stuff like Super Nintendo World for the Nintendo Museum. Nice, let's go. I still need to play the game, but I'm so behind on my backlog. Yeah. I mean, like, there's a lot of stuff, man. There's a lot of different games and stuff that people are playing, and it's just sometimes you get overloaded. You know, you get overloaded with you know, with all sorts of different things. You know, to do overall, you know. Let's see here. If I were a vigilante gamer, I would try to pull Andy Pants by try to hide the debate under the rug and false copyright strike anybody talking about it. Yeah, that'd probably be a bad idea. He's not even a YouTube partner yet. I don't think. I mean, he might be the angry. I don't know, but yeah, that'd definitely be a bad idea. OJ, what do you think about Hunter playing Zelda? The media is speaking about it. Yeah, I don't really care right now, and I don't really care about. To be honest, I don't follow actors like that, so I don't really care. Like, I did see, but I mean, I don't know. I don't care. Once the movie comes out, I'll see who I'll judge it once the actual movie comes out and I see who the actors are. You know, I don't know who she is either, so yeah. Let's see here. What are the top 3 games you're playing on Switch 2 at launch? Mario Kart. Yeah, probably like Mario Kart, and probably like Tears of the Kingdom or Breath of the Wild, and maybe Bravely Default, or we'll see. Yeah. Let's see here. CP 2077, Cyberpunk 27, or Elden Ring. You know what? I don't really love either one of them like a ton, but I think I'll probably take Cyberpunk 2077 over Elden Ring, to be honest. Yo, Cyber Toys with the Party Man beat down. Let's go. What? Yo, listen, we gotta beat down Party Man. We gotta all band together and take out Party Man in Mario Kart.
Figured I would get one of these in before Party Man does this to all of us next week. Tears of joy.
Yeah, Party Man is just gonna somehow be already better than everyone. Somehow already be like cooking everyone in the game. Like, dude, we just got the game just like you. What happened? Party Man's been secretly like sneaking into Nintendo's headquarters and playing Mario Kart World and like, you know, jumping out of like the window like a ninja. I'm pretty sure that's what Party Man. He couldn't wait. He's acting like he's been waiting. He hasn't been waiting. So yeah. He has not been waiting. So it's all good. Shout outs to my man Cyber Torse, you know, the Hokage and Stream Ninja. Hey yo. Combo breaker. Let's go, man. Thank you so much. And of course, stream clock extended 60 minutes. Hey yo. Let's go.
Overclock Buster.
60-minute extension. We are gonna make a few different changes to the overclocks and all that based on how, like, the combos and all that. I've got everything set up for the Switch 2. I should have some new notifications also set for overclocks and all that for Switch 2 stuff. So look out for that next week. I did get rid of the 1 hour one because it was misspelled anyway. And then the limit break, we're going to call it something a little bit different. But we're still going to do the stream clock extensions. But we are going to have maybe a bit more time added on as well. So it's going to be pretty cool. Let's go. Thank you guys so much, though. I appreciate that combo break. But there'll be no more broken cart combinations he can use this time. Yeah, but Party Man still will find a way to cheat, though. He's already playing. Don't worry. Party Man should book a ticket to Nintendo Kyoto HQ and play MK World already. He doesn't have to go that far. He just goes to the Nintendo headquarters. He just goes to Seattle. He just took a flight to Seattle, you know? Yo, Shinru, thank you for the Jonin tier pledge. Welcome back. to the Jonin Tier Squad. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Thank you for the Jonin Tier Squad pledge. Welcome back, my man. Good to see you here in the chat. Actually, we'll do a little bit more for the Jonin Tier pledge. Let's go. Justin with the 3.
I have to work 2 more days until my vacation. Also, I had to mute Switch 2 on Twitter. Lol.
Yeah, when it gets to the point where you've got people questioning why retailers get the Switch 2 before we do, like, that's when you know it's just reached a whole new level of, okay, this is unprecedented. I've never seen this type of delusion before between gamers, you know. But I gotta chill too. I got some of my friends getting mad at me, so I gotta chill as well. So I think I'll just chill from me saying stuff, you know, because my normal sarcastic self, not everybody takes it the right way, so I gotta be careful myself. But yeah, it's getting to the point to where it's ridiculous. So yeah. Let's see. I think I saw Andre Singers from Games. I think he's running out of ideas when he's literally complaining about Nintendo Today app. Yeah, maybe. If you're going to the Nintendo Today app, it's definitely down on the totem pole. What's up, David? Awesome video earlier. Yeah, man. I think I really hit my stride with the videos. I like the thumbnail designs. It's a nice kind of compromise between, you know, what I like to do, like with the text and like the whatever in the backgrounds and like the stuff. And it doesn't take too long to make either. So I kind of hit my vibe a little bit. Hopefully we can continue to have good videos and you guys watch them. Thank you. I appreciate that. What's up, Daryl? Welcome, man. By the way, when you said you had problems with Elgato on X, how bad is it for you? To the point to where it doesn't even really work. Like, it's super delayed. Not only is it super delayed, but it's also like stuttery. So yeah, I had to get rid of it. I bought the Elgato, the 4K, the new one. Like, I think I bought it like last year or the year before. And I returned it as soon as I tried it out with my PS5, tried it out with my Switch. It was terrible. So I was like, all right, I gotta go. I gotta take this back. Took a couple days off next week. I'm hyped. Also, what makes Fast Fusion good? It looks like you can just drive fast, but barely turn or move. No, there's definitely more turns, but think of it, it's kind of like a F-Zero. But what makes it good is essentially the controls. The controls are super smooth. It feels good to play. Like I said, it always runs flawless, looks good. And if you like F-Zero, or if you like Wipeout, stuff like that, then, you know, you'll probably like that. But I mean, yeah, it's not Gran Turismo or anything like that. Let's see here. Your box tweet at 11K likes. Yeah, and I think that was a mistake to put that tweet there. I probably shouldn't have put that. I mean, I thought it was a joke because I didn't see it at first when it blew up. I saw it when it was really, from what I remember, there wasn't that many people on the tweet. So I just thought, I took it as a joke. Like, I didn't take it as like anything super crazy. I thought Wood was kind of like part for real, part joking. So I just put like a little cheesy, oh yeah, there's a big ass 2 on the box. LOL. Like, I didn't see it anything more. And then I started having people oh snap! Yo! What the heck? Star Platinum! Yo, Zawalado! Star Platinum!
Do I need to change my username? I was told I didn't have enough melanin to be called Queen Crying.
What? Well, it came up as anonymous, so I don't know what your username was. You don't have enough melanin to be called Queen. I don't know how much melanin you had before. I am not aware of how much melanin you had before. Goodness gracious, thank you so much, anonymous non-melanin queen. I appreciate the Star Platinum Zawalado, but no, anybody can be called queen. You know what I'm saying? Like, look at Persona 5. There's a queen in that one. Anybody can be called queen. No, but I mean, I'm not sure who said that, but I mean, if you want to be called queen, we got you here. Player Essence will call you that. So you good. Shout outs to Anonymous Queen. We appreciate you. Let's go. 238 on the board. You guys are out here combo breaking and hitting us with the super overclock. Let's go.
Overclock Buster!
Yes, sir. Let's extend that baby out tonight. Let's go. Shout outs to Anonymous. Yoshi with the $10 dono as well says, without any spoilers, roughly how many hours Will the new chapter 13 take someone to complete in Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition? I just started chapter 13. I want to finish before Switch 2 comes out. I don't remember how many hours it takes, to be honest, man. I actually don't remember. Even though I've played and beat the game multiple times. I don't remember, man. I don't remember. So yeah, I'm sorry about that. But yeah, it should. I'm not sure. Because like I said, I grind in a lot of the games. So yeah, I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure how long it would take. Anonymous with the 150. I appreciate that. Big love to Yoshi with the $10. I appreciate that as well. Let's go. We're going even further than beyond today. Today could be a record day. How we started out. Yo, thank you guys so much for the love, though. I appreciate it. Let's go. Star Platinum's Worldo. Gang Affiliated says, did you see the beat 'em ups throwing shade on you in the podcast today? Yeah, I did see that. I did see that. That's what I referenced earlier with, like, I got to be a little bit careful with the whole box situation, because I think you kind of took a little offense to what I said. So I didn't mean it as anything. I think you took it as, like, I'm always trying to call. At least what I heard, the clip, somebody clipped it and showed me and said that, I act like, everybody is dumbasses, which I guess, yeah, I can kind of come off as blunt on Twitter, on stuff like that. But I took it as a little bit of like a half joke, I wasn't taking it super seriously. Then people started, hitting me like making it like for real, and I'm like, oh, okay, well, we can talk about it, like, whatever. But yeah, I didn't really take it as anything. That's why I put LOL. But I think today's day, people take LOL as like they don't take it as like, oh, just joking around anymore. It used to be just joking around, but like people don't take it that way. They take it as like you're being smug, or that you're being whatever. But yeah. Like, like I said, I've met Wood. He's cool. He's he's a homie. So yeah, I already DM'd him. So I think it'll be all right. I think it'll be all right. But yeah. Beat 'em ups or the Nintendo. I mean, it's the same person. Like, but I think it goes on his Nintendo podcast. But I mean, he runs the podcast. So yeah. What is cool, but bro, I knew it's the girl's spine. Yeah. Like I said, I didn't listen, man. He's probably going through. Remember, he just had a baby. Right, so he just had a kid. He's probably not gotten much sleep. Like, he doesn't probably not getting a ton of sleep. He's probably, and there was a lot of people that were throwing shade on him. Right, there's a lot of people that were calling him out and calling him stupid. So I think that when you see somebody that's like your friend or somebody that and like they're also kind of doing that. So I think he took it like I was trying to troll him. But remember, I didn't put that tweet. But once everybody started talking, like I put that tweet at the beginning, like I didn't see it when everybody started flaming and quote tweeting him. I didn't do that. Like, it was at the very beginning. I thought it was a joke. Like, there's a big 2 on the box, I didn't think anything of it. So he just, like I said, I think he took it a little bit wrong. But yeah, next time I probably just shouldn't say anything, or like leave the LOL out of it, or kind of like, acknowledge his opinion, first. And then like, that's one communication tactic that you can do to kind of diffuse things and make sure people don't think that you're being, trolly or whatever. You can say, oh yeah, I can see where you're coming from. I can see where you're coming from. But I think that the big 2 on the box is definitely going to help out, a lot. So if I would have said it that way, then, he probably wouldn't have felt any type of way about it, Let's see here. I was a real jerk after the baby on the edge. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying that he's being a real jerk. I'm just saying, like, he's probably going through a lot with the baby, probably not getting much sleep. He's got everybody quote tweeting him, Like I said, when you see somebody that also make what looks like to be a snarky comment, I think that's really where, where maybe he got a little upset about, But like I said, I already DM'd him, so I don't think it'll be an issue. That was a bad take by him. LOL, there were other people that were saying 2 should have been in a different place. Let's just put a big old 2 on the box, just like a big old huge, like the BBL 2, like Super Christian Me World. Oh, Beat Queen. Oh my gosh, that was you, Beat Queen. You don't have enough melanin. Did I miss you saying that in the chat? Oh no, Beat Queen, you're queen. Beat Queen is the queen. Nah, fam. Y'all don't. Whoever said that to Beat Queen, stop the cap. Stop the cap. Shout outs to Beat Queen. No, do not change your name. Change the Bead Queen stays. The Bead Queen stays. I don't care. Let them. They gotta come through me if they're gonna be salty about things, Queen. Let's see here. Nah, this is not a Dookie on Wood stream, man. This ain't a Dookie on Wood stream, bro. Yeah, like I said, if y'all had a kid, you guys know how it is, man. Y'all would know. Like, I know I was on, listen, when I had my first child, bro, I was on edge too. I was on edge as well. When I had my second, it wasn't as hard because I got a beautiful, awesome wife where she was doing a lot to take care. Like, there were some bad days, you know, in terms of like sometimes her attitude and how she treats me and stuff like that. But it wasn't anything like I knew that it was because she was just taking care of the baby all day. So I know what a baby can do to your attitude. And I'm not saying that's the reason why he kind of did that. I think it was more because so many people were coming after him, you know, and then like my tweet, like, you know, ratioed him right there. And I think that's the reason why. So yeah, it's not a Dookie on Wood stream or anything like that, or like, you know, say like his take was terrible. Yeah, it's not, I'm not doing that today. So yeah. Okay, some YouTubers agree it would have been better if the Switch 2 box art was different color than just red. Yeah, I don't really think it matters if the color is red or not, guys. Like, nobody goes to buy a system where they're like, they remember is the color of the box. I mean, like, that's that's not what it is. And if they're looking at a color of the box when it comes down to it, you know, they're gonna have a picture. They're gonna see the 2 on there. So yeah, I just don't buy the whole grandmas don't go there with pictures or cell phones. Like, if a grandma's going there to buy something, or if somebody's going there to buy something, they're gonna have it on their phone. They're gonna look and say, if they're confused, they can get help. So I don't believe the whole people are gonna get confused and buy the wrong one. I don't believe that. And like I said, if that's the truth, we'll see very soon. Switch 1 sales should skyrocket if that's the case, because everyone's going to be buying a Switch 1 instead of a Switch 2, right? So Switch 1 should be selling like crazy if people get those confused a lot. So yeah, I don't really see it being a big problem. The Wii and the Wii U had different color boxes, and that was still a problem as well. So yeah, I don't really think that matters too much. Let's see here. I hope Mario Kart World delivers. Mario Kart World is probably going to deliver. Let's go. Shout outs to Bead Queen, though. Appreciate you, young lady. We ain't seen nothing yet from Wood. Dude's just going to lose marbles when he can't game anymore and has to man up to be daddy. Nah, he's got a wife, man. Wood's got a beautiful wife, man. She's taking care of the kid as well. So, you know, like I said, nah, man, it ain't even like that. Honestly, like, I saw what he said, and legit, I'm not upset. Like, legit, like, for real, like, no cap. I'm not upset, like, one bit. Like, I get it, man. I've been there before. Like, I've been there before when everyone's kind of, like, dogpiling on you, and, like, the last thing that you want to see is somebody that you consider, like, a fellow content creator and friend. But like I said, I think, you know, I was saying it as just, like, a joke. It wasn't, like, a serious thing. Like, it was, like, half joke, half, like, there's a big 2 on the box. It's no different from me saying it, like, if we were talking about, like, if we were at too many games, and I'm like, I would have said the same thing. I would have been like, if that thing would have came, let's just say we were at too many games, and that would have came up, I would have been like, yo, what, there's a big 2 on the box. Like, you know, it would have been just like that. It wouldn't have been anything malicious. Like, legit, it would have been just like I'm saying it right now. Yo, there's a big 2 on the box. What do you mean, you know? Like, it wouldn't have been anything malicious, so yeah. Yo, Justin and Caitlin with the $20. Let's go.
So I guess Xbox realized that maybe we should get everything else in order before we try a handheld. Also, these stores are going to have displays and signs everywhere pointing out the Switch 2.
Yeah. I think you're going to see most of the units are going to be Switch 2. You know, most of them are going to be that. So I don't really think it's going to be too much of a problem overall. Yo, flipping the Switch with a $10 dono.
AAA game industry in meltdown mode. I'll always be there to support you, though.
Shout outs, man. Yeah, I mean, like, we'll see what happens. I think things are going to be okay, but yeah, I can see why some people might be saying, like, hey, I'm not so sure. You know, I get that as well. Combo breaks, 268 on the board. This is an insane combo break. Shout outs to flipping the Switch. We going. And Justin and Caitlin as well. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate that. Let's go. Thank you guys for the big support. Let's get it. Let's go. So, but it's all good. Let's see here. Next week, trending be crazy in game showcases. Yeah, it's gonna be good. I left my psychiatrist. No, the Switch 2 is launching next week. Hoping for Chrono Trigger HD 2D remaster this gen. I think if there's a gen to do it, it'd be this time. Make sure you guys hit that like button too. If you haven't hit that like button, hit that like button. Let's go. Shout outs to Renna. Renna's here as well. What's up, Renna? Tanzan, what's up, Tanzan? If I haven't said hi to you, make sure you say what up in the chat too. Monado Mario says, hey, what's up, Zucky Jucky? Let's see here. And with Sony, what's up with these grifters saying Sony's going to implement a social credit system? LOL, source, Vice talking about, yeah, I don't know what that means. O'Day Jack, what's up, man? I got 8 Switch 2 pre-orders coming. I'm all gravy. 8 Switch 2? What do you need 8 Switches for? Shalifi says, what they should have done was put a prequel to Black Panther game where you played the father in the past. That way you don't have to worry too much about the little things. Very sad the game didn't happen. Yeah. My day's been good. Anything the plan before the launch? Okay, you're talking about Paul Gale. Worrying about the box before launch is kind of weird. I remember Xbox Series had a nice box unboxing experience. The PS5 box is very simple. We saw how that both ended up. Yeah, I don't remember the box situation thing. Was there a little box controversy? I think I remember maybe a little bit about that, Nick. Can you refresh my memory what was happening with that? OJ selling his Steam Deck is the root of, is the root of every world problem. It starts there. The root of all my issues and everybody talking, the root of it is selling the Steam Deck. That's where it all started, right? What will be the next AAA game to bomb? Are they going to figure this one direction out, isn't it? I mean, I'm not really sure what the next one's going to be to bomb, but I think that they're definitely going to hone in. Like, they're going to lock in at this point, man. At least they're going to try. We saw that they canceled the Black Panther game, so they're not really trying to waste big resources. If things aren't turning out good, they're just going to cancel it. Sony's been canceling their games left and right? Like some of the live service. We've seen other games get canceled. So, and the funny thing about it is that Nintendo actually cancels, or Nintendo doesn't greenlight like a million different things. Like Nintendo also cancels or doesn't fund like a bazillion projects, you know? So being tight when it comes to the budgets and stuff like that has always been a thing. Just depends on what company you're talking about, you know? Let's see. I know Persona Remake will come to Switch 2. Oh, yeah. I think Persona 3 Remake is coming. I think an update to Persona 5 Royal is coming. And I think that Persona 4 Remake is also... They're all coming to Switch 2. All of them are coming. So, yeah. Too expensive caters to hardcore gamers, not expansion for the audience, and nobody in the industry cares. Like I said, we'll see. We will see. It's your boy with the $4.99. So Switch 2 at Hype Train at max capacity. Yeah, I think that, you know, in terms of prices and all that goes, I mean, I think that we're seeing the natural evolution of that, right? Like, look at how Microsoft's doing right now. They're just literally being phased out. And that's where, like, money's getting tight. And naturally, the competition just phases out the stuff that people aren't going to buy. And that's the Xbox. People just said, no, we're good, you know? And that's what's been phased out. Now, will something else rise up? Maybe something else rises up. But for right now, the developers, they're going to do everything possible to make sure that the Switch 2 and the PS5 are successful. Like, they have to. Like, Microsoft is on its kind of way out, right? Because you can only sell as many to the people that are on the device. So right now, a lot of third-party developers do not have confidence in Microsoft going forward. And so they have to kind of put a lot of chips behind the Switch 2, which is, once again, why Switch 2 got so much support. I do think that if the Xbox Series was doing incredible right now, I'm not sure if as many developers would be as excited to put their games on the Switch 2 or be as willing to do that, at least right away. But I think they saw the writing was on the wall and made sure, like, okay, we actually got to do this, because Microsoft was a big source of revenue. But once again, like, without the systems, you can't sell the games. And of course, with Game Pass, obviously some developers don't have their games on Game Pass, so it also becomes another issue with that too. So I think that's kind of like the natural evolution of things, you know. Shout out to my man Ralphie though. Combo break. I don't have faith in Microsoft's Steam Deck, to be honest. I mean, it's a Steam Deck, so don't expect too much of it, you know. Will I be able to use Switch 2 right after the Australian midnight launch, or the American make me wait for a day update? No, it'll probably be unlocked maybe about a day or so before the actual launch. There'll probably be an update to where you'll be fine. This is why companies should stop announcing games early. I also think many superhero games get canceled because DC and MCU popularity has been in decline. Yeah, that could be it too. The game key cards put me off completely. Anything I want, anything I buy, I want to own. Well, I mean, technically you don't own anything with the license revoking and stuff like that in terms of how it's written in the whatever. But technically speaking, they treat the physical game like the digital game as well. But they could technically not let you play the game, right? But obviously with the physical game on the cartridge and everything like that, you know for sure it's there. You don't got to worry about downloading it from somewhere. but theoretically, it's at least in today's day, it's the same, you know. So yeah. It says too bad their keycards ain't nobody gonna buy these AAA keycard trash. I disagree. I think people are actually gonna buy them. I mean, unfortunately or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, I think people are actually gonna buy them. What we've seen in Japan is that people are actually buying them so far. Like people are buying Street Fighter 6. People are gonna buy Bravely Default. Like people are actually buying them. Let's see here. D Ziller with the $10. But once again, I have to wait and see for the Americas though. The Americas, I don't know about the Americas. Let me make sure that I'm very clear with that. The only thing that I can see that's doing well with the key card here in America is, or potentially doing well, is Street Fighter 6. That was in the Amazon or Walmart bestsellers for here in America. That was the only key card game that was in theirs. Everything else was Nintendo's first party and Cyberpunk. So Street Fighter 6 might be one of the exceptions. Shouts to D Ziller with the $10. Says stay goated, OJ. Hey, appreciate you. You stay blessed, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Let's go. So yeah. Let's see here. Japan doesn't really have a problem with keycards. Yeah, I think Japan doesn't really have a problem with keycards because they have super fast internet and they just don't care about stuff. Like that's not the biggest problem for them. I mean, there's probably some people who do care, but I would think they just probably don't because they don't have this type of, oh my god, everything's gonna be gone in like 5 years. They don't have like this type of doomsday scenario for gaming. Like they just don't. That's not as important to them as it is for people here. So, which is fine. It's okay. Different areas have different stuff, but they don't have this scenario. It's like, oh, I gotta have it there. So it's gonna be like they don't. It's not that big of a deal for them. And once again, the infrastructure in Japan for online is like light years ahead of the Western world. Like their online is so much better than ours in terms of speeds and reliability and a connection and stuff like that, you know. So there's also that too. People get crazy to basically buy a plastic case. I can't do it. PS5 my last console. Sony goes that way. Nintendo last console. I think Sony will still provide a physical options, but there'll be less and less developers actually providing like physicals, you know. 6 days so I can finally buy Switch 2. Yes sir. I personally just buying digital over keycards. That way I don't have to carry extra things. Yeah, I mean, you can do that too. I don't care if it's a game or a keycard or not. I like the game and the way I can get it physically, I'll buy it. Yeah, some people will do it that way too. The biggest difference between like a digital game and a keycard is that a keycard you can actually, it's not tied to your account. You can actually like sell it if you don't want it later or something like that. So you can just like, you can sell it, you can trade it, you can do whatever you want, right? You can treat it kind of like a physical game. So yeah, that's the only difference. Just saw Taiwan Switch 2 release July 10th. They got only Taiwan gets Switch 2 September. That'll be wacko, yeah. UK retail will do a midnight launch day. Yo, let's go. What's up, Reese? It says, are there any new gameplay mechanics you're looking for in Persona 6? Very curious to see how the series goes from 5. Yeah, I'll be interested to see what they do if they have like some type of blocking or parry system, if they try to add something like that in, or some type of like active defense system, you know, like Claire Obscure or something like that. We'll see. Not that it needs it because they already have like the momentum based like press turn system, like where you get an extra turn. Yeah, interesting to see if they actually add a little bit more real-time elements to the game or not. DJ says, did you see what Angry Vigilante was saying about you in his recent video? No, I didn't watch, and I don't need to watch. I already stomped him in our debate, so there's really no point in me responding to anything that he has to say. He's salty and mad that he lost so bad in the debate, so there's not really anything that I have to respond to him. He's not a smart individual, so what am I going to waste my time? We had our debate. He got stomped. Move on. He's salty. Let's see here. I wish, and who cares? He has like 500 subs. Like, dude has like 500, 600 subs. I mean, he's kind of a small fry, to be honest. So there really ain't no reason for me to respond anymore to somebody with 500 or 600 subs. He's an ant. So yeah, it's all good though. Let him clout chase. Let's see here. I wish to release a Switch 2 on July 2nd because that's my birthday and use that as an excuse to buy one. Yeah. I mean, like, for real though, like, nobody should be worried about what some weirdo, brokey weirdo with 500 or 600 subs gotta say. Like, ain't nobody worried about him. And I wasn't worried about him going into the debate. I proved that I wasn't worried about him during the debate. And I'm not worried about him after the debate. He has no idea what he's talking about, and he's salty as hell that he got absolutely curb stomped in the debate. So, listen, he's got 500, 600 subs. Nobody cares. Let's see here. Let's see. This is, oh, I have 400 subs. Yeah, but you're not going around challenging everybody to debates and trying to act like you're all big and bad and you know gaming, you know, and then proceed to go to a debate and absolutely get destroyed. Like, you didn't do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's nothing wrong with being a small YouTuber. Small YouTubers can have good knowledge, but he is not one of them. You know what I'm saying? Like, he is not someone with good knowledge. He did not know half the stuff that he was talking about at the debate. Like, his own audience told him that. So there ain't really nothing else to say, guys. I don't know why you guys are coming here telling me what that bum has to say. There ain't nothing left for me to talk about with him, you know? Nothing left to talk about. He got stomped. Let's see here. Dawson31 with the 62 months says, Sup, OJ, do you think Nintendo could announce a Switch 2 edition for the holiday like Mario Wonder? Switch 2 hype train. Yes, sir. Thank you for the 62 months. I think they could announce some type of bundle. So, yeah. Shoutouts. Let's go. Let's see. I'm not going to bother to watch Vigilante's video either. Last videos I watched with bro, I'm like, said, nothing burgers. Yeah, there's not really. There's no reason to watch somebody like that. So, yeah. Yeah, Mario, I saw that. We already addressed the whole beat 'em ups thing. I reached out to him DM wise. We'll be okay. Essence, you ever played Kabuki Quantum Fighter on the NES? No, I don't think so. What's up, that's it. You know what, OJ? At least he showed up. Most folks talk smack. Yeah, that's true. At least he showed up, but I'm starting to actually like take that back because of the stuff that he's been saying afterwards and in the comment section. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to get. I don't mind giving credit where credit's due, but he didn't want to give me any credit after he got stomped in the debate by facts. So, and now he's still talking. Like, legitimately, it's the equivalent of somebody getting their ass whooped, like literally physically getting beat up, and then sitting there and then talking smack to the same person that just beat you up, talking about how you didn't hit me that hard or whatever. It's like, bro, you got stomped. Just give it, let it, give it a break. You know what I'm saying? Let it rest. You know. So he's just salty. That's okay. Like I said, he's a small fry, nobody YouTuber. So, I wish him the best of luck. But I'll say this once and I'll say it again. And I told him this. I said, I've seen a lot of people kind of come up just like you that try to do what you're doing. I'm like, it never ends up going anywhere. These people never end up going anywhere. They never end up doing anything. People in your comment section are going to cheer you on because they like drama. They like that, but they don't think about your own mental health. You really want to wake up and be angry every single day? You really want to wake up and be bashing other content creators every single, is this really what you want to do? Like, every single week you want to be trying to react? It's like, to me, it just seems like a waste of time. You know, as a grown man, 35 years old, doing this as a grown man, it just seems like a waste of time to me. So I'll let him do what he wants, but we've already spent too much time on this, you know, crummy, terrible YouTuber, this you know, low IQ, you know what I'm saying? So we've already spent too much time. I don't gotta say nothing more. But yeah, like his users are gonna give him bad. They're gonna feed his ego. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna tell him, oh yeah, I hate that guy. They're gonna give him bad vibes. You know what I'm saying? So it eventually leads to mental breakdowns when people make content like that. When you're not actually focusing on what you love, you're not actually passionate, you're just focusing on stuff that you dislike, people that you hate, you know what I'm saying, or people that you really don't like, and it just ends up becoming, and like I said, I've seen people go crazy that do this. Like, I've seen it. I went crazy when I did it, you know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, like I said, I wish him the best of luck. He's gonna need it, but I don't see him actually being a content creator of any relevance anytime soon, you know? Let's see here. So yeah. Nah, Wood doesn't hate me, man. There's no hate between me and Wood. There's no hate between me and beat 'em ups. No. We're good, man. Let's see here. I keep having negative experience with Xbox channels. Why do you think these guys get are too sensitive? I've been put out for asking basic gaming questions. I think it's probably the way that you ask the question, Green Ninja. But I mean, I think some people, it depends on who you're talking about, right? Some people have like, you know, they're sensitive because they've had a lot of trolling, right? Or they've had people kind of say a lot of different things, and then maybe it triggers something, you know? So I mean, that could be it. Like, you know, when you're in the public eye, everybody's talking about you, you know? So sometimes some creators can't really take it, or they feel like you're attacking them or something, like, you know, it's communication. Shaw X with the $10 says, I told you he was a bum. You were being too nice.
What's up, OJ? How are you? I am hoping to get a Switch 2 at launch.
Yeah.
And I am the one who lost my home, so I am moving to my older sister house so that later I can get my own house house can I get any music from YS3?
Hey, shout outs, Kevin. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. And glad that you were able to move to your sister's house to get something, get something done. And yes, I'll get you your music right now. Thank you so much, Kevin, with the $3. But yeah, Shaw X, you were right, man. This dude's a bum. He's been a bum, like I said, he's a bit of a loser. So I ain't got nothing else to say, like I think it is what it is, But like I said, I wouldn't say all this. I wouldn't be saying all this if this dude didn't shade me a grip in his comment section of the debate. He was saying that he was right on everything, I was wrong. Like he was just going, he was just going. He was just going and going. So, I don't feel bad saying what I'm saying right now. But like I said, he's just a small fry. He ain't really anything that we really need to get too concerned about. We saw what happened in the debate. We saw what happened, man. Nothing else to talk about. Shout outs though. Thank you for Shot X for the $10. Thank you, Kevin, with the 3. We are close to a triple platinum. Let's go, man. Ease 3 music. Super Christian Miro with the $3.
OJ, I listened to the debate again. And again I enjoyed every cooking moment. But something puzzled me. You mentioned that Switch 1 also had game key cards.
It does.
Is it true? Or did I misheard?
No, Switch 1 has game key cards. So let me give me 1 second. Where's one at? I'm trying to find one. Oh man, it doesn't have a ton, but let me see if I can find one for you. My wife alphabetized this, but give me just 1 sec. It doesn't have as much as L M N. Where's it at? Dude, I cannot find it. Oh, because I don't buy many of them, so I don't really have them on, well, I can't find one right now, because I don't really buy them too much. Hold up. No, that's not it either. Anyway, yeah, Mortal Kombat. I was looking for my Mortal Kombat. Mortal Kombat is a game key card. Mortal Kombat 11, Hogwarts Legacy, Batman. There's like a number of games that don't have the full game on the cartridge that you have to download the game in order to get the rest of it. So there are a number of game key cards. There is some data on there, so they're not exactly like them, but essentially you have to download the game off the internet for it to function. So they have a limited amount of data on the cartridge, and then you got to download the rest to even play it. But yeah, like games like Mortal Kombat 11, games like Hogwarts Legacy, partial games like, let's say, Final Fantasy 10/10-2. If you want 10-2, you got to download that. Or let's say, games like Batman. If you want, like, one game is on the cartridge, but the other two you got to download. So yeah. Yeah, PS5 also has game key cards like Doom, The Dark Ages, and like Indiana Jones. Those are like on PlayStation. Those are like game key cards as well. Let's see here. Dark Naruto with the subscription says, I thought I was a sub for months and it wasn't my bad. No, it's all good, man. Yeah. Yeah, Nintendo just gave him a name this time around than before. Let's see here. There's a few deranged users in his comments slandering towards you, calling you a douche, complaining you're disingenuous too many times, cherry picking on you. Guys, I don't care what they say in that comment section. The people in that comment section are as dumb as he is. Their lord got stomped. They were waiting for them to dunk on me. He thought it was going to be a slam dunk. They thought that it was going to be that, and they lost. They all got stomped, and that's what they're upset about. So there's nothing really. I don't have anything else to say, Monado. There ain't really. You guys don't have to tell me about this dude. Like, we did the debate. We did a fair debate. He agreed to all the terms. He agreed to the questions. He agreed that I can ask him questions, and that was that. Like, I proved without a shadow of doubt that he's being disingenuous and he's lying to his audience about stuff that I say. He can't remember stuff. He says that I said something, then he can't remember what I even said. Like, I don't care if I even said it. Like, you got to remember. You got to come to the debate prepared. So there ain't nothing to talk about anymore, guys. Like, it's over. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's over. I don't care what video. He can upload videos. He can get 300 million subscribers for all I care, and I still wouldn't respond. You know what I'm saying? So it don't matter no more. We moving on. Justin with the $3. Says, oh man, it's
Oh man,
okay,
it's
here we
really
go.
setting and we are so close to Switch 2 now. The hype beyond real. Can I get the bot trailer music? Also, can we watch the Switch 1 reveal, the first one in October for old time's sake?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. Shout outs, guys. We are at Super Combo Breaker, going further than the Beyond Triple Platinum stream extension. Hey yo, let's go.
Overclock Buster!
OJ, you ran circles around that guy. Also, he made a video about Nintendo Prime calling him a fanboy a day after the debate. Yeah. Hey man, some people get salty, bro. Let's see here. My next question is this: why is everyone, including you, hating on it? Please help me understand. They don't like it because they don't like the fact that they don't have the game on the cartridge. You know, that's the problem. They want to be able to not have to use the internet in order to play the game. They want to be able to just plug and play like an old school game. Let's see here. But thank you. I appreciate that, Green Ninja. Ralphie with the $5 says, bro, lost the debate 10 minutes in. LOL. I was done when he said OJ using facts. Like, that's the problem. LOL, bro was not prepared. Yeah, I think it was about the whole Japanese thing. He's like, all right, well, you are using facts, but that was funny. Yeah, he said I was using facts, but no, it's a problem. How dare you not use your emotion, or how dare you not use facts? You should be using emotion like me. You should be making assumptions like me, you know? Make an assumption that Japan only bought it because it was cheaper, not because they wanted it. That's disingenuous. It's like, dude, nothing's disingenuous based off of your opinion. You got to prove a fact. He was not able to prove anything. So, like I said, there's no point in debating anymore, at least. Daisy says, can you answer my question? What's your question? Says, over the past couple months, I've binged and played the entire Xenoblade series. Finally beat Xenoblade Chronicles 3 and started Future Redeem last night. Love the series so much. Yeah, Xenoblade's awesome, man. Thank you for the JoJo. Let's go. Combo breaks and further beyond. Let's get it. Yeah, he just wants views and subs. He's a clout chaser, which I told him to his face, or to his robot VTuber face. You know, he's a clout chaser, scared when it comes to certain things, you know, when it comes to showing his face. Like he said, he doesn't want to because of work and stuff. Okay, no problem. Rear VTuber stuff, you know, so it's all good, man. It's all good. Like I said, let him say what he wants to say. This will be the most amount of attention he gets. After this, it's over. Like I said, I ain't making no other videos. Party Man with the $5. Switch Party Man with the $5.
I'm going to keep it real. Let's move on from that bum. OJ
Yeah.
and Prime gave him an opportunity and he clearly didn't learn.
I agree.
Let's be excited for Switch 2 and have fun. Forget the people that choose to be miserable and complain. Let them be mad.
Yeah, absolutely, Party Man. I agree. We should just move on. And that's what I'm saying. Everybody's going to bring it up because he's making vids. But, like, you know, sometimes it's like the Streisand effect, right? Like, with that. But the only reason why, once again, like, and I'll mention this one more time, kind of like, the only reason why I decided to debate him is because there's other bigger YouTubers that say the same stupid stuff that he says about me. So all I wanted to do was kind of fire the warning shot to all of them, like, back the F up, right? You can't see me in any type of debate, because they've been telling their fans the same type of things that he says. Not quite as egregious, but they've been saying the same things that he says about me. So I know that they watch that debate and they're gonna continue ducking. You know what I'm saying? So I just wanted to do it as a fresh, like, get off of me, you know, get off my back, you know, because I've had other people say the same thing. So I just really wanted to, and I've never really been in the same room debating someone that just, like, says all those things, right? Like, I've never, like, in an actual voice chat, because nobody's actually stepped up to debate, you know? Justin with the $50. Yo, let's go. The Party Man. You just beat him down, though. Let's go. Combo break. Yo, Justin with the 50.
I agree with Party Man.
Yeah. So that's the reason why I agreed to it. I agreed to it because I saw that Prime was. I agreed just so we can get this out of the way. Let me just go ahead and end this right now. So, because like I said, there's other bigger YouTubers that said the same thing or similar things to what he said. So I know that they're going to watch, or their cohorts are going to watch. So let me just go ahead and put this out there so they know that they can't mess with me, you know? They can't mess with me. And if there was a debate between us, it'd end the exact same way it ended with him. With them getting absolutely slept, because they are emotional YouTubers and I am a logical YouTuber. You know what I'm saying? Like, I go based off facts and evidence. Sure, I have my own opinions and emotions on certain things, but it's going to be formed based off the information that I know because I research. You know what I'm saying? So let them do what they, but basically it was a warning shot to other people. Like, you can't see me either. You know what I'm saying? It was the Caitlyn Clark. It was the John Cena. It was the, I'm like, none of you guys can see me either. Cause y'all can get the same thing that happened to this guy. Because y'all say the same thing he said, that he says, you know? And y'all can get slept just like he did. And that's why, and once again, I think it was also like nailing the coffin for any of these guys actually stepping up to a debate. If you saw that debate and what I said, why the hell would you even challenge? So that just ended it right now. I'm not responding to no crazy PC, Xbox, or PlayStation guy that has something to say about me. We ain't responding in any videos. I ain't doing no debates. There's nothing to do. It's over. That debate was the debate to end debates. You know what I'm saying? You say I'm this. You say I'm a fanboy that never criticizes Nintendo or says that they're doing anything wrong. Nope, we proved that wrong. You say that I only say positive things when it comes to, nope, we proved that wrong. Say that I, like, everything that they say was proven wrong in that. It doesn't matter who you put in that debate. They're going to get bodied the same exact way if they're making the same exact statements or similar statements. There's no reason. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm pretty sure if it was somebody else, they probably would have brought up maybe better counterpoints, but it all would have ended the same exact way with just utter defeat. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, I've been doing this for 15 years. They can't see me. So it's over. Shout outs to my man, Justin. I appreciate that. Yeah, it was a body bag. You know what I'm saying? It was a complete body bag. So, like I said, I'm very happy with the performance. I feel like a sporting event. I'm very happy with the performance. Prime did a good job as well. But at the end of the day, like I said, it's all about the video games, man. It's all about playing, and it's all about the games, and it's all about having fun. So there's really there's nothing else that we need to do. You know, we definitely, that was a walk off. It was a drumming. So. Agree the debate is over. Let's move on and watch the Wood Salt on stream. I'm not watching Wood Salt on stream, guys. I'm not trying to fan the fuels, of any of that. So no, we're okay, man. We're okay. I already reached out to Wood via DM, so we'll talk about it. So I assume this is the loud minority giving you a hard time. Yeah. It's not really anybody of prominence or anybody big. So it's just, like I said, some small fries here and there. There was a funeral. OJ body that man ripped to the rip. Yeah, great work, Gladiator Facts. Yes, sir. It always comes back to Minato Mario. You can't talk about Switch 2 sales from Japan anymore. You have to spend money on anything internet hates. You can't state facts without context. Yeah, it's all good, man. Will you be doing a comparison video between the Switch 1 and 2 Pro controllers? So the difference? Yeah, I might do something like that. Yeah, sure, Gaming Manor. I got a Pro controller coming in. From Walmart, so I won't have it when I'm at my brother's place. I don't think I'll have it, but I'll have it once I get back to my place. So we'll be able to do something. Then, you know. Let's see here. All the drama is a bit corny. Yeah, it's like I said, we took care of it, so there ain't really no more reason. I'm not really gonna address. I know some people are still talking about that dude. I'm not really gonna address it anymore. So yeah. So I'm not really answering any more questions. Like I said, we did the debate. He got bodied. It's time to move on. You know? I doubt that man's going to break 1K. Yeah, like I said, it don't matter at the end of the day. Let's see here. What's up, J2 Cart? Welcome, man. Shout outs, dude. Welcome to the stream. Shout outs, Gaming Manor. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. So yeah, it's all good, though. No, I got to give some love to Minato Mario, though. Minato, he helped me out a little bit. So don't dogpile him on too much. He helped. He did a good job. I say, you gonna be doing PE tourneys of Mario Kart World? Yeah, I'm gonna try to have like something corny like Mario Kart Mondays or something like that, right? So Mario Kart Mondays is probably something that we can do. That would be pretty fun, and like we know what day it is, and maybe like tournaments and stuff like that. Last Monday of the month, maybe we have a tournament or something like that. So yeah, I think that'd be pretty cool, right? I think that'd be pretty cool. Yeah, I did see the Night Rain numbers. Pretty good. 300,000 people playing the game, and it just released. So definitely pretty good starting out. Game didn't really review super hot, but I think that, yeah, there's still going to be a ton of Elden Ring fans that, I mean, the game sold like, what, like 30 million copies or 25, 30 million copies. So, yeah, you're still going to have a big portion of those people, you know, or a size of those people that want to play. So So yeah. Says you got cooked. Yeah, right. Let's see the channel activity. No subscribers joined 6 months ago. OMG, definitely a sock account. Oh man, definitely a sock account. But hey, look, let me know how I got cooked so I can get better for the next one. All right. Let's see here, Mustache Man. What's up, Mustache Man? Welcome. Just a joke. Let's see here. What's a sock account? It's an account that somebody makes that's like, it's not their main account. It's like a troll or it's like a fake account just to say whatever they want to say to somebody without the person knowing that it's them, you know? So, or it's like a banned, somebody that was banned for something else and they decided to make another account and then so they can still talk it somewhere. So, yeah. That was definitely a sock account. Anybody that look at the debate and say I got cooked, that's a sock account. Let's see here. I've seen plenty of YouTubers. Let's see, sock puppet. Think of it like one guy playing with two sock puppets, faking conversation between the two. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's the actual like the name behind sock account. The name behind sock account. But yeah, basically, one person faking it to be somebody else. Like they're not. It's the same person that playing with the sock, right? So yeah, I love how zero shenanigans your streams are. You keep it straight to the point. Thank you, man. I appreciate that, Dizzy. What's up, Lightning Ninja? Welcome. What's up, Donovan? Welcome to the stream, man. Shout outs. Let's go. What's up, Wouter Hawk? Welcome. So it's all good. Let's see here. Sock or account origins game of the year edition. Yeah. Night Rain is crappy on PC. Oh, is it not running good on PC? Damn, that sucks, man. Casual Noob, what's up, dude? Welcome. My day's been good, bro. My day's been good. Why bring up PlayStation? I didn't bring up PlayStation. What are you talking about? Hey, OJ. What's up, man? What's up, Jenny? Welcome. How you doing today? The old way of saying it would be a puppet account. A bit clever to understand. Yeah. Hey, what's up, SK Massive? Welcome, man. Didn't get a pre-order. What's your best bet? Your best bet's probably like Target or Best Buy. Like if you get out there early and get in line and you might be able to get one for sure. But it depends on where you live and like some of the other stuff like that. Shout outs to everybody though. You guys have been nuts today. Justin, Party Man, Bead Queen, yo, Schultz. Thank you guys. Ralphie, let's go. Shout outs. Cyber Taurus as well. Let's get it. Do you think fatigue is setting in for the Elden Ring universe? I think there might be a little bit of fatigue, but I think it's more so that the game is like a multiplayer focused game more so than it, being an Elden Ring game. Like if it was like another major big Elden Ring, single player adventure, I mean, I think that it probably would have reviewed better and stuff like that. But it's a multiplayer game that's kind of like reusing a ton of assets and stuff like that. So it's probably not. That's the reason why I think it didn't review as well. Night Rain being trashed does not bode well for the Dustblood, so I hope they take the feedback. I think they're definitely going to be different games, but yeah, we'll see. I mean, Dustbloods is next year. I don't even know what it's really going to be, so I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, definitely does not bode too well right now. I'm close to beating Claire Obscure, but so much quality side content to complete game of the year. Yeah, I pretty much finished all of Claire Obscure. Like I beat the last super boss thingy. I won't spoil it for you though. I beat that, and it was so funny how I beat it because yeah, I was looking at a guide and they were like, "Yeah, you gotta parry everything." I was like, "No." Oh man, I was like, how about no? I am not gonna parry everything. I am not. I don't feel like it. I'm too old. I'm good at the parry system in the game, but nah, those attacks were they were coming at me like. Like Jackie Chan and Rumble in the Bronx, bro. This man, I felt like I was fighting against Bruce Lee. God dang. I was getting hit from felt like I was fighting against Goku, Dragon Ball Z, just getting combos, man, bro. I was just like, bro, I can't parry none of this crap. Oh, man. Yeah, guys, man, we ain't talking about that bum no more, man. I ain't talking about him. He's got enough clout, so we moving on. I ain't answering no questions from that guy. We bodied him in the debate. That was that. Let's move on. Hi, OJ. I just want to ask, now that the Switch 1 era has ended, have you ever bought a Switch game really hyped, but it turned out to be disappointing? Mine sadly was Echoes of Wisdom. Yeah, you know, I don't think I've ever bought a Switch game that turned out to be like, that I knew that wasn't already kind of disappointing beforehand, so no. But I'd probably say like the one game that I would say would be for me would be like Has Been Heroes. That was one of the first games I bought on the Switch outside of Breath of the Wild. And I thought it was a regular game, but it was a freaking rogue game. Now remember, I had never played a rogue game before Has Been Heroes. I'd never played one, so I didn't know why my data kept on resetting. I didn't know why everything kept on going back to the beginning of the game. I thought I can continue on. So I thought there was something wrong with it, that my game was bugged, and I had to research what type of game it was. So then when I looked up what type of game it actually was, Has Been Heroes was like, it was like $20 at games. It was like a GameStop exclusive $20. And when I looked up what type of game it was, I thought this was the dumbest thing that I've ever heard in my life. Why would there be a game where you go back? Like, why would there be a game where you fight and then you make progress, then you have to start all over? That's so stupid. That's the dumbest thing that I've ever seen. That's what I thought at the time. Now, obviously, I've played other rogue games and I've changed my stance a bit. But back then, I didn't know what it was. I didn't know that was even a type of game. I had no idea. So that pissed me off, and I didn't like the game because of that. So that'd probably be the game that I can say. So yeah. What do you think about Ring Fit Adventures and Nintendo Sports? They're okay. I bought Zelda Breath of the Wild and I was so disappointed with the major lag spikes. However, I'm hyped the Switch 2 version. Yeah, I still felt like the game was still awesome. Yeah, the lag spikes kind of sucked here and there, but the game was still super fun to play. Thank you for answering. Just one more week till Switch 2. Oh, yeah, no problem, Annie. Thank you for coming out to the stream, and thank you for asking. If you guys have questions, feel free to drop them in the chat. I'm down. I'm down to answer the questions or discuss, different stuff. What's up, DK Konggoblin? Disco Elysium, good game. Yeah. I'm not a big Disco Elysium fan, but yeah, I can see why people like the game a lot. Like the narrative is good. That's how I felt about Breath of Fire Dragon Quarter. Let's see. Do you know RTX 2060 can run Doom the Dark Ages? The only problem PC gamers is new game forced RT, so the car they ray trace cores. PC can't stick with GTX 1060 anymore. Yeah, I'm not big into PC, man, so I don't really be keeping up with all that, bro. Delicious. Yeah, I can see that brilliant. What's up, House King? I can see that like Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl. I didn't really expect too much from those though, even though I love Diamond and Pearl from back in the day. I mean, from what I saw, I was like, I wasn't really expecting too much from those. Knicks are up by 10. They got to. It's elimination time. Let's see here. Is Yakuza 0 a keycard? Yes, it is. The only non-keycard games at launch from third parties is Cyberpunk, Rune Factory, and like that Bazaar game or whatever from the Bazaar game from Marvelous. There's only like 3 games that are not. Everything else is either digital only or a keycard or like a code in a box. Or I mean, outside of Nintendo's first party games like Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, Mario Kart World, those are all physical games as well. Street Fighter 6 is also a key card. Let's see here, but I think he was talking about launch, right? Like launch games. Yeah, Daemon X Machina is not a key card. Daemon X Machina, but I thought he was talking about the launch games, like the launch games. So, if he's talking about launch, those are the only ones that are at launch. But yeah, Daemon X Machina here in the West, it's not a key card. But in Japan, it's a key card. Daemon X Machina, Titanic Scion. I've been getting so annoyed by the Knicks in this series. They're like playing horrible basketball. Yeah. Marvel Strikers Battle League was a complete disappointment for me, sadly. Yeah, unfortunately, that was a disappointment too. I was looking forward to that a bit more as well. That was a disappointment. Yes, sir. Launch is pretty close, man. Hit that like button, though, guys. If you haven't hit that like button, hit that like button. Can't wait for launch, man. It's been like, God, it's getting close. Roguelike made 100% sense in the original Rogue. Yeah. Even if Switch 2 sells worse than Wii U, still think Nintendo will continue to make consoles? Yes, but it won't sell worse than Wii U, so it doesn't really matter. It's an irrelevant question. It's not. That's not happening. That's impossible for it to sell worse than the Wii U. Impossible, because it has Pokemon. Like, Pokemon sells 10, 20 million consoles by itself. If you have a Pokemon game, like a mainline Pokemon on your system, it's a guaranteed 10 to 15 million people from the hardcore Pokemon base, because that's how much Pokemon sells. Even at the bare minimum, it's like 10 to 15 million for any mainline Pokemon game. So Yeah, most people that they're the hardcore, they're gonna buy whatever system they can play the main Pokemon game on. So it's impossible. Impossible. Zelda's a key card. You can get the Switch 2 version for free if you own the original and you have the full subscription. Zelda's not a key card. That is false information. The game's on the cartridge itself. You can download the update if you want to, but downloading an update doesn't make it a key card game. That doesn't necessarily make it a key card game. It functions completely fine without the upgrade. You know what I'm saying? Like if you play the original game and you just want to download the update, but if you buy the Switch 2 version of the game, the whole game is on the card if you buy the Switch 2 version of the game. The only thing that you'd have to download for Breath of the Wild would be the DLC. But once again, DLC doesn't mean it's not a key card. Tears of the Kingdom, the whole cartridge, the whole game's on there. There is no DLC for that game, so you just download the whole thing. Let's see here. So yeah, right now Nintendo doesn't have any first-party games that are key cards. They have a digital-only game, which is the Welcome Tour. But outside of that, they don't have any. They don't have any key card games. Let's see here. People are now saying Wii U had a good launch. The Wii U had some games. I mean, it had some third party. It had Zombie U. It had it had. I think the first party is the problem. Like, I think that's the biggest issue with the Wii U launch. I mean, it was cool, like Nintendo Land and like New Super Mario Bros. But I would say that like Tears of the Kingdom, Breath of the Wild, even though they're ports or they're remasters or whatever they are ports, those are still better than Nintendo Land. Those are still better than Nintendo Land and New Super Mario Bros. And then Mario Kart World is clearly better than both of those games as well. So that's the problem with the Wii in terms of like the first party offerings. When it comes to third party, I think it's pretty much a wash, or you can give the nod to the Switch 2 because it's got Yakuza, it's got Hitman, it's got Cyberpunk, it's got Bravely Default, it's got Yakuza. Did I say that already? It's got Street Fighter 6. It's got a ton of great games. So, I mean, if you want to talk about third party, I mean, you could say maybe a wash a little bit. But when it comes to first party, I think that the Switch 2 has a better launch than the Wii U, first party games wise. Also, the Switch has all the updates for the previous games. So if you didn't buy Echoes of Wisdom, or if you didn't buy Link's Awakening, you can get it in like 60 frames and better resolution and frame rate, like Pokemon. Like, so you can even enhance the games. If you didn't play them, right, like you can get a way better experience. So yeah, that also makes the launch better too, having like those free updates as well, which the Wii U did not have any free updates for any Wii games or anything like that. So yeah. Do you play Pokemon games? I do. How are they compared to SMT? They're both turn-based RPGs. They both have systems that exploit weaknesses and resistances, but that's about, I mean, they both have demons that are kind of like Pokemon demons, like where you control them. So there's some similarities, yeah, but it's not like the same type of game though. Splatoon 1 came to the launch year of the Wii U, would have done wonders to at least get the system near GameCube level. Yeah, I think if they launch with Splatoon 1, or if they launch with, let's say that they waited for Skyward Sword and they launched with Skyward Sword on the Wii U, I think like a dual launch, I think that would have helped the system out better. This question, with Tears of the Kingdom, to get the Switch 2 update through my NSO plan, does it have to download the whole game from the eShop? No. If you have the game, it just downloads whatever it is for the update.
Can I get the bot trailer music? I was gone if you played it already.
Oh, did I not do that? Oh, wait, hold up. We need to react to the Nintendo Switch first look. Nintendo Switch first look. We got to react to that, and then we'll get the Breath of the Wild music. First look trailer. So we need to react to the Nintendo Switch first look trailer from back in the day. So we're going to react to that, and then we're going to get your music. Justin, thank you for the $3, man. I appreciate that. We're at 373. Can we go even further than beyond? I don't know, man. You guys are rolling today. Let's go. Thank you guys for your support. Thank you guys for being awesome. Appreciate the love and support like always. 400? Maybe we can get that. We can have a long stream tonight. Maybe we go 4 hours with a 400. Let's go. Maybe. Can't guarantee. Let's get it. Here we go. The first reaction. I made a video of the November game, what I think the November game is going to be. Check out my video that I made on the channel a couple days ago, Adroxus. This is the original, man. The original. The Nintendo Switch 1. Metroid Prime 5, go further than beyond. The big combo break. What's up, Golden T? Should we watch this? Your old reaction, SMD64? Maybe we will. Maybe we will, like, right before. Best launch game ever? I would say the best launch game ever is the original Mario Bros. Because that saved the whole industry. Yeah. I don't think I've ever even heard this. Like the music, because when I was reacting to it, the audio wasn't playing, so I never heard this song actually. That's the funniest thing. Even though I used this a million times. Yeah. 8 years. 8 years. Or yeah, going on 9 years. Yeah, going on 9. I was driving in the car in the room at the pool room. Look, nice. It's like, why play real basketball? Let's play fake basketball. Oh, there she is, Karen. Is that rooftop Karen? Where is she at, man? We need her back in the Switch too. That's people in New York be doing this, hanging out on rooftops. That's like, Hey Arnold stuff, you know? That's like, that's something you be seeing in New York, PS 107 and stuff, like schools named after numbers. PS 112, PS 442, PS weirdo stuff. Trying to have a good time. Yeah, Mike Tyson with pigeons and stuff like that. Yeah, I know Karen before Karen was bad. Dora the Explorer. Yeah, she had a Dora the Explorer haircut. I agree. Party Man was like 10 years old back then when this trailer came out. Coming March 2017. That's coming up pretty soon. Shout outs, yo. That was good to watch that. Like I said, I don't remember ever actually hearing the song because I didn't the audio wasn't on when I was reacting to it with Super Metal Dave. So excuse me. Breath of the Wild trailer. Trailer music. Breath of the Wild trailer music. So let's go. Remember they were crazy over Super Mario Odyssey, Super Mario World Odyssey and Splatoon in the trailer. Yeah, it was cool to see so many games, man. Like it was dope to see that, you know. So it was cool to see that. Showing Switch 7 will bring the rooftop Karen back, like Paul Rudd. Yeah, we gotta bring rooftop Karen back, man. We gotta bring rooftop Karen back. What was the first reveal of Splatoon 2? Yeah, that was the first reveal of Splatoon 2, but at the time, I thought that it was Splatoon 1 because it looked so similar. So people thought maybe it was like a port, but then people started looking more closely at it and like, it's not a port. It's like a new game, or it's like an expansion, or it's like something else, like the Splatoon. So many pointed out how the guy plays Skyrim looks like Rerez, and the Afro guy playing MK it looks like Etiquette. Yeah, I remember people saying that. I don't remember the Rerez part, but like the Afro person, yeah, it's like, oh yeah, he has kind of like the same haircut as like Etiquette. Ha 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 ha, yeah. Oh man, all public schools have names. It was just nobody actually uses them. Okay, yeah. I'm just going off of like the Hey Arnold stuff, like the PS whatever. But yeah, I know they got names. We're going to midnight launch of the first Switch at Best Buy with my friend. Best part was taking the other people in line and talking about new games. It was an awesome experience. Yeah, absolutely. Ha 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 ha, yeah. The one with the Imagine Dragons song was pretty cool. That was the Super Bowl commercial. So that was the they aired that one in January, February, like the Super Bowl of the Super Bowl 2017. So I think was that the Atlanta Falcons one? Was that the 28-3 the Falcons versus the Patriots? It might have been that one, if I'm mistaken. Or was that the Nick Foles? Was that the Nick Foles versus Brady? It was one of those two. Falcons. Okay, it was the Falcons choke. Okay, yeah, it was the Falcons choke. The Falcons choke. The choke job. Yeah. At least Nintendo didn't choke the Super Bowl commercial. At least they came through. Yeah, we all miss Etika, man. Hey, what's up, Sis? Welcome. I know you've been here for a while. Just want to say what up. 91 Gamer Boy, what's up, man? Welcome. What's up, Daryl? The Execution says, how are you into hack and slash games by any chance? I mean, is like Hyrule Warriors a hack and slash? Because like I like that game. Or like is like Ninja Gaiden, like action games like that. If that's the case, then yeah. Hey, what's up, 10,000 Noodles? Welcome. Welcome, welcome. One of my best random Switch experiences was when I was waiting for a special game Amiibo launch, and I was waiting in the car and whipped out some portable Fire Emblem Warriors, and I was loving it. Yeah, it was, I think, one of the best things that I did. I remember going to like, oh gosh, what was it? Like when I had to go somewhere, like, you know, and I had to like wait, usually like a prescription or like pharmacy or like something like that. I just bring the Switch, and it was so cool to be able to play Breath of the Wild, like we had never had, from Nintendo at least, we had never had a game of that caliber and quality seamlessly hybrid between the TV and portable. That was unheard of. Now, we had games that were good quality. We had Super Game Boy, we had the Game Boy player, but those were always like portable games that you play on your TV. It was never a console game that you play, like a high-end, like a, you know, N64 game, right? But all we got was like, okay, if we get stronger hardware, yeah, we get some of the N64 games or whatever on the portable, like a 3DS, but we never got a game that was literally like built in tune and new that you can play day one that wasn't like a port of something else, right? From like years before. So to be able to play Breath of the Wild, that quality of game anywhere that you want was just nuts. It was just crazy to me. So yeah. Yo, shout outs to Justin with another $3 dono.
I'll never forget watching that trailer, and the moment he took it out of the dock, I was like, this is what I have been waiting for.
Yeah.
I always wanted a hybrid.
Yeah. Yeah, I always wanted like it was tough to call a hybrid. I knew that a hybrid was coming, but I just didn't know how they were going to be able to get it done. I thought maybe it'd be like a console, and then like one thing that like sits there, and then like a portable unit, then like you can put it on top of it, and then like it can play the same games, right? That's what I thought maybe it was going to be. I didn't know it was going to be like a dock, and then, you know, like that. Like, I didn't know, but I knew that they were getting close though because of the Wii U. We knew that they were getting close. So yeah. Shout outs to Justin, man. Thank you so much for the multiple donos today. Let's go. Shout outs. Or actually, we going further. Basically went all retro during the PS3 era. Switch got me back into modern stuff. My Switch collection may be bigger than my PS1, PS2 now. Dang, that's crazy. Shout outs, let's go. Renna! What's up, Renna? Breath of the Wild was a Wii U port though. Yeah, but Breath of the Wild was not a Wii U port from years and years and years before. It was a dual launch. They launched at the exact same time. Whereas if you're talking about, like, let's say, Ocarina of Time, that's a console quality game on the go, but Ocarina of Time was already old at that point. It was a decade plus old, so it wasn't a dual launching game, you know what I'm saying? Like, it wasn't that. Or like, let's just say, like, I don't know, Skyward Sword, right? Like, sure, Skyward Sword's on the Switch one, but Skyward Sword came out in 2011, so I'm talking about an actual console built quality Zelda game. Day one, you can play it on the go and at home seamlessly. We had never had that. We had console quality years or decades later on a portable system. Okay, cool, but not right there at launch, you know? Let's see here. Yo, Bean? Yes, sir. Yo, Cyber Taurus! Yo, we out here with the combo breaks! Udabudos! Blast!
Hot
Let's
take.
go.
I traded my PS4 in towards a Switch 4 months after the Switch launch. Never regretted it.
You know what? I don't, like, listen, I didn't do it, but I understand why you might do it, but I wouldn't do it. But I understand why you might do it, you know? Because PS4 to me, I acknowledge that PS4 is good. Like, I acknowledge that it was a good system and there was some good things, but I don't think, like, after me looking back at like the PS4 library and how much I played it, I didn't play it like I'm playing my PS5. I didn't play it like I played my PS3. So, like, for me, the PS4 is not as good as other people see the PS4, but I get why PS4 is highly regarded amongst a lot of industry people and amongst a lot of PlayStation fans. Like, you have Spider-Man, you know, you have Uncharted 4, you have God of War 2018, you have Horizon Zero Dawn, you know, you have Bloodborne, you've got The Last of Us Remastered, you know, you've got Infamous Second Son. You know, there's a lot of cool games on there, but I just never really vibed with a lot of, like, I never really, like, super vibed with a lot of the games on there. I played them all. I got them all. I tried them all out, but I was never really into it. And then also third-party developers were not, like, the PS4 RPGs weren't as lit as like the era of PS4, PS5 RPGs. Like, I never played outside of Persona 4. I never played anything, you know, that was like Japanese RPG that was like super lit. Like we've gotten, like, you know, with SMT on the Switch or SMT 5 Vengeance, also with you know, Persona 3 Reload now we got at this point. We also have Metaphor ReFantazio. Obviously, we have stuff like, you know, Clair Obscur Expedition 33. That's incredible. You know, we have the Xenoblade games that you can play. So I think that this generation of RPGs and all that were absolutely better than the PS4 generation of RPGs, because a lot of the good RPGs were like on like handheld, were like on like a 3DS or something like that, right? So yeah, for me, I didn't like the PS4 as much as other people, but yeah. Yeah, Gravity Rush 1 and 2, Shadow of the Colossus, like there's just, the list goes on. Like the PS4 had a good library. There was a very good library of games, you know. But I just don't know if I like it, like in terms of third party. I don't know if I like it more than than the PS5 third party. I think I like PS5 third party more than I like the PS4 third party. Now first party, you know, I probably give the edge to PS4 for first party over the PS5. Like, yeah, I probably give the edge maybe to PS4. Yeah, because like Infamous Second Son, you had Ghost of Tsushima, you had a bunch of, you know, you had Last of Us Part 2, you had a bunch of good PS4 games that I played through to completion. Yo, Cyber Toast with the $10 donut, let's go!
Also, I'm a week away from putting Ol Yeller out to pasture. Farewell, Switch 1. You've been a solid companion.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yo, let's go. We going further. The quadruple platinum coming up with the 400 combo break. Yo, is this for real? Yo, let's go. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Cyber Taurus coming through. Yo, we out here. The JoJo's coming through. I think we definitely got to add some more JoJo's to the mix. We got to add some more JoJo's to the mix. I think we got about another 3 more. So we got 25 on the board for the JoJo's. Let's go. Let's see here. Zillia and Zillia 2. Not so favorite was still Fantasia. Yeah. PS5 first party is half. Yeah, there's a lot of remasters. No, there is. Like, there's no, I mean, no cap, you know. Almost 120 million sold. It was good for its time. PS5 had some crazy third-party games, not gonna lie. Yeah, I mean, like, let's just be real here. Like, if we compare PS4, PS5 RPGs, who's winning? Now, don't get me wrong. A lot of these games are also on PS4. Metaphor ReFantazio is on PS4. Persona 3 Reload is on PS4. Like, there's a lot of the games that came out in the PS5 era that are on PS4, but what I'm just saying, like, this era of playing it on PS5, I'm gonna count it with the PS5 era. I'm not gonna count it with the PS4 era. I'm gonna count it with the PS5. So I'm just saying, for my own playtime, I played way more RPGs on my PS5 than I did on my PS4. You know, because there was a way more, in my opinion, the RPGs were way better on the PS5. Like I said, Metaphor, Clair Obscur, you know, you've got Persona 3 Reload, you've got just like, you know, Persona 5 Royal. I mean, that's like a hybrid, right? But you got 60 frames on the, you know, we'll give it to PS4 though. We'll give Persona 5 to the PS4. But like, for me, like I said, SMT 5 Vengeance, you know, that was in the Switch/PlayStation 5 era, right? So I love SMT 5 Vengeance. That game's awesome. So for me, I give the nod to the PS5. You know, shout outs to Shaw X with the 400 motor upload. Surprise, surprise motor upload. The Cyberman, the Fiberman, not Cyberman. No, you ain't no Cyberman. The Fiberman coming through. Let's go. 404 on the board. Hey yo. Let's get it. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Let's go. Yeah, definitely the best version on the newer consoles. Yeah, and then once again, Clair Obscur Expedition 33. I think that's the, if you want to know what the, if there was a tie, Clair Obscur breaks it, right? Like, if there's a tie, Clair Obscur absolutely shatters. Like, that game is better than the majority of games that I've played on any system. Like, it's better than a lot of games. Nintendo, Microsoft, Sony, like, that game is incredible. So you gotta give the nod. Clear Obscure is just like the cherry on. It's like the overkill. It's definitely the virtuous stance. You know what I'm saying? Virtuous stance, Fortune's Fury. You know, Mael Gradient 3, Gradient 3. Let's go. Do I like Fast Series by Shinnen? Yeah, it's okay. T3M. Do I like Tamagotchi Life? Nah, I'm not a Tamagotchi person. What's up, Shadow of Nexus? Welcome to the stream. The PS4 generation isn't even over yet. That's why Switch 2 is in a good spot. I don't really think it really matters about the PS4 generation. I don't think that's not like, oh, we're still making PS4 games, so that means Switch 2. Nah, I don't really even think so, because a lot of the games that are coming to PS5 only are coming to Switch 2. So, for example, like obviously Phantom Liberty, that's not on PS4, but like even stuff like Borderlands, I don't think that's not on there. Like 007 or like even like the newer games, Split Fiction, that's not on PS4. So I don't really think it even matters, to be honest. Like I don't think that's part of it. Justin with the $3.
The Switch is always going to be special to me. The Wii U almost made me quit gaming, and the 3DS was barely keeping me in there.
Yeah. I think a lot of people came back to gaming, as you can tell, like with the install base, right? A lot of people came back to gaming with the Switch one. So yeah. Yeah, guys, we're not, like I said, man, you don't got to bring up that loser. You know, we're not talking about him. So I don't know why you guys listen. He's got like 600 subs. Nobody cares what he has to say anymore, man. We bodied him in the debate. I don't know why you keep bringing him up on a 100K sub channel. Like, we giving this guy clout for like zero reason. We gave him what he gave him. Stop coming here talking about him, bro. Ain't nobody care. All right, like, stop being a messenger for that weirdo. So, oh my, OMG, just chill, man. If you want to go watch him, go watch him, but stop bringing him up like he's some type of industry figure, like he's somebody that knows something about gaming, bro. Like, come on now, man. Just follow the rules, all right, fam? Follow the rules. We moving on. Nobody cares what some 600 sub channel that's got to say they got cooked in a debate. Nobody cares anymore. Nobody actually cared beforehand, but now nobody really cares. So just move on, bro. There ain't no reason to say what he got to say. Why you? That's what I'm saying. I think you're a sock account. You're definitely a troll. So yeah, we're gonna time you out, just because, like I said, I told you guys to move on. Y'all keep on bringing up this weirdo. Like I said, he's got what, 600 subs. Like, come on now. 24 hours. We'll see you next time. Let's see here. So yeah, I'm so triggered by me just saying we moving on. Like, there ain't no reason in bringing him up. Like, for what? This channel, we got 100-something thousand subs. He's got like 500, 600. You're just a sock account. You like him. You came over from him, and that's all you're here to do. You're not here to actually have game conversation about it. You're not here to that. You're just here to troll. So the reason nobody's triggered, like, do I sound triggered? No, I don't. I just said that he's got like 600 subs. Nobody cares. We did our debate. I'm moving on. Like, he's not relevant. He's not relevant in the larger part of gaming. He's not relevant, man. So just move on, man. Move on with your life. I know you're a troll from his channel. Just move on. Just move on, bro. Like, for real. Like, no cap. Move on. Cyber Toast with the $5 dono.
0 subs, 0 videos, 0 likes.
Appreciate that.
I will retire while I'm ahead biceps.
Maybe. Shout outs to Cold K as well with the $1.99. Says, can we do a poll on who's getting rid of Switch One? Yeah, we can do that for sure. We can do that. Shout outs. Thank you so much. Cyber Toast with the $5 dono. I appreciate that. Thank you for the $5 dono. Yeah, because, like, you got people here just trying to get clips for his show, because he's a clout chaser. So you got people just trying to get clips for his show to try to say, bring his name up. For what? Like, he's not relevant, bro. He ain't relevant here. So it's not that I'm getting triggered by anything. I just don't understand why, once again, you're a sock account. You ain't never been on my channel, and you keep on bringing him up. So that's the reason why I'm just like, there ain't nothing to get triggered by. I cooked him in the debate. I completely bodied him. Who's getting triggered? Like, what am I getting triggered about? His own audience was telling him how mad he got cooked. Like, anybody that watches the debate, he got cooked. Who's triggered? If anybody's triggered, it's him. Go look at all the comments he's writing about me on there. He's constantly making videos. It's him that's upset with me because he got embarrassed on his own. He got absolutely embarrassed. So, no, man. It's just you trolling for no reason, you know? Like, move on. All right. Let's see here. You can use Genki capture card, right? Yeah, I can use a Genki capture card. Let's go. Shout outs. Let me run that poll though. I'm gonna run that poll real quick. We'll run the poll for like 5-10 minutes. Let's see here. Start a poll. All right. Let's see. Who's getting rid of their Switch? Who's getting rid of the Switch 1 for Switch 2? I am. No, I am not. All right, we got 2 options. And then maybe we'll add one more, like maybe. Maybe we'll add a maybe. Maybe. There you go. All right, hold up. There we go. Shout outs to Johnny with the $5 dono. Says hopefully we'll get Switch 2 by next Friday online. Yeah, hopefully. Hopefully we'll get it by then. Big love to Johnny. Thank you for the $5 dono. No, I meant like you currently using a Genki capture card, right? Yeah. I have the Shadowcast Genki capture card. Yeah, that's the one that I'm using. Say safely that the least impressive YouTuber I've ever come across that's saying something. Yeah, once again, man, I'm good. We moving on, man. We ain't. This is not Goku and Vegeta. This is not. This ain't Goku versus Vegeta, fam. This is like Goku versus a Cyberman. Y'all all know what happened, okay? Or this is like Goku versus a Cyberman or Piccolo versus a Cyber. Like this ain't. We already saw what happened. We don't gotta continue on trying to troll with all this, y'all. Just move on. The people that are here from his stream, from his bad channel, like y'all move on, okay? There ain't nothing to watch here. If you don't want to come here to talk about the games, and if you want to constantly bring up drama, hit the road. Hit the road, Jack. Like we don't want you here. So go watch his channel, fam. You know, like y'all being super goofy for no reason. Cody with the $1.99 says any Switch 2 game Fest or June predictions. I'll wait on that. We'll see. It's Summer Games Fest is not something that I like to make predictions on because it's an unpredictable show. Jens VB with the €5 says I bought a Japanese import Fantasy Life. Can I still buy the upgrade for Switch 2? Yes, you can still buy the upgrade. It's like $2.59. So yes, it's region free. So you can still buy the upgrade, no problem. It'll boot it in it'll boot it in whatever language you want to set it to. So it'll boot it in that language. So you're good. You are good. You are good. You are absolutely good. Shout outs to you guys though, man. Y'all out here tonight. Let's go. Combo breaks. Let's go, man. Wait, Nintendo are suing Genki? Yeah, they're suing Genki, but that doesn't mean I can't use a capture card by it. Damn. Let's see here. I cast my vote on the collectors in the house. We sell nothing. Hey, there you go. Let's go. I would just like more multi-platform games to be announced. Yeah. I mean, I don't really have any predictions because I don't know what's going to happen at the show. But yeah, more multi-platform games, definitely a good thing. So I heard that Japanese game keys are region locked. I don't think that they are region locked. I think that maybe they would be locked to if you have a Japanese only Switch, but I don't recall anything like that in terms of Japanese game key cards being region locked. I don't recall that being a thing. It might be, but I don't recall it. Genki Twitter page is about gaming news. Why would Nintendo sue them? Genki Twitter. Okay, so you're thinking of the wrong Genki. That's the Twitter user Genki. They're not suing Genki, the Twitter user. They're suing Genki, the console or the accessory manufacturer. Do we think Activision have a Switch 2 dev kit yet, or the Call of Duty just this fall? Activision has had a Switch 2 dev kit for years now. Like Activision has had. They're a major partner, so they've had one for a while. Their teams have had one for a while now. OJ didn't fall asleep during the Summer Games Fest live stream, or was that something else? I might have fallen. I know I fell asleep during like one Xbox event one time, but I don't know if it was a Summer Games Fest. I know I fell asleep during the Summer Games Fest a few years ago, but I wasn't streaming it. I was just watching it in my living room, and I fell asleep during that one. I think they were playing Callisto Protocol or something. I forgot exactly like but I fell asleep. Like they were showing like a gameplay trailer, and I just fell asleep. It was just boring. Keeping all 10 of my Switches. Alonzo, you got the greatest Nintendo Switch collection of all time, fam. You got the greatest collection of all time. 66% of you guys say that you are not getting rid of your Switch 1 for a Switch 2. Let's go. Will you be getting a micro SD Express? I don't know if I'm getting one anytime soon, but I'm definitely gonna get one. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna get one, like, because I need to bring over my Switch 1 library of digital games. You don't have to apologize, man. You didn't know, Mario. Japanese only Switch is not really region locked either. For now, it seems even games from other regions will still be Japanese automatically. Okay, so you can play the games. It just switches it to Japanese. It won't like not start. Gumball, yeah, the Gumball's sleeping. Yeah, what's up, Sis? Says super excited for Kirby Air Riders. Yeah, I think you fell asleep during the Game Awards. I might have fallen asleep during the Game Awards one time. I don't remember. But yeah, I might have. Like, there's been a couple times where I've definitely fallen asleep a little bit, you know? OJ, you getting the Pro Controller day one? Yeah, I got a Pro Controller coming in. What's the streaming schedule for next Thursday? Yeah, I can't really talk too much about it, but expect to stream at night. Expect to stream probably late that night. I've got some other content, though, planned. Like I said, I can't talk about it right now, but trust me, it's pretty cool. So, I'll probably just have the Game Fest.
I'll probably just have the Game Fest on somewhere in the corner
yeah.
while I play Mario Kart.
I think that's the best thing.
Lol.
I think that's the best thing, Justin. Well, no, Wednesday night. Sorry, Wednesday night. Not Thursday night. Wednesday night. I'll have a stream Wednesday night. Late Wednesday night, because I'll be doing some things, but, you know, get the Switch and all that. But yeah, late Wednesday night. Yeah, I'll be in San Fran hanging out with my brother. Did you see the Crimson Desert supposed leak for Switch 2? If the game is truly coming Switch 2, it legit run anything. I mean, it's not even about Switch 2 legit running anything. It's more about the developers actually taking the time to make the game for the Switch 2 if they want to make the game for the Switch 2, you know? It's very much like them optimizing a game for a PC, like a low-end PC or like a mid-range PC compared to it for like a high-end at this point with game development. So yeah. Funny how Switch 1 brought back, so yeah, you have some people like Joey First prefers Desperate or old Nintendo. Yeah, we already talked about that a long time ago. It doesn't matter what he's got to say either. He can have his opinion, you know? Do you think East Nordics will have an upgrade patch for the Switch 2? They haven't announced anything right now, but we'll see, David. Will anyone be playing Metroid Mouse Mode? Yeah, I'll definitely be checking out Metroid Mouse Mode. I'll just check it out. I don't know if I'm going to use it all the time. Yo, Cyber Taurus with the $5. Let's go, Ninja Peach.
I won't be sleeping from June 5th to June 8th. If you don't see me on stream, send help, lol.
Okay, yeah, we'll make sure to send it. I mean, the wife and the kid they're gonna have to resuscitate you. You're gonna be just up the whole time playing, so it's gonna be pretty crazy, right? Shout outs though, man. I appreciate that. I mean, people just care about Summer Games Fest because there's potentially big announcements, but yeah, that's the reason why people care. Some people care. Any controller recommendations for kids? I got twin kids just turned 4. Might be their first Mario Kart. I mean, they can use the Joy-Cons with the grip. That's fine. Let's see here. Shout out to Cyber Taurus, man. Thank you so much for the multiple donos tonight. We are going further than beyond the combo breaks. All right, so we're going to stop the poll right now because that's over 5 minutes. So we're going to end the poll. The poll ends with over 140 votes. And most of you guys, 70% of you guys say that you are not selling your Switch 1 for a Switch 2. 20% of you guys say that you are going to. And then about 8% are about maybe on that one. So yeah, there you go. Summer Game Fest is actually whack now. Major devs just use their own summer showcases now. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, they said that they got the most partners ever for this one, so we'll see how it works out. Let's see here. Just found out that there's a Switch 2 version for Metroid. So yeah. Wait a minute. Hold up. We've already been known that there's a Switch 2 version for Metroid. Yeah, we already know that. There's a Switch 1 and a Switch 2 version. You ain't watching the videos, sis. You ain't watching the vids, man. That's been known. We talked about Metroid. We already know that. So yeah. I love my OLED. I'll just move to my bedroom. Yeah, I love my OLED too. I'm not gonna get rid of my I mean, even if I did, I got another one, but yeah, I'm not getting rid of my OLED either. I ain't getting rid of it. So yeah, I'm not getting rid of the OLED. I gotta keep the OLED. We gotta keep it clean. I just gotta retire. We're just gonna retire it. We're just gonna give it the real retirement, you know, ceremony, and that's what we're gonna do with that. 4K 60 Prime 4. Yes, sir. Oh, I really thought it was just gonna release on the 2. No, they announced it for the Switch 1 before it was even announced for Switch 2. It was announced for Switch 1. They announced it for Switch 1 years ago. They announced it for Switch 1 half decade ago. About a decade ago now at this point. They announced it for Switch 1 like a decade ago. Almost. Are you gonna buy two Switch 2s this generation? Are you gonna buy 2 Switch 2s? Is that welcome to, or what is that? My OLED is going on display. Oh, nice. Infernal Lycan, let's go. Yeah, but the first trailer that they showed when they revealed the game, it literally said Switch 1 in that trailer. Like, it was all Switch 1. It literally said it right there. So I don't know how you they made a trailer for the game coming to Switch. Didn't they make a trailer for the game coming to Switch 1 before the Switch 2 was even formally announced? So I don't know how you can mix that up. Let's see, misclick poll saying I misclick the poll saying, I thought you said misclick. I thought you were asking about misclick's poll. I'm like, she made a poll say I'm not selling my Switch 1. I'm selling it instead of not selling it. Okay, it's okay. No, I'm saying, are you gonna buy 12 Switch 2s? Oh, I thought you meant 1-2 Switch. No, they're way more expensive this time around. So no, I can't do that. I got to be more responsible. Plus, I got a little boy here too. So yeah, there's also, and my daughter. So no, like inflation. So, probably not. No, I'll probably just stick with my one, or maybe one special edition one or something like that. But no. Let's see here. But it's all good though. I'm only play Switch 2 edition games, update games, and newer games on my Switch 2 at first. Play the rest on the OLED until they finalize full backwards compatibility stuff over time. Yeah, I mean, what's gonna be interesting, Akami, is that Switch 1 games that don't have patches or anything still actually could run better and load faster on the Switch 2. That's the interesting thing. So it still might be a better experience despite an official patch for the Switch 2. Because it's being emulated, it's not direct backwards compatibility like DS to 3DS or like Wii to Wii U or GameCube to Wii. It's actually emulated with a little bit of hardware help. So, yeah. I'm not selling mine since I'll wait on buying a Switch 2 like next year, but Legends, I think that ZA might get me to upgrade. Nice. Yeah, I think Pokemon, and that's the big thing, Sean. I talked about that when flipping. I'm not sure if flipping the Switch is still here. But I talked about that, is that like Pokemon, or no, it wasn't flipping the Switch, sorry. It was somebody else talking about like, oh, like Wii U levels. And it was like, Pokemon means that it's impossible for it to be Wii. It's impossible. It's literally impossible. There's no Pokemon, there's no mainline Pokemon series or games that's like on a platform that's like not under Wii U level or Wii U level. So it's impossible. Cyber Taurus with another $10 dono. Yo, let's go, Cyber Taurus! 434 on the combo board. We are going super. The 500 today? It could be 500 combo. We out here tonight. Let's go. Combo breaks. And Cybertor says, eulogy. Farewell, Switch 1. You brought us joy, cons, and countless adventures on the toilet. Your legacy lives on every game we play. Thank you for your endless hours of service. Oh, yeah. I was definitely Legend of Zelda Breath of the Toilet. When Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild came out, bro, I was, yeah, anytime I'd grab the Switch 1, I'd be like, all right, let's go. I would stay in there way longer than I should have, though, because I was playing, you know, and I needed to be careful. You got to be careful. There's a lot of different areas that you got to be careful if you bring the Switch 1 into the toilet. You got to be super careful. So, yeah. So yeah, my worry is because I have an insane amount of Switch 1 games, I'm bound to find a number that currently work backwards compatibility at launch. So Akami, you can go look and see all of the games that are compatible and not right now. So you don't gotta leave it up to luck or like, oh, I don't know. Like, they've listed everything. So if you just look up Nintendo Switch 1 or Nintendo Switch 2 backwards compatibility list, you can see all the listed games that work, some with issues or not. the large majority of games all work fine with no problems. All of Nintendo's first-party games all work fine with the exception of some of like the Toy-Con lab, like being able to put the stuff in there or using a Switch 1 Joy-Con, but pretty much everything works. So you don't have to wonder or guess. That's already been available. It got updated this week and you can go check it out if you want to. That list is available so you can see it. So you don't have to worry. Just go look at the list. But I doubt that you have a ton of games on there. There's not that many games, to be honest. There's like a couple hundred maybe games, like, and most of them work. Just some of them have some issues, or some of them have some startup problems, or some of them just don't work at all. But that's like a very few amount, so you should be good. Let's see here. Contra with the $5 dono and says, can we talk about the online part of Switch 2? Example games are Smash and Mario Maker 2. Mario Maker 2 is unplayable. Is Nintendo improving, or Mario Maker 2 is unplayable? Example games Smash or Mario Maker 2. Mario Maker was unplayable. No, Mario Maker 2 wasn't unplayable online. I played it online. It was not unplayable. So I'm not sure what you're talking about there, Contra. In terms of Smash, yeah, if people have bad trash connections, then yeah, that was definitely not good. But if you're playing somebody with a good connection, then it was good. So that's going to really be written into the netcode overall. That's not really the online, that's the netcode. So if they have rollback netcode, so like for Smash Brothers, it'll be improved or better. Like ARMS had rollback netcode, right? So it's not based off of some type of random online infrastructure. The infrastructure's already been updated with MPLN, but even before that, ARMS was on the original netcode that they had and everything, and that was great online. So it's really going to be based on how they write the netcode for those games in particular. Like I said, Mario Maker just depends on the connection that you have. If you have good connections, then it's better. But a lot of people have dookie connections, so I think that's the reason why you had some issues with that. But if you play with people that have good connections, it's fine. Or if you play other people's levels, it's fine. But yeah, Nintendo already improved their servers in 2021 with the MPLN. So check out, it's an old video, but check out my video there. But they've been improving upon it and improving upon it. And the network test is what also they were testing to see like the latency and other things. So I think that they've definitely made some strides since then. But yeah, that was in 2021 that they actually replaced the old Nintendo Online with the new Nintendo Online. They just didn't say anything, believe it or not. But yeah, Monster Hunter Rise was the first game that actually took advantage of the new online that they have. Hey, what's up, V? Welcome to the stream. MP and co-op was horrible for Mario Maker 2. Yeah, I didn't have as many problems with it whenever I did play. I didn't have the issues that you had, so I can't go off of, you know, I don't know who you were playing with or anything like that. But like I said, when I played, when there was 4 people that I didn't know if it was random, yeah, because like I said, trash connections. But if I played with people that I knew, it was much better. So, but I barely played it though, I'll be honest. So it's not like I played it a lot. Glad I waited. Looking forward to Tears of the Kingdom for the first time. Nice. Hunter x Hunter demo up on Steam, based on Where 64 posts. All right, let's go. Hunter x Hunter. All right, I got to download the demo tonight then. Let's go. Chris with the $1.99. Yo, what's up, Chris? Shout outs, man. But yeah, I did see, hold up, let me just make sure that I did see some people had problems with Mario Maker for sure. So hopefully they improve that. Maybe it'll be better. What is good though? Shout outs though, Chris. Thank you. Thank you, Contra, with the $5 too, man. I appreciate that. Yo, we are out here. Like I said, we could have 500 combo breaker. That'd be insane. Super limit break. Let's see here. OJ, Switch 2 orders being canceled. Be careful. Yeah, I don't know. The only people Switch 2 orders that are being canceled are people that use bots or stuff like that. It's not anybody that actually legitimately got a Switch 2 pre-order. I mean, it's too late for the cancellations right now. So they already charged me, so they can't cancel it after they already... I mean, you could cancel after you already charged, but nah, it's coming. So like I said, anybody that's getting theirs canceled right now, it's because they probably used a bot to get it. Or it was a fake... you know, credit card declined or stuff like that. A lot of times people's credit card decline and they don't even know why it did, but it did, you know? Like, they might have not had the money in there, or they went over their limit. So if anything like that, it's because of that. So, yeah. Yeah, so I doubt it. I doubt it's going to be for most people. Are all the Xenoblade games keycards on Switch 2? What does that even mean, Dizzy Paper Moon? There are no Xenoblade games on the Switch 2 right now. So, no. The games, they're the Switch 1 games. There are zero Xenoblade games on Switch 2. So how can there be keycards when there's no Xenoblade games on Switch 2? There's only Xenoblade games on Switch 1. So, I don't know what... So this keycard stuff got you guys seeing ghosts. Got you guys seeing keycard ghosts. There is no Xenoblade games on Switch 2. There's only Xenoblade games on Switch 1. Oh my gosh. Yo, Chris with another $1.99. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Some of y'all paranoid. Like there are no Xenoblade games on Switch 2 right now. Not right now, no. Most of Nintendo's first party stuff probably is not going to be keycard though. It's probably going to be actual physical. But I think some of you guys literally don't even know what a keycard is. You're just scared of it because everyone's saying that they don't like it. This man's talking about Xenoblade games. There are no Xenoblade games announced for the Switch 2. 0. Now, if you talk about Switch 1, are any Switch 1 games keycards for Xenoblade? No. All of the Switch 1 games, it has the game on the cartridge. So are there any Switch 1 keycard? No. No, there isn't. Nintendo doesn't have any keycard games on Switch 1 or Switch 2 right now. So, no. Yeah, keycard traumatic. Yeah, I got some keycard traumatic disorder going on right now. But no, Xenoblade 1, Xenoblade 2, Xenoblade 3, they're all on cartridge. So if you play them on your Switch 2, it wouldn't magically turn into a keycard or something like that. So no. Let's see. I'm ready for Switch 2 to release so we can actually figure out what keycard is. They've already actually detailed it. Like I said, a lot of you guys are just getting smixed by YouTubers yelling at you. But if you watch my channel, you should already know what it is. It's literally like a dummy cartridge. It's like a blank, it's like a shell with a little bit of data on it, and all it does is just download it from the server, and then you can play it. That's it. That's it, guys. It's not rocket science. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not. There's literally keycards on Switch 1, and there's also keycards on Xbox and PlayStation. This isn't some type of new revelation. It's really not. It's honestly, and I'm not trying to just say that like the cap. It's no cap. Like literally, there's one. They're on Switch 1 as well. Like where we have to download the rest of the game in order to play it. Also, they're on PlayStation and Xbox too. Doom: The Dark Ages, for example. That's also, or Indiana Jones on PlayStation. There's also that. So just, I think some of you guys are just like legitimately like you're hearing all these people just be angry and like you're getting smixed on what it actually is. Literally, it's a dummy shell cartridge that has a little bit of data on there. You go on there, you download the game, you all of a sudden, it's not tied to your account. It's just tied to the actual owning the cartridge, and then you could just play. That's it. That's all the keycard is. That is it. Oh my gosh. Let's see here. Is it really practical, or is it a good thing to have third-party games on Nintendo consoles where we've been waiting for? Chris, what are you talking about? Thank you for another. I think you dropped another dono though. But what exactly are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. Let's see here. So yeah, the keycard boogeyman coming through. Keycard boogeyman coming through at this point. No, Mario Kart World is not on the keycard. Stop trying to. You know some people are gullible, bro. Madden and Call of Duty will Madden, yes, is on a keycard. Call of Duty is not officially announced right now for Switch 2, but yes, that'll probably be on a keycard on every platform because that's like 700 gigabytes of data. Let's see here. I heard strong magnet exposure to the keycards could render a keycard unplayable. Why not go digital at this point? LOL. If you want to be able to actually sell the game, that'd be the only reason why. Just keep keycards away from a damn magnet and you should be okay. I mean, most of us don't have magnets lying around at home, so you should be all right. Justin with a $3 dono says, I'm a keycard.
I'm a keycard. Lol.
Everyone. Yeah, I'm a keycard. You're a keycard. Because we're all keycards. Hey, like this. I'm a keycard. You're a keycard. We got to do straight up Good Burger. Or I'm a dude. You're a dude. And he's a dude because we're all dudes. Hey. Oh, man. Shout outs, though. Yo, Cyber Taurus with another big $50 dono. Yo, what is going on tonight, man? You guys are freaking on one. Yo, we out here. Lego 505 7848. So that's what the $50 says. Gotta bounce. Daughter has her final concert of the school year shortly. 500 times combo breaker. See you tomorrow. JoJo Friday. I'm also a key card. Oh my god. Yo, we out here. Give one more. Stream clock extension. We gotta give one more. We'll give you a JoJo. We'll give you a JoJo. Lego. It's not Friday, but we out here. We got to make a separate one just for the random JoJo. We out here. Shout outs, man. Thank you guys so much. Combo breaks. Big love to Cyber Taurus with the big dono. Let's go. I think you actually tied up Bead Queen too for the stream Hokage. Let's go. Thank you guys so much. Cyber Taurus. Cyber T and Super Christian me with the donut.
There's COVID shot, flu shot, and there's KCCD shot. Key card chronic disorder. Y'all need that last shot.
Key card
I'm
chronic.
immune because I don't give a fuck. Lol.
Key card chronic disorder. No, guys, I don't like key cards, but now we're getting out of it's getting out of pocket. It's getting out of hand. We got people talking about our Xenoblade games, our key cards, bro. There ain't no Xenoblade game announced. We talking about people talking about we don't know what it is. It's some mysterious thing, guys. It ain't that like it ain't like that complicated. OJ, we also love you. Also, B Queen, yes sir, or yes ma'am. What am I talking about here? It was me, Dio Keycard. Hey OJ, Mario Kart going to be a physical cart or download code in a box of the system? It is going to be a download code in the box in the system. It is a digital code for if you get the bundle. It is. Some countries it's not, but the only countries that it's not are the countries that there's no access to Nintendo's eShop. So certain countries, but it's a very small amount. But yeah, it's a download code in the box. It's not. I don't think it's pre-installed. So it might be like on a card or something like that. I'm not exactly sure what it's going to be like. However, the Mario Kart bundle is on Switch 1, it's probably going to be very similar to that. So however that's laid out, I think it's going to be like that. Let's go. Cyber Taurus. Tell your daughter I wish her the best recital. Shout outs to her. It's always good to have good hobbies. Personally, don't care about games on keys or not. I just want to play good games. I think that's how, I'd probably say that's probably about how like 80% of gamers are. 80 to 90% of gamers are just like, they don't really care. They just want to play games, you know? But yeah, like I said, I'm not a fan of keycards. I'm not a big fan of keycards. I just want to let you guys know what they actually are. Like, I don't want there to be like, oh, people making up stuff that's like not true. So I just want the right information out there. That's all. Everyone talk about most games on the market are keycards. Not true. Nintendo's taking the next level. They're making it make it the norm. No, yeah. Hold up. I agree. Everyone is not talking like most games are on the market are keycards. No, that's not what most people are talking about. I just personally said that they have been around. Like they are not new. Now, are they making it norm where it's like a lot of them? Yes, I agree with that. And once again, I said I don't like it, but they have been around. The keycards have been around before the Switch 2. The only problem, once again, is that there really was like a no-win scenario, and I'll explain it the same way that I explained it in the debate that we had, or whatever the case is. There was almost like a no-win scenario, because on the Switch 1, 32GB cartridges were not used. You can count on one or two hands the amount of times that developers actually said, I will pay for a 32GB cartridge. On Switch 1, it was easy. The cartridges are expensive, but it was easy because you can just nuke the textures. Switch 1 is not a super strong system. You can get a lot of games under 16GB or under, like, you can get a games like 8GB, 16GB, 11GB, 12GB. A lot of games, there wasn't a lot of big AAA games that used a lot of data that you couldn't fit on a 16GB cartridge. The games that were too big either didn't get a physical or they ended up getting like the keycard stuff, right? Like Hogwarts Legacy, where you need to download the rest of the game in order for you to play. It's on a small dummy cartridge that just has a little bit of data on there, which on Switch 1 it was more, but you still couldn't play the game. You had to download the rest of the game. So Switch 1, it was easy to do that because the file sizes were smaller. However, with Switch 2, the textures are way better. The quality is way better. The audio is way better. All of that stuff has bumped up the file size from typical Switch 1 games that you can fit on a 16GB cartridge, which is more affordable. So therefore, developers are like, we're not paying for 32. There isn't a 32GB option from what we know right now at this point. But even if there was, I don't know how many would actually use that option considering they didn't use it on Switch 1. Same thing goes like the 64GB option. Many aren't going to pay for that. So that's the issue that we're dealing with right now at this point, is that there's not really anything like that we could do to force them at this point outside of just buy the games that are actually on physical cartridges. If you buy those, that might entice more developers to bite the bullet and use the 64GB cartridge. But if you're looking at it from a Switch 1 perspective, it was easier to get them on a Switch on a 16GB cartridge because the file sizes were a lot smaller. Switch 2, you got file sizes that are the same as PlayStation and Xbox or close to it. So stuff like Split Fiction or stuff like Yakuza 0 is like 50GB. That's way bigger than in most, if not every single Switch 1 game. That wouldn't fit on a 32GB cartridge either, right? So Street Fighter, that's like 50-something gigabytes or 50GB. So that also wouldn't fit on any Switch cartridge that's available. 32. So that would have been a game key card too if it was on Switch 1. So that's the problem that we're dealing with. Another problem that we're dealing with is that, yeah, we don't have a 16GB option, you know, and we don't have a 32GB option. I don't think they would have used the 32, but the 16GB option, there's a few games that could have taken advantage of the 16 gigabyte option. Like the Bravely Default game, for example, maybe some of the other smaller, like Survival Kit, some of the other smaller games. But a lot of the big games would have either been key cards on Switch 1 if they were on there, or simply they don't want to pay for the 64 gigabyte cartridge. So that's the whole breakdown with that, at least from my research and estimation. Let's see, I'm simply will be just more selective of what games I'll get. Yeah. All the Marvelous published Switch 2 on cart, the smallest known publishers going full support. Yeah, and they talked about that. They talked about how they felt that it would be good for their customers to be able to play because they buy physical editions all the time. So they based it off of what their consumers buy, which is which is good. I like that from them. Big games wouldn't even fit on any physical format on Switch 1. It'd just be a code in a box. Yeah, there would be no... I mean, it'd either be a download code... It would be this. There'd be two options for Switch 1. It'd either just be digital only, which we've had. It'd be a code in a box, which we've had on Switch 1, and it's on Switch 2, Split Fiction's that. Or it would be a partial code. So it'd be a game key card. So it'd be like 8 gigabytes or 4 gigabytes on a cartridge, and then the rest you download. A lot of you guys don't know about them because a lot of you guys didn't actually buy those games that are game key cards on Switch 1. So that's why you don't know about them.
Is mayonnaise a game key
Monado
card?
with the $3.
No, Patrick, mayonnaise is not a game key card. Horseradish is not a game key card either.
No, it's not. Those aren't. So yeah. Let's see here. It's incentive for smaller companies to have shelf space, but I want a full cartridge. Yeah, well, it's incentive for all the companies to have shelf space. They all still want shelf space, but they don't want to pay for the 64 gigabyte cartridge, unfortunately. Most of them don't. I feel bad for people playing these games on Switch 2 anyways. PS version's way better. So if you wanted to play the PS version, like let's say you go out somewhere, or if you want to play it lying down in bed, like, that's away from your TV and all that, why would you feel bad for people that want to have the option to play the game anywhere? What? That is such a weird virtue signal. Like, we already know what we're getting into whenever you buy a game on Switch 2. Like, so what's the option on PlayStation? Buy a PS Portal and stream it through the internet? Like, clearly people want to be able to play games anywhere. That's very, very, very clear at this point, right, Neil? We went through this with Switch 1, where people would buy games on Switch 1 even though they weren't the quality of Xbox or PlayStation or whatever, but they still bought... Switch 1 sold 1 billion plus games, right, on Switch 1. Over 1 billion games. A lot of those games were third-party games that were on other platforms, but people still bought it. So I don't even know why this is a scenario, or this is a situation. What are you feeling sorry for? People already know what they're getting. Like, so there's a reason why they'll buy it on Switch 2, because they can play it anywhere. A lot of people don't just stay at home all day. A lot of people travel for business. A lot of people go out to places, go to a friend's house, play lying down in bed, whatever the case is, right? Like, if you're not in by your system, I don't know, TV breaks, whatever the case is, there are many options why people would actually want to play a Switch 2 version of a game than a PlayStation version of a game, It's pretty simple. And like I said, it's been like this since the beginning of time. Like, since the beginning of portable systems, since the Game & Watch, back in the day, people would sit there and play a Game & Watch, old school Japan and here in the US over systems that were more powerful because you can take it anywhere. Same thing goes for the Game Boy and the Game Boy Color. The Game Boy Color was not as strong as other systems on the market. The Game Boy wasn't as strong as other portable systems on the market, but people still wanted to play it. Look at the GBA, look at the DS, look at the 3D. I mean, it's been like this for decades. So it's silly to sit there and say, I don't know why anybody would want it. I mean, dude, we've been doing this for literally decades. So that makes no sense. It makes no sense. So yeah, subpar is better. Yes, for some people, being able to play a game anywhere is better than not being able to play the game anywhere. Yes, absolutely. Because how are you playing the game if you have to go somewhere on a business trip and you can't take your PS5? How was the game then? Is it good? It's below subpar. It's not playable. So yes, being able to play a game anywhere is better for a lot of people than being able to only play it by a TV or play it on a TV. Yes. This has been proven. I don't know what to tell you, brother. We saw it with Switch 1. I'm not just making something up. We saw that with Switch 1. Many people would actually like to be able to play a game anywhere that they want. Yes. Justin with the $3.
Sometimes I don't want to sit in front of TV or monitor.
Yep.
Also, it's nice to watch TV and play the Switch.
Yeah, absolutely. And here's the proof of what I'm saying, right, Neil? Here's the biggest proof. The biggest proof of what I'm saying is that Sony made a Portal. If Sony felt that the best quality and the only way to play your games was on a TV and not anywhere that you want, why would they even waste their time making a PS Portal? Why would they even waste their time making it if they felt the best way and best quality? By the way, streaming quality is nowhere near as good as playing on your TV. If you use the internet, it's not going to be as good consistently. It's just not. It's going to be way better on your TV. So if Sony decided to do that themselves, they even think that there's inherent value in being able to play a game anywhere that you want. So I don't know where you're coming from here. Even the people that you're trying to say, oh, well, better quality, even they think it's a good idea to be able to play your games anywhere that you want. That's why they made the PS Portal. And that does not get you better quality than playing it on your TV native, you know? So there you go. RGT in some senses is right. Whatever is available on the system. So I really hope it's like Switch 1, be able to play the games where I want. Yeah, people want to be able to play games anywhere. So let's see. Youngest generation of gamers don't give a flying F about graphics anyway. Go look at the highest grossing games. Yeah, I mean, the youngest generation of gamers, they just want to know, can you play Fortnite on there? Can you play Roblox? Can you play Fortnite? You know, can you play? And a lot of them are just like, you know, they like mobile games. But yeah, that's what it comes down to, man. And yeah, look at Microsoft. Microsoft is coming out with their own portable gaming device, although it's been sidelined for right now. And they're going to focus on the Xbox branded ROG Ally, which isn't going to get you, I think, direct access to your Xbox library. So that's a little sketch, but even they think that there's inherent value in being able to play games anywhere that you want. I mean, it's just, this has been a thing for a long time, you know? My brother just bought a Portal and likes it because he can be around his family more. Yeah, absolutely. I dislike the Portal. At times it works really well, then at times it doesn't, and I've tried everything. But yeah, it's better than nothing, that's for sure, I guess, you know? What if I buy a game digitally on my PS5 then play it on my Portal? Would it be better than streaming quality? It does. No, you're streaming from the system, so it doesn't matter if the game is physical or digital. What matters how good the quality is one, your router or your home network, or two, your internet connection. So it's only going to be as good as your internet connection is. So your local internet connection, because you stream it from there. So if you have a really strong home network, with a good router and a good strong home network with with nobody on it or people not using too much bandwidth and all that, then it should be good. If you got a lot of a good fast internet connection, you should be good with the Portal. It shouldn't be too bad. Now there's sometimes interference can happen, whatever the case is, that can cause some issues, but it should be solid overall. It should be an okay experience, you know. But if you go out somewhere and you're using like your phone tethered to your PS Portal, I played Assassin's Creed Shadows and like it was terrible. It was so bad. But that's because I was using my internet, my phone internet, you know, and I was like, I had to turn it off. It was terrible. So yeah. What's up, BJ Switch? So yeah, it's all good though. Let's see here. Yeah, Switch 2 is not 10-year-old hardware either, but yeah, it's all good though, man. I don't think you really know tech specs and all that, man. But yeah, DLSS. There's no 10-year-old device that has DLSS. There's no the RAM that's in there, the type of RAM that the Switch 2 has, and all that. It's definitely not 10-year-old hardware. That's definitely from Twitter. That would make it older than the PS4 or PS4 Pro, right? And it's definitely got better hardware overall inside of it. And like I said, it's more new. It's definitely not 10 years old. Nah, it's kind of more like 2020, 2021, 2022. Check around that area. Definitely not 10 years old. Nah. Let's see here. When the vid is I sold my PS Portal for the second Nintendo Switch 2 coming. It's coming tomorrow.
Oh boy, here we
Justin
go
with
again.
the 3. Yes, sir. Yeah. Most of the time when people say stuff when it comes to Switch 2, they don't even know what they're talking about. Or they just go off of what people say on the internet. Like, oh, it's 10-year-old hardware. No, it's not. They didn't have DLSS like this 10 years ago. Nah. That's insane to sit there and say it's 10-year-old tech. What 10-year-old tech has DLSS? Impossible, right? And like I said, the technology, I mean, hell, the Tegra X1 just turned 10 years old this year. So that's the Switch 1. That tech just turned 10 years old this year. So Switch 2 is obviously newer tech than the Switch 1. So, yeah. Talk about PS4, Switch 2 is about 7 years old. Nah, that's not true. PS4 didn't have DLSS either. Also, PS4 had a mechanical hard drive. Switch 2 doesn't have that either. The Switch 2 has more RAM, better, faster, more RAM as well. Switch 2 outclasses the PS4 pretty much in every single category. Also, if you outside of memory bandwidth, but if you look at the CPU in the PS4, the Jaguar CPU is terrible compared to the Switch 2. That's the reason why a game like Phantom Liberty can't run on the PS4, but it can run on the Nintendo Switch 2. So yeah, so that's the reason why it's not old like PS4 tech, because that right there shows you what you need to know, everything that you need to know about it, man. But it's all good. I mean, you can continue believing, I guess, random people on the internet. Let's see here. But it's all, hopefully you learned something though. I'm not trying to, I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just trying to give you the correct, what I'm saying is correct. Honestly, I'm not, like I said, I'm not trying to cap or defend. It's like, what I'm saying is correct. It's not 10. It's impossible for it to be 10 years old. It's impossible. There was no DLSS with the PS4. PS4 doesn't have that. The RAM that it uses, the hard drive, I mean, like I said, a mechanical hard drive compared to actual fast storage, express SD cards. This technology is all much newer. It is not 10 years ago. It's just not. It's not true. So I'm just trying to be honest with you, man. I'm just being honest, honestly. Let's see here. Bro, Switch 2 is going to be the next gen. 100% people stop hating. Let us fans have fun. Yeah, it's all good though. Like I said, I like facts here. Listen, man, if the technology was that old, I'd say, hey, look, man, yeah, there's some things that was there, but it's really not. Once again, I know the technology that was 10 years ago from Switch 1 or even from PS4. I know I have a PS4. I've watched so much stuff on that, and there's so many things of where, especially the CPU, where the Switch 2 is definitely better. The PS4 CPU was a problem overall. Once again, DLSS, those like express SD cards, things like this that the PS4 just didn't have. The PS4 did not have that. It had a mechanical slow hard drive, That's the reason why PS4 has to install games and run it off of there. You can't even run the game. You have to install it to the hard drive, right? Just for it to be even somewhat fast enough to run off of it. Whereas the Switch 2, you can run it off the cartridge that they have, or you can run it off the Express SD that are going to be faster as well. So I'm just giving you the right information. I'm not trying to, like I said, argue or anything, go back and forth. We just need to be truthful here. That's all, Is the PlayStation Portal a waste of money? I'm wanting to buy one and use it as a glorified Wii U tablet or Wii U gamepad. I just want to play Crash, Astrobot, and COD. You know what, man? It's really going to be based on your internet, bro. So Green Ninja, if you got a strong home internet connection with a good router, it should work. So if I were you, try it out. If it sucks, then just take it back, Let's see. That person should probably try to convince people in Japan, since the PS5 needs all word of mouth they can get. Maybe. I don't know what he's talking about, though. He said he plays his Switch 1 games portable as well. So he knows the value of playing games portable. Dark Synchron. But yeah, once again, he's listening to Digital. I mean, even Digital Foundry's kind of backtracking on it, because they did Digital Foundry did a comparison of Cyberpunk, and they're like, oh yeah, the image quality is way better than the PS4 Pro version. Like, the image quality is way better. All that, like, a lot of stuff is way better. We've seen comparisons with the PS4 to Switch 2, so we're seeing that, and clearly it's better than the PS4 versions of games like Street Fighter, the games that we do have. I think Yakuza 0 runs better on Switch 2 than it does on PS4. So like the stuff that we do have that we can compare, it definitely looks better, than the PS4. So it's definitely above that. And once again, there's the newer technology like DLSS and stuff like that. That type of stuff didn't exist with the PS4 tech, the faster loading, stuff like that, Express SD cards, better memory, better CPU. I mean, it goes on and on. And if you dock it, yeah, definitely docked. Definitely docked. No, I'm not trying to call him a weirdo or nothing. I mean, he's, like I said, he's just listening to more people that are, like on the internet, which is like, Digital Foundry. They were saying PS4, right? Which, once again, I don't necessarily fault them, because I think that it's okay to have, like, once again, it's in between. It's in between. It's somewhere in between when it comes to like PS4 Pro, probably PS4 Pro, and like an Xbox Series S. It's somewhere in between there. But once again, it's a newer architecture. Developers have, it's more efficient and it's newer. So the developers that are good with it are going to be able to do some things that maybe that they didn't catch the first time around on the PS4, right? Or that are streamlined, or they've gotten better at it, right? So you're going to see some improvements in things just simply because it's newer. Let me give you an example. That even with the Switch 1 compared to PS4, right? You didn't think something like this was coming. So for some of you guys know about this, but Alien Isolation actually looks a little bit cleaner and better on the Switch 1 than it does on some of the other systems that are more powerful, because newer architecture, they learned a few things, they learned a few tricks, and they were able to optimize on their port to the Switch 1. So it's gonna be like that with some of these games, with a lot of these games. Like, you know, for example, like if you edited a video, right? Let's say you edited one video, and then you took that same video, and maybe you lowered the specs of your PC or something like that, but the video's already edited, and you learned and you got knowledge. You already know what's in the video. Now from there, you can actually make optimizations to make the video better, even if you don't have something that's quite as good in terms of running. And that's a weird analogy, but I'm trying to relate it to my work as an editor, right? So if I get a video and I've seen it or I watch it and I'm like, okay, I think I can make this better. Even if I don't have the type of PC that the person that gave it to me has. They have a way, I can still optimize it and make little tweaks here and there, and actually maybe even make the video cleaner and better despite it, you know, being edited off a stronger PC or something, right? Because I already know it. I know what I'm looking at. I know what I'm doing, you know? So, and like the video is done. The video is complete. So I think that's really where, you know, I'm kind of looking at it from my angle at least, you know? Be careful, PE. Saying PS4 CPU is problem is disingenuous. It's good compared to the other consoles. Yeah. Well, I mean, here's the thing. Like, even I think Sony even talked about that. Most of the people talked about the CPU was a problem for like the Xbox One and the PS4. So at least that's from what I understand and from what Digital Foundry, what people have said. So if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. I'll take the L. But I think that's what most people say with it, right? It's a ROG Ally with Nintendo first party backing it up. You know, I don't know anything about ROG Ally when it comes to how that is, so I'm not even sure if it's that. Some people will say it might be that, or it might be better, might not. I mean, we gotta wait and see, I think. So yeah. Let's see, it just feels like they're so disingenuous. That's my issue. I mean, yeah. I mean, that could be it. But once again, like, I don't know if it's that. It's just more so, you know, more so just everybody has their opinion, right? Like, everybody has their opinion. I don't want to take it off to like everybody's a troll just because they don't think the same thing that we might think or that I might think, right? I don't want to think that, you know, or I don't want to say that. I don't want it to be that type of way. So yeah. Let's see here. ROG Ally doesn't have some of the same screen features. Yeah, once again, I don't know the specs of the ROG Ally. I have seen some comparisons of games like Cyberpunk, like running on a ROG Ally compared to like Nintendo Switch 2, and I think it, like, don't quote me on this, but I think it actually might beat out like the Nintendo Switch 2 might beat out ROG Ally in some ways. I think Blunty did some stuff, but once again, I'm not a tech person enough to know. I haven't done like the direct comparisons and stuff like that. I'm actually impressed with Switch 2 edition of Breath of the Wild. I laughed at first, but I watched the video and I was impressed. Slightest things make a difference. Yeah, Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom is going to be awesome, man. I'm looking forward to that quite a bit. I didn't get a screen protector. No, I don't like screen protectors. I'm not a fan. Has anyone seen the Switch unboxing on Twitter? Yeah, I've seen it. It's just an unboxing. It ain't really much. But yeah, we covered it in a video as well. Picked up a 512GB Express and Switch 2 screen protectors yesterday. Nice. Let's go, Jay Guerrero. I need to, maybe I'll get, I gotta see the screen protectors. I gotta see how they look, because I just don't want them altering the look of the actual, you know, of this. I don't want them putting any weird residue or altering the look of it. And that's, sometimes I've gotten screen protectors that do that. So I'm kind of a no screen protector guy, but, you know. See, sorry, the Steam Deck crawls with Monster Hunter Wilds, crashes consistently, but the Nvidia stuff, it can work on Switch 2. Yeah, I mean, if they made Monster Hunter Wilds for the Switch 2, it would be an actual built version for the Switch 2. They do it'd probably be better optimized than a Steam Deck. I don't think they were too worried about optimizing for the Steam Deck when it came to Monster Hunter Wilds. Remember, Switch 1 got unboxed even earlier. It turns out it was a stolen Switch 1. Yeah, I think some of these Switch 2s that are being unboxed might be stolen as well. But, I mean, I can't prove that. But, I mean, it probably is. Or it could be. Let's see. OJ got money. He cracks the screen. He gets a new Switch. Bruh, stop it. I do not have money like that. No, I do not. No, I do not, man. But I do. I can write off stuff. So that's the positive. That's the benefit. Not with this baby eating up, not with this baby and this lady eating up everything. My son is gonna eat me out of house and home, bro. That boy eats more than I do. This man out here looking like Bam Bam. Guys, this man eating Brontosaurus burgers. Man's gonna eat me out of house and home, bruh. boy be eating, bro. I can't even enjoy a freaking yogurt cup without him going, looking at me like, walking like, remember the kids on Hey Arnold whenever they're walking? Like, when they're walking, he walking at me like, damn, Helga Pataki coming at me walking all crazy. I can't even enjoy a damn yogurt cup with this dude looking like, where's mine? Like him walking at me like he's gonna, like with his fist clenched. Like, goodness gracious, bro, I just fed you. Yeah, they had that Hey Arnold walk, that intro, like where they're walking like, he's walking at me like that. I'm like, bro, chill. That dude, Bam Bam, man. Anyway, let's see. I have a Steam Deck. I really tried to get that thing running wilds, and I had and it had all the problems I mentioned. So they'd be coming for another Steam Deck user. Listen, man, I ain't here to listen. I ain't here to talk about Steam Deck. All right, I'm not here to talk about Steam Deck. I'm good. I see whatever problems or whatever you like or dislike about it. I agree with you. I'm just not trying to. That Steam Deck video, bro. That Steam Deck video was so funny. I even had some people that were like cool with me get angry at like that's not angry, but like respond to that Steam Deck video. My man, I think my man Mr. T, he made a vid talking about why are people selling their Steam Deck. I'm like, oh Lord have mercy. Like oh, Lord have mercy. I'm good. I'm good talking about it at this point, man. You sold your Steam? Yeah, I sold. I knew people would be a little upset, but I didn't think it was that big of a deal, bro. I think you got to make the sequel with the PS Portal. Yeah, you know what? if I did do I'm selling my PS Portal, bro. I don't know. I think I'd probably just. I think I'm good. It's not even worth. The views aren't worth the amount of smoke, because I'd probably just have to deal with the whole gang of other people. So I don't really feel like doing that. I'd rather spend the time actually making cool Switch 2 content, you know? So yeah, I'm good. I don't know if I'll ever make another video like that again. You know, because yeah, that was weird. I ain't never seen people act so weird before. The video wasn't even that bad, in my opinion. Like, I don't think it wasn't even that bad. Let's see here, dude. Just go up on these guys that troll the trolls. Yeah, no, it's okay, man. It ain't that big of a deal. So you got to make the sequel. Okay, yeah, okay, I already read that. My bad. Saying certain games that can't run on Steam Deck will have crazy. Yeah, like that's why I don't want to say anything, because like if you say something doesn't run, like you didn't download the latest firmware 4.57562 Cyberpunk 07 Futuristic Punk Cyber X5Z File XZ2 download on Z Cyber X Dark Web 07. If you download that, then you sit there flipping around the Steam Deck, dude. Like this. Take two things, take a spoon, hit your Steam Deck one time, go like this, flip it around, plug in a cord, like turn it, drive to Gabe Newell's house, ask him, have him take it back. It'll work perfectly fine. 70 frames per second, bro. Like if you, because that's what people were saying. You didn't download the latest 27Z65567 Steam Deck, whatever. I'm like, bro, okay, I'm good. I read through the comments, bro. It was like 1,000 people just yelling at me about how I didn't. How dare me? So I'm just, yeah, I'm good. I ain't gonna, you know. I'm not gonna worry about that anymore, man. I'll just stick to the normal, easy stuff, right? Video was very informative, but the drama comments, drama, yeah. Let's see. Hey, what's up, Alpha? Make sure you flip two. Yeah, I gotta. Flip two, make sure they're protein pancakes. Need a little bit more, you know, a little bit more muscle in there. Gotta get put with the protein pancakes, you know. So yeah. If you download Cyberpunk Cyberpunk, it's the same amount of file space on PC on Steam Deck, right? OJ, for what it's worth, Power didn't work on my friend's Steam Deck either. No, no. Oh man, and then listen. I'm gonna call Cap. Liar. Cap in the hat. You just describe why I never bother with Unix Linux users when trying to learn. Okay, yeah, it's the same. Okay, yeah, that's a big file size on there too. That's a big file. That's a big file size. So, say Cyberpunk download would be a third on the Switch. Yeah, that's the crazy thing. The Switch file size for Cyberpunk is like 50 something gigabytes, right? It's like almost, I think it's under 60. So the fact that they're able to shrink it down like that is pretty crazy. But once again, you know, PC is a bit different in terms of like putting the game on PC. PC, you need like it's like the 4K textures. It's like all the, you know, it's got like the works, you know? Whereas on Switch 2, you're not going to have all that. It's not going to be as in-depth as the PC version, you know? The drama's bad. Kim Kardashian meltdown getting the BBL. Yeah, man. Steam Deck has no compression, so it uses the exact same space as PC. Another advantage. Switch 2 having built-in hardware decompression. Yeah. You can put the same game assets in much smaller space. Yeah. That's the thing, like when you're talking about a console, right? Like console like the Switch, it's going to have those type of things that they try to, you know, build into the system from the beginning, because, you know, obviously file space is not going to be at, as much as like what you get on a PC or something, you know, for the most part. I think COD doesn't decompress as much as they could on purpose. You're a little less likely to play other games. Yeah. All that adjusting would turn you into a Joker from The Dark Knight. Oh man, yeah. Why so serious? Shout out. Still upgrade your PS5 with the 2 terabyte. Nice. Yeah, you know what the funniest thing? You guys, some of you, not all of you guys, but some people made fun of me because I never actually upgraded my base PS5's hard drive. So I constantly had to clean out the closet, you know, or clean out the fridge. That's what they call it, cleaning out the fridge or whatever. I constantly had to do that over and over because I never actually upgraded my PS5 hard drive. I would just delete the games that I'm not using anymore or I'm not playing anymore. So that was funny. Never upgraded it. This whole time I had it for going on 5 years now before it broke. Well, before the HDMI broke. I got a PS5 Pro, but now I don't really like. They asked me, do you want to carry over all your games from the pre? I was like, no, I'm good. I said, no, I'm good. I just started fresh on there. I just imported my save file, or I imported my dude, I don't think I even import. No, I imported all my save files from my PS5. So I imported all my save files, but I just left all my games that were on my base PS5, and then I just downloaded what I needed, which was like Assassin's Creed Shadows, and I downloaded Atelier, and I just started fresh. Like I don't have any of the games that I had previously. I mean, I still have them. I can pop them to the use the disc and download, but I just didn't bother with all the games that I already had installed. Like I didn't transfer them over. I just said screw it. Like if I want to play them, I'll just play it. But I have way more space now because I didn't do that. And then on top of that, the PS5 Pro has more hard drive space. So yeah. Never upgraded my PS5 or Xbox Series S/X. Okay, you never well, you can't upgrade. Well, you can upgrade. Actually, no, you can upgrade all those, right? Yeah, you can. They have the proprietary ones. Yeah. Man, I saw that breakdown one time, the PS5 upgrade, and I ran like, nope. Yeah, I actually made a video about that. Like, I'm good on like upgrading. Like, I'm good. I'm out. You know, on upgrading. Like, you know, trying to take it out and like do like the heat sink and all. Like, I mean, which it's not hard, but yeah, I'm good. How big is Witcher? How much does Nintendo compress it? I mean, well, CD Projekt Red compressed it. It's on a 32 gigabyte cartridge, so it's about 32 gigabytes. At least the vanilla version is 32 gigabytes or less. Witcher 3 on Switch 1. OJ, why is Mario Kart 88? I'm sorry, I'm obsessed with 88. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Let's see, y'all gonna make me go spend money today? I need The Witcher. Okay. Shout outs to The Witcher. I'm good though. I'm good. I actually don't like The Witcher. I tried it on like every platform. I've tried it on every platform. Although I need to play like they made a better like Xbox Series version, didn't they? Like an upgrade. Like I need to check that out. I think I downloaded it on my Xbox, but I never actually like played it for that long, just because I don't think I like the game. So yeah. Nintendo said, screw it, let's charge almost 90 for this time. So funny. Almost 90. It's 80. I don't know, it's 70, almost 80. I guess they're already charging 80 then. If 80 is 90, then 70 is almost 80. All right, so they've already been doing $80 games. Let's go. Tears of the Kingdom, $80 game. You don't like Witcher? One of my favorite games is Witcher 3. No, I don't like Witcher. I've tried every game in the series, at least every main game that I know about. Witcher 1, Witcher 2, and Witcher 3. I played Witcher 1 and 2 on my PC, and then I played Witcher 1 on my PC, and then I played Witcher 2 on my Xbox 360, and then I played Witcher 3 on my Xbox One, and I played it on my I think I played it on my PS4. I might have played it on, and I played it on my Switch. I know I played it on Xbox One and Switch, and I just haven't been able to get into it. Sorry, I meant Euros. Europe. We're not in Europe. Any tips on how to secure SD Express card? I have no idea, man. They've just been out of stock for quite some time, you know. They've just been out of stock for quite some time. So yeah, man. It's been wild. It's been a wild ride. Yeah, but I don't like any of the. I think the most time that I put into a Witcher game was like, I think I put 20 to 30 hours into Witcher 1. I just haven't been able to get into the games. Like, I just haven't been able to get into them, and I've tried, but it's not. That doesn't mean that the games are bad. The games are good. Like Witcher 3, Witcher 1, 2, and 3. They're all good games. It's just they're just not for me. That's all. It's not that they're bad games. They're just not for me. You know, that's the thing, though. You know what I'm saying? That's the thing. But Steam's great. Like, I opened up my Steam right now. Let me look. Witcher. Oh, I have Witcher 2 on PC. Okay, so I put 11 hours into Witcher 2. So I played that back in. I pulled up my Steam. So I put 11 hours and I said I'm good. Back in December 14th, 2012. Oh my goodness, my life. Oh my gosh. Don't even remind me of my life in 2012. Tony, you want to know depression, bro? Goodness gracious. Oh my god. I will never ever would want to go back to that time period in my life. Holy smokes. Yeah, playing games with the oh no, I can't. Okay, so I put 17 hours. Okay, yeah. So I put yes, I put, so I can show you guys so you know I'm not capping on you guys. I put 17 hours into Witcher 1 on my PC. I put 17 hours. Power World's updating. So yeah, I put 17 hours into it. 17.4. And then for The Witcher 2, I put 11.2 hours. So yeah, I just wanted to actually check because I said 20 to 30. No, I put 17 and 11, and I said I'm good. I said I don't think I want to play. I said I don't think I want to play, man. I'm good, you know. So yeah. See, Stealth just posted on Twitter saying the Russian leaker isn't afraid of Nintendo. The Russian leaker. I mean, why would he be afraid of Nintendo? He's in Russia. So yeah, what are they gonna do? Let's see here. I don't like Witcher. I thought I was the only one. No, there's a lot of people that like Witcher a lot, but there's also a lot of people that don't like Witcher. The first boss in Witcher 2 is insanely difficult. I don't remember the first boss in Witcher 2 being insanely difficult. I don't remember not playing the game because it was too hard. I just didn't feel like playing it anymore. Power World still exists? Yeah, it's updating right now. It's updating. Those XSD cards are gonna stay super expensive. Oh, Express. Just demand is way too high. Even if it becomes less expensive for the big makers, they'll still continue to charge the same amount. I mean, usually memory goes down, Alpha. So like memory always goes down, even with insane demand. Memory goes down. So like when USB flash was first announced, or like when we first got SD cards or micros, they were all really expensive for the time, and then over time it just naturally goes down, you know. Power was so addicting. There was a funny glitch in the game where you could stand on top of a ball and it shoots you into the sky. Yeah, I remember I saw that glitch. I think I actually did that glitch a couple times. But yeah, I was addicted to Power World for a while, but then I realized that I'm wasting my time. Like I was playing it and I put like 50 something hours into it. Or no, sorry. 30 something hours into it. But then I just realized like it was just like a slog and a grind, and there was like no actual reason, like story and stuff, for me to be playing the game. So I just decided to just wrap it up. I got tired of it. Yeah, I put 36.1 hours. So I actually put a decent amount of time. I mean, not as much as other people, but I actually put a decent amount of time into Power World. I actually put a pretty good amount into it. And yeah, that was that. So yeah. Oh man, crazy stuff. Power to slop. Sorry, you don't gotta apologize to me. What are your thoughts on Halo? What's your favorite? My favorite is Halo 1 or Halo 2, and I like Halo. How's Multiverse doing? Was that your favorite game? How's I mean, I think I have Multiverse on PC. I can see how Multiverses was. I don't know where I put more time in, PC or PS5. Multiverse. Oh, it says that I barely put any time in It says I only put 116 minutes. So that's what, like almost 2 hours. I put way more time into the PS5 version. Yeah, I put more time into the PS5 version of the game. I think this version I got it on PC. I only got it on PC just so I can test out the new season without turning on my PS5, just because I didn't feel like turning on my PS5. And I just want to capture some footage and get maybe the new season like the best possible way, like connection. And I just didn't feel like hooking up my PS5 like internet and all, like without cable and all that, when my PC's already hooked up directly through like Ethernet. So yeah, that was to test out the season 5 just to see, and I was playing. I'm like, nah, this ain't good. Or was it season 5 or whatever? It was around June 8th, 2024. So I think it was like when oh no, it was when they brought the game back. Wasn't that like around the time that they brought the game back, or was that the year before that? I don't remember. Either way, why are they patching? There's a patch that's running. Dude, this game's dead. I guess I need to patch it so I can play offline, right? Yeah, the offline patch. That's about today, isn't it? Shout outs though, guys. Appreciate you guys have been incredible. Yo, 517 combos. Hey yo, let's go, man. Thank you so much. Any hype for Resident Evil 9? I mean, if it's first person, not as much hype. If it's third person, I'd be more down to play. OJ, why is Mario Kart 64 not so good? I'd rather play Super Mario Kart. Maybe because you don't like Mario Kart 64. I don't know, Felipe. What's up? Hey, what's up, Brian? Been watching a lot of your live replays, loving the content, excited for the Switch 2 next week. Yes, sir, Brian, right? Let's go. If you want old school, you can play Dusk. Use the amazing amount of visual settings to play it like old consoles and computers. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good on all that. But yeah, I feel you though, fam. Akami, I feel you on that one though. Playing the old school stuff. Then I got the calls of Super Mario Strikers Charge, the Marvel vs. Capcom 3. Yes, sir. And when I hear planning on buying the protective case for Switch 2, yeah, we've had a few people, SB Digital. Yeah, we've had a few people. When is Halo Collection coming to Switch 2? I would guess that it'd come to Switch 2 by the end of the year. Or or next year sometime. Excuse me. Cattle seem to like first-person RE for some reason. I think a lot of the people that like first-person RE, they like it because it kind of puts you in the atmosphere of like really scary, right? So I think that's the reason why they like first-person RE. Because even like on the old school RE games, like sometimes you would go into first person, right? Like when you walk through a door, it was like, I mean, they were masking the loading times, but you know, it was like first person door, you know, or whatever. So Crispy Tofu with the dollar dono DK. Hey, combo breaker. 517 now 518. Oh my goodness, can we? I don't know if 600 is possible tonight. 600. I mean, that'd be crazy. That'd be crazy with the 600 combo breaker. Let's go. We need more members so we can get crazy Mario Kart. Yo, shout outs to the members though, guys. We got 486, so we got plenty of members. But yeah, if you want to become one, I don't want to shill it too much. You guys have been crazy today. But yeah, if you want to play Mario Kart World with us, which is coming out next week, you can become a member in the community. It's only $1. It gets you into our Discord, and you can play Mario Kart. So yeah, if you want to go ham on Mario Kart, where we're going to be having 24 players going nuts, it's going to be lit. Exclamation mark member, all lowercase. You can join up. But yeah, once again, man, I appreciate everything that I got. It ain't like a must or anything, but yeah, it is only $1. And like I said, I want to make it as cheap as possible so people can be able to join in, no problem. But yeah, we are going to be having tournaments. We are going to be having like gift card giveaways for like our eShop, like monthly tournaments and stuff like that. Like we did with Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Like we had a lot of those, like where we did eShop card tournaments, or where we did like just like regular tournaments. So yeah, if you want to get in on that action, even if it's just for fun, like you don't have to be like super competitive. If you just want to come and play, we're going to do knockout tour. We're going to do, You know, we're gonna do all the different modes and stuff. Like, we're gonna do battle mode. We're gonna do everything. We're gonna do the teams. So it's gonna be a lot of fun. All these Nintendo Switch channels, not me seeing a game key card ghost. Much love to the Switch 2 though. All these Nintendo Switch channels, not me seeing game key card ghost. Wait, what up, Dizzy Paper Moon? We talked about that whole game key card ghost thing. That was a while ago. What are you talking about, fam? Are you okay, Dizzy? Shoutouts, man. I wasn't trying to make you feel uncomfortable or nothing. But yeah, Xenoblade isn't it's not a game key card. It's a Switch 1 game. So all the Xenoblade games, they're all on Switch 1. There is no Switch 2 versions of Xenoblade games. And you know, so they're all physical. You can play them on your Switch 2 no problem, you know. Yo, J7 says first person is so claustrophobic. In RE8 the camera is too zoomed in to scare the player, but yes, it's annoying because it's hard to see what's going on when managing enemies in RE8. Yeah, that's what I didn't like about RE7. I had to turn, like, I started playing it and I got past like the first boss fight, like, or like one of the first boss fights, like inside like the little, like the garage, like where with the car. And like, that was just, I'm just in there's a guy coming at me with a car in a garage and it's in first person. I can't see. Man, look, what's going on? I'm getting road raged. Like, I'm just like, what is this? And then I went to a downtown cellar thingy and there was like I was just like, I just cut it off, man. I just cut that game off. I'm like, I can't play this. This is unplayable for me. You know, so if it's but Resident Evil 4 Remake, oh, I was all over that. I was on it, man. On it like bonnet. I was on it, bro. I got down in RE4 Remake. I freaking played the heck out of that game. Put like 30-something hours into that game. Loved every bit of RE4 Remake. Did a lot of the side quests and stuff. So yeah, I get down in RE4. Like I'll get down in the third-person REs, you know, especially RE4, RE5. RE6 sucks, but I mean, whatever. Like, I can get down in all those, but yeah, not the first-person ones, man. Bro, you didn't read my comment in the dono? I didn't? Oh. My bad, bro. I thought, for some reason, my brain thought that it read it out through the text, speech to text, but it needs to be 3 at least for that. My bad. Hey, OJ, do you think that you'll be doing any more buy now before rare vids for Switch 1? Love those videos. I might still do some of those buy now before rare vids. But we'll see. Like I said, I've done a lot of the vids. I've already done them. I'll probably put in a compilation of buy now before rare. I'll probably make like a super compilation of all the videos. So maybe like hour something long of buy now, probably like 2 hours of buy down before rare, so you can watch it like in a big video. But yeah, I don't see myself doing a ton of those until we get more Switch 2 games. But Switch 2 buy down before rare is going to be really weird because there's going to be a lot of game key cards, so we've got to wait till there's, you know, a lot more non-game key cards. Then we got to see how the market plays everything out, you know. Sorry about that, Crispy Tofu, though. Appreciate you, man. Let's go. Combo breaks. Combo breaks in the house, man. Combo breaks in the house. Yeah, 518 combo breaker. Hey, what's up, Dark Synchro? I know you've been here, but what's up, man? Hey, what's up, Unreal Christian? Says 1 week to go before the chaos begins. Yo, chaos reigns. Let's go. Chaos reigns supreme. Let's go. Chaos reigns. Chaos reigns. Let's get into that Xbox handheld, though, shall we? Like, let's get into the story about the Xbox handheld. So, according to Windows Central, I'm reading from Shinobi. He posted this. It says Xbox dedicated handheld has been sidelined for now, and focus is on Windows 11 handheld gaming with third-party partners, according to Windows Central. Next-gen Xbox still in development. So the next-gen big Xbox is still in development, but the dedicated handheld is sidelined, according to, and Windows Central usually has pretty good Xbox sources. So yeah, I think, here's what I think. This is what I put on Twitter. I put Xbox's dedicated handheld seems to be off the table for right now to refocus. Getting a dedicated handheld to work within time, graphics, budget, etc. is very difficult. Getting it to work alongside a next-gen platform and a Xbox-branded PC handheld just seems impossible logistically. Yeah, so. Party man with the $5, Ninja Peach.
Who is everyone maining in Mario Kart World? Also, Knockout Tour and 24-player races are gonna be insane.
Oh yeah.
We gotta watch out for the new age Vortex cause it will be more chaotic lol.
Yeah.
Mario Kart World Theme PLS?
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be pretty chaotic. I agree. Mario Kart World, it's definitely gonna be really chaotic, but it's also gonna be spread out a little bit more because of the size of the courses, right? So there's gonna be a lot more things like grinding, like where you can like dodge things. So I think it's gonna be chaotic, or it can be if everyone's close. But I think a lot of times like it could actually make a gap in terms of skill with some people, right? But yeah, absolutely, man. Absolutely. Very looking forward to it, man. Looking forward to Mario Kart so much. Yo, shout out to Party, man. Even further than beyond. 523. This is definitely one of the records. This is a Thursday record? We out here tonight, man. Cow or Toad? All you need is a chicken. Then you can do cow and chicken. Cow. They gotta put a chicken in there. They've gotta put a seriously, they've gotta put a chicken in the game. I need references. Do any guys and gals in the site's limited run games? I've used both of them, and then like they take so long sometimes to get here that I forget that I bought them. Shout outs to Party Man, dude. Appreciate you. Big love. Big love. Christian, are you ready for Unreal Christian? Are you ready for Mario Kart World, fam? Get the handheld made in India would be key to avoid the extra tariffs. Yeah. Good luck getting all those parts made there out of nowhere. But yeah, I'm thinking that the dedicated handheld was shelved because this man Trump said, "Nano snap, nano snap." I think those Trump tariffs, bro. Trump hit that dedicated handle with the Thanos snap they saw them tariffs, they're like, yeah, no dedicated handheld. We can't really move the production. We good, fam. Just leave it alone. Trump hit him with the tariff snap, bro. Hit him with the gommage. Mael. Hit him with the gommage, bruh. I need to show you guys that clip, fam. I need to show you guys that clip, what I did to that super boss. For those who don't care about spoilers, I'll show you. Maybe I'll get it set up and we'll do it on JoJo Friday. Maybe we'll do that if we hit a goal. I'll show you guys my Thanos snap that I did to the hardest boss in the game on the hardest difficulty. It was so cool. It was so cool. Show you guys my Thanos snap, man. Let's see here. I'm ready to destroy all. Yo, let's go. Trump Thanos tariff snap. Yeah, he hit him with the gommage, bruh. Let's see here. Mael's my girl. Her and Luna are dope. Yeah. Mael's my girl. Mael, Verso, and Shiel. Mael, Verso, and Shiel. Shiel or Shiel, however you say her name. I used to use Luna. I used to use her. She's actually really good. But if you're gonna use her, you gotta use her as like, you can use her as like, she can be a really deadly mage, and she can also be obviously a healer, you know. But my strategy focused around buffing my my best character, which is Mael. So my strategy focused around making sure Mael and Verso can do everything that they need to do, but in particular Mael, she's like the key to everything. So that's why Shiel for me is a little bit better than Luna. Says dude, Verso Duluso like Duluso's, yeah, because he goes twice, but then you can also use the cheater, so then he goes like 3 times or whatever in a row. Yeah, he goes so many times. But Mael is by far, she's like the GOAT character in the game because of Gomash. Hey, have you seen the tweet from R64 talking about how the guy in Russia who leaked the Switch 2 basically said Nintendo pulled out of Russia in 2023, he can't be tracked? Yeah, I mean, obviously it's Russia, so they're not going to really do anything to him. He's in Russia. So what is he going to do? I mean, what are they going to do? So what, you know? He still needs the update for it to work, but for him to show it or whatever, however he got it or whatever, Nintendo's not going to do anything about some lone, you know what I'm saying, like Dimitri and you know what I'm saying, and in what's it called? In Russia. They can't do nothing. Dan Velez, thank you for the subscription, man. I appreciate that. Shout outs. Let's go. I have to choose between Rocket Knight Collection, Resparked, and Expedition 33. I'll be able to get Expedition next month. I don't know why you would choose Rocket Knight Collection over Expedition, but you know what? It's fine, man. As long as you can get it next month, I'm with you, brother. I'm with you, fam. Let's see. No, Mael's the main character. She's the GOAT. She's the GOAT. You got to go with her. You got to go with the oh, what's that sword she uses? It's that purple sword. That purple sword that she uses. The one that just is like the one that starts you out in virtuous stance or virtuous stance. Oh my gosh. Just roll with that. Fortune Fury or mark a target. Verso. Mark the target with Verso. Fortune's Fury with Shiel to Mael, and then level 3 Gamage. Gone. Snap. Also inverted, and put all your damage buffs. Inverted, full health buff, all that stuff. Gone every time. Just snap. Gone. Rocket Knight is cool, but I'm not sure if I'm getting it over freaking Expedition 33. Expedition 33 is the GOAT. If you could choose one game to play, would it be Expedition or Metaphor? I can't choose between them because they're both goated. It's a toss-up. Metaphor, I'd probably, if it's long run, Metaphor, because Metaphor has way more content. But if you're just talking about how good each game is, they're both good in a very different type of way. What's up, Daniel? Welcome. I talked about this on the Spawncast recently, too, you know? Did I say Metaphor 33? Metaphor 33. They need to do a crossover. Metaphor, Refantazio crossed over with Expedition 33. It would probably suck, but it'd be awesome. I don't know. That could be kind of cool. I would love to see that. Like outfits and stuff like that from crossover, baby. For the next games they got to. They should work together. Do some outfit crossovers. Metaphor. Oh, that's your answer. Yeah, Metaphor 33. Let's go. Yeah, that could be. That's interesting for sure. So yeah. Does Expedition 33 left more of an impact? I can see that, especially after the ending of the game, for sure. Metaphor has more content. It has more content. It has more variety within the content. It has more party setups and combinations and things that you can potentially do, because everybody can learn everything in Metaphor. So there's just way more combinations. Whereas obviously Expedition is locked. Outside of Pictos, it's locked. But in Metaphor, I mean, outside of Will, I mean, you know, Will can learn. I mean, obviously Will can, there's stuff that's locked just straight to Will, the main character, but yeah. How many hours do you have in Expedition? I think I have 70 something hours. So I'm going on almost 80 now, I think. I'm doing good though, Daniel. Plus, OJ, you're awesome. That's why I've supported you for almost a decade. That's crazy. Thank you so much, V. I appreciate that. Your content's been business good. Plus, I consider you older brother. Thank you so much, V. I appreciate you. You talk about Mael like I talk about Ernie being the early GOAT in Fire Emblem Engage. She's cleaned enemies in the early game. Yeah, I mean, Mael doesn't kind of get, I mean, she's good, but she doesn't really get good until later down the line a little bit. Like, you don't know how to use her. At first, it's like with these weird stances. So at first, you might think that she's not that good. But then she becomes good later. That's when she becomes good. She learns a certain move that makes her really, really, really good. Like, she has a level 3 gradient that makes her really good. And that's when she becomes, like, super, super, super OP. But in the early game, she's not quite as good. She's not quite as good. So sometimes people think that she's not good. But then, like, if you actually, like, later, you're like, oh, wait a minute, no, she's really good. She's really good. Like, once you start understanding, like, the virtuous stance, when you start understanding, like, what she can do, you know? Oh, yeah, I knew who you meant. It's all good. My target order switch to change from preparing to ship to let's go. Sorry to hear that you recently lost your father, SB Digital. But yeah, I'm guessing you probably cried, man. That might have been an emotional tearjerker right there. Like, I didn't cry, but man, I was close. I was like not close, but I was like 2 tears away. Like, I was like 2 beats away. But yeah, I'm sorry. First of all, I'm sorry to hear about you losing your father. But I can see how you probably connected to that story emotionally, you know. So I mean, that's the power of video games, man. That's the power of video games. But at least you can have some joy and have some joy in playing the game, but also see some parallels or see some things, I mean, in terms of how life is. But I'm really sorry that you've lost your father. You know, not to make it about myself, but I'm not. And I'm not saying that my father has not passed away, so I'm happy about that. But to be honest, like, I have not seen the guy in a really long time, you know. Like, I thank him. He did, you know, he raised me. He did take care of me, but my mom and everything. Like, he was around for a number of years, so you know, so I no hate against him. I'm not trying to hate or nothing, but I ain't seen him for a hot minute. So it's not like he's dead, but I mean, sometimes it kind of felt like it because I ain't seen him in so long, you know. Last time I saw him was 2003. 2003. Yeah, I ain't seen him in 2022. I ain't seen him in 22 years, 2 decades plus. So yeah. If it's on Steam Deck, I know Switch 2 can play it. I had a good fire build with my early game. I used to get virtuous stance second turn. Yeah. Like the fire build, she's pretty good like with the fire stuff. But yeah, the thing about it is that she gets the reason Mael can be so much better in the early game. But the reason why people don't think Mael's good in the early game because they miss her weapon that makes her really good. That's the problem. If you don't beat the Colosseum with Mael, if you fight it, most people are probably going to use Gustav. At the Gestural Colosseum, you're not going to use Mael. You're going to use Gustav. He's your best character. You're going to use Gustav, right? You're not going to use Mael. So that's the problem. The problem is that she gets a weapon that makes her really good. And some people use Mael in the Colosseum. Okay, you get the weapon. That makes her considerably better because you start off in the virtuous stance. Like, if you level it up to it, you just start off in it. So she already, from her first strike, she does 200 damage. And then, like, it even, like, if you do, like, burn, it doubles the burn with that weapon. So that weapon that she gets is really, really, really good. And it's powerful. So it's an easily missed weapon. Yeah, it's so easily missed. And the only way to get the weapon is to fight the chief, that chief lady, the gestural chief lady. That's the only way to get the weapon. She's so OP. That's like an endgame boss. Like, you can't beat, like, she'll knock you out in one hit. You got to come back later. That's the only way you get it. If you don't fight with Mael in the Colosseum at the beginning of the game, when you get to the Gestural Island, you can't get the weapon until you beat that lady. And once again, she's stupidly strong. Like, even if you try to fight her and you parry everything, it'll take you forever to beat her at the beginning of the game. So you have to come back later once you've leveled up, you know, to a much higher level. Like, I couldn't even beat her when I was at, like, level 7. I couldn't figure out her patterns. Like, I was parrying something, but I wasn't parrying everything. But then finally, after I leveled up to, like, level 80 or something like that, and, like, I put enough pictos and stuff like that, where I beat her with Mael. But I still had to parry a ton. I was able to beat her just by burning the hell out of her. And I got the weapon. I'm like, oh my goodness, this sucks, dude. It's the only way to get the weapon if you don't use, like, that's so missable. It's literally missable. I think most people probably miss it. But if you have that weapon, Mael becomes incredibly good early in the game. But most people miss it, so. He says, damn, I didn't even know. Oh, well, Mael is still good. Yeah. It's literally, you can go the whole game and not get the weapon. There's plenty of people that did not get that weapon. And once again, that weapon is so good. Like, it's so good. So yeah, that sucks. That's the only thing that sucks, you know? Ozzy, were you able to secure Switch? Of course I was, Aontro. What do you think? You mean a Switch 2? Of course I was. Who do you think I am? Who do you think I am, partner? I use Gustav and, yeah, exactly. I didn't even know. But there's missable trophies and achievements. There's missable segments in the game. There's missable weapons. There's a little bit of, I wouldn't say rush, but you can tell that there was a little bit of, they didn't, you know, they were just kind of like, all right, let's just do this and just whatever, leave it, you know? So yeah. Yeah, she's got some strings, man. Did you end up beating that last boss, Dark Synchron, that starts with the name S? Did you go to that place deep below, and did you beat that guy? Still remember the panic right before pre-order. Oh my god, the panic during the pre-orders. During the pre-orders was nuts. Haven't seen my father in 20 years. Revenge of the Sith was in the theaters. Yeah. Shout outs, Green Ninja, man. I know how you feel, fam. I know how you feel. I'm not really bitter or anything like that, though. I'm okay. Like, I'm not, it doesn't make me upset or anything, you know? Like, I honestly haven't even really thought about it. Like, and I'm not even sad because I think he was there long enough for me to where I felt like, what was it like after a certain time? Don't, like, certain, like, animals, they leave the kids after, like, a certain time? Like, I felt like he was there long enough for me to be like, all right, to learn a few lessons, get beat up a few, you know, get smacked around a few times, toughen me up. And then when he did leave, it was okay. You know, I was already like, okay, it's no big deal, you know? Like, it would have been worse if I was like really, really young. So yeah. Let's see here. The sold out Switch 2 will be readily available. Did you come back, Neil? Goodness gracious, you came back. In terms of sold out, the pre-order is sold out. So if you, obviously a pre-order is not the same as, you know, a non-pre-order, but Nintendo's shipping a ton of stock. So yes, there will be extra stock available on launch, and that's a good thing. You don't want the system to be completely sold out to where nobody can go get the system on launch day. But yeah, the pre-orders did sell out in a lot of regions. Not every region, but in a lot of regions it did sell out because you can only take a certain amount. But yeah, now they're going to have more though. There's going to be more. I don't know if it's going to be readily available at every place. I mean, a lot of places it probably will be, but I wouldn't bank on it being like readily available at every single place. Like, oh, it doesn't matter, I can just walk in and buy one. Like, there's some place there's probably gonna be a lot of people waiting to get those ones, and like they might get 30 units or 20 units or 40 units, and if there's 40 people in front of you or 50 people in front of you, then it's not gonna be ready available at every single store. So I think you just, I don't know what's wrong, man. I think, I'm not sure. Maybe you're really into PlayStation. I'm not really sure, but yeah, man, like, we go off the facts here from what we understand, man. I'm not trying to hate on you or nothing. Let's see, that 23-minute wait for my Best Buy pre-order felt like felt hours, because for me it was Best Buy or nothing. Never knew or been in the same room as my father. Denied he had anything to do with me and ran off. God dang, I'm so sorry, man. That is crazy. See, like, some people just don't know what they have, bro. Like, you just don't know what they have. That's so sad. I'm sorry about that, Mr. L. Crispy Tofu with the $1 dono and says, hey man, you know yet what your plans are for launch night? Yeah. Let me go over the plans. Yeah, I'll probably be streaming, late Wednesday night. So once I go get the Switch and everything, I'll be streaming late Wednesday night. So look out for the stream. We're probably gonna be playing Mario Kart World, you know, and some other stuff. So yeah, it should be good. Do you think this could be the biggest launch of all time? I think it's setting up to be definitely the biggest launch of all time, or one of the biggest launches of all time. Yeah, absolutely. It's setting up to be a pretty monster launch. From what we know about allocation, once again, we're not in a chip shortage era, right? Like with the Switch or with the PS5 and Xbox Series. So I think Nintendo has way more stock than what Sony and Microsoft had. I mean, some stores, when it comes to PS5, they only had like 30 of them or something like that. There's a lot of stores that barely got any because of the chip shortage. I mean, Sony sold really well at the launch, but there was a lot of places that just didn't get enough units. Whereas Nintendo, from what we've seen, some stores got 100 something units, some stores got 50, 60 units, you know. So yeah. It's all good though. I love Nintendo and its games. They're just fumbling with the Switch 2. Watch Kit and Krista content. Yeah, I've seen Kit and Krista content, and if you feel that they're fumbling when it comes to some of the stuff, you know, that's fine. That's an opinion, but it's definitely not factual when it comes to that. So if you feel that they're fumbling, or if you feel that they're not doing well, that's a fair opinion to have. From what I've seen so far, comparing it to previous Nintendo systems, like, I see it's like significantly better than previous Nintendo systems. It's like significantly better in terms of content. And like, look at the Switch 1. What was the incredible content third party and first party wise on Switch 1, right? Was there any great backwards compatibility? No. Was the system super strong or a lot stronger? No. Was it getting a bunch of third party games? No. Did it have as much first party games for the first, you know, whatever? No. Like, it just didn't, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, we can talk about it fumbling and all. That's sure, great. But it's significantly better than what we got with Switch. It's better than what we got with Wii U. It's better than what we got with the Wii. It's better than what we got in any release. The 3DS, it smokes all of that. So sure, we can be really super strict and say they're fumbling everything. They're doing all this bad and all that. But compared to the other Nintendo systems, it's not even close. So I'm kind of grading on a little bit of a curve. As somebody who's been around for every Nintendo launch, for the most part, this is by far the best launch that they've had when it comes to content. When it comes to content, functionality, features, games, what launch is better? You know, what launch has been better? I don't think there's been one better. So yeah. I don't think there's been one better. That's just my opinion. You know, not everybody thinks the same, you know? So yeah. I believe the funeral stream is next Wednesday, the 4th. There you go. No, there's definitely some things he doesn't have to explain. There's definitely some things, you know, obviously with some of the marketing stuff you can say with some of the, you know, with the, you can say even like key card or whatever the case is, you can say with some of that stuff, sure, but it's just an opinion. You know, Kid and Krista, they have their own opinion. That doesn't mean it's factual or it's true for everybody. That just means you share that opinion. I've seen the videos. I don't think Nintendo's fumbling as much as what the internet says that they are, right? Or what Kid and Krista says that they are. I don't think so. But that's just me, you know? That's just my opinion. So yeah. Hit that launch announcement because they knew it was an issue. Game key cards, bogus. Yeah, and that's fine. If you feel that's issues, that's fine. If you don't like them, you don't gotta buy it, and that's cool. That's fair. But like I said before, I don't know what else, what do you want them to do when it comes to the Switch? Like the sizes of the carts, they're just too expensive overall. So there's really isn't any other scenario. The third-party developers have to put the games on there. Nintendo has all of their games on physical cartridges. So that's third-party decision. What can you do? It's the same decision that Microsoft made to make Doom the Dark Ages a key card. It's their decision. They are opting to not use the cartridges, whereas Nintendo is. So that's what it comes down to, man. Crispy Tofu with the $1 says going back to buy now before rare. You see any potential in the physical games announced for Switch 2 so far? Too soon? It's too soon to talk about that. And yeah, we don't know how game key cards are going to be on the market in terms of value. So yeah, it's way too soon for that. You know, way too soon. We'll see once we actually get the system. You know. We'll see once. I don't have any Summer Games Fest predictions right now. So yeah. See, I thought Kate and Kristen was just speaking on misinformation. They wanted Nintendo to clear up some things. Yeah, which they eventually, over the course of time, Nintendo did some whatever the case is. But yeah, once again, if you feel that they're messing up, you're basing it off of what somebody else says, right? You're not basing it off of the actual content and actually the stuff that's coming out, the games and how good that they are. You're basing it, oh, this person said that they're doing that, so I'm agreeing with them, right? If you base it off the content, the launch has been the best launch that Nintendo's had. Or if anybody here, honestly, like legit, no cap, if anybody here can tell me a better launch with content than the Switch 2, let me know. Give me a launch that was better. Like in the modern history of Nintendo, since like the last 20 years. Or you can even go back to the N64. Give me a better launch in terms of content. I mean, you'd be hard pressed to find it. You know, you'd be hard pressed to find it. And if you let, of course, people tell you that it's this or they're messing up and you want to agree with that opinion, sure. You can do that. But in terms of actually like the truth and the facts and what we're going to be able to play at launch and in the first number of months, I don't think it's even close. Let's see here. Definitely not the 3DS launch. No, definitely not the 3DS launch. I don't think even the Wii U launch. I mean, the Wii U launch, the problem with Wii U launch is that there wasn't a lot of games after the initial launch lineup. Switch actually has games coming out and bigger announcements well into the future. You know what I'm saying? Like throughout the whole year. Wii U did not have that. So I would say GameCube would have been the closest since Melee almost made the launch, but it wasn't long after. Yeah, Melee's pretty good, but the third party and in terms of like I mean, you had Luigi's Mansion. You know, that's not a bad game by any means, but that's definitely not as big as Mario Kart World. You know, so yeah. I'll probably pick up Guardians of Azuma down the line. Yeah. Shout outs to Crispy Tofu dude. Thank you for another $1 dono. Like I said, I want to have a good discussion. It's not even about defending or arguing. Like, that's really not it. Like, no cap. I'm just trying to be, like, let's have a good discussion on it. What do you guys think was actually, you know, in terms of the launch, what was better, you know, when it comes to Nintendo, at least? J7 Art says Wii U. Yeah, the Wii U, no. And like I said before, I think for me, the biggest thing is this. It's not only the fact that we're getting, you know, like Donkey Kong the next month, we're getting Mario Kart, We have Pokemon this year. We have new Kirby. We have all sorts of stuff, right? The thing is, like, they actually went back behind, like, they actually, like, the previous games. So, like, Echoes of Wisdom, fixing that. Like, before in the past, even if there was backwards compatibility, if the game had frame rate issues or problems, that's just how it is. Unless they remake the game or they remaster the game, that's how it is. The fact that we're actually getting multiple games to be upgraded as free updates on there, that to me is a great launch, because I can now go back and play Echoes of Wisdom. I can actually go back and play Pokemon Scarlet and play some of the stuff that I didn't play. I can actually go back and play some of these games. To me, that makes a much better launch. Having backwards compatibility, having updates, and potentially even games without patches that can play better because of the brute forcing it, right? That to me is a better launch, along with the Nintendo Switch 2 edition of games, along with a huge game like Mario Kart World, like I said, Donkey Kong, you got Kirby Air Riders, you got Hyrule Warriors, Age of Imprisonment, like you got a number of games, and of course the third party stuff, like, you know, you got Borderlands, you got Final Fantasy, you got games coming out in terms of like third party, you got the Japanese stuff as well, you got Bravely Default, you got Street Fighter. This to me brings a better, more rounded launch lineup, to where, yeah, sure, there's definitely some things that you can talk about in terms of fumbling, right? Pricing or game key cards, but it just overpowers what we got before with the Switch 1. I mean, Switch 1, no backwards compatibility, no free updates, and pretty much one big launch game when it comes to first or third party, and that was Breath of the Wild. Great launch game. That's all they needed. But I mean, there wasn't stuff like Street Fighter, there wasn't stuff like Bravely Default, there wasn't stuff like Cyberpunk. They didn't have all that at the launch, right? And then like the next month we got another port. We got Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. That's a great game, but also of course a port, but it ended up being the best selling game. But we're actually getting a brand new Donkey Kong game this time around, in addition to getting Nintendo Switch 2 editions of games right there at launch. So to me, I'm looking at it, sure, there's some fumbling here and there, I don't disagree, but overall the launch is significantly better than any previous Nintendo system in the last 20 years, in my opinion. You know, that's just, like I said, my opinion. You can disagree. Let's see here. I think Switch did have a better launch. Yeah, I disagree. It was just Breath of the Wild. That was really the only there was no third party at all. Like, don't get me wrong, like, third party is not as important as first party, but yeah, I can't agree with that when I can't agree with that when we're getting stuff like Street Fighter, we're getting Split Fiction, we're getting, you know, so many more games than we're getting Yakuza, we're getting Hitman, we're getting way more games than Switch. Switch 1 didn't even have any AAA third-party games at launch. All it had was Breath of the Wild. Like, that's just not, objectively speaking, that's not better than, you know, that's not better than all the games that we're getting on Switch 2 at launch, like, confirmed. But Breath of the Wild was powerful, man. I gotta agree. Breath of the Wild was really powerful. The fact that even people are bringing it up, I mean, Breath of the Wild was pretty strong. Gotta admit. I was surprised when they announced Switch 1 upgrades. They revealed they're going to be day one. I'm so busy on... Dude, you know what? That caught me off guard as well, too, man. I didn't think that they were going to do that. People asked me, hey, OJ, are they going to do upgrades, like free patches? I was like, man, Nintendo doesn't do that. Don't bank... I said it's possible, but don't bank on it. We're going to have to wait and see. I didn't think so, and they proved me wrong, man. So yeah. Breath of the Wild kept me busy for the first year until Splatoon came out. Well, Splatoon came out. It didn't take a year for Splatoon to come out. Splatoon came out a few months after that. I think Splatoon came out in July. Was it June or July or something like? I forgot exactly when Splatoon 2 came out, but it wasn't a year. It was a number of months after the launch. I think it was, when was Splatoon 2 launch? I'll look it up real quick right now. Splatoon 2 launch date. That was July 21st. So that was March. Yeah, March, April, May, June, July. That was only 4 months later. Let's see here. Scarlet and Violet wasn't even good, though. That's the funny thing. Scarlet and Violet is good. The problem is that the frame rate and the resolution, that was the biggest problem with the game. The game is actually good. I like the game. The game is good. And I think that's the reason why people keep on buying the game, because it's actually a good game. But the problem is the frame rate and the resolution. That's the problem with the game. Yeah, I mean, and then we can just agree to disagree. I personally think it's a good game. If you look at all the reviews for Scarlet and Violet, what they say is wrong with the game, everybody just mentions the frame rate and the resolution is like the problem. I mean, some people say story, some other things, but for the most part, the gameplay is actually pretty good. See, anyone that says 3DS and Wii U launch were better than Switch 2 launch are pure revisionist and thick tinted rose goggles. Let's take a look at the 3DS launch. 3DS launch. I think for me, like, you know, for me, when it comes to how good a launch is, marketing is obviously there, and Nintendo's obviously had some snafus. But to me, at the end of the day, I'm not playing games living through Kit and Krista or living through internet people being angry. I'm judging the launch based off of what's available. I'm judging it on the content, not people being angry about something. That's not how I judge how good a launch is. I judge it based off of the games available and the content that we're going to be able to play. And that's how I judge the launch. That's why I say the launch doesn't have too many issues, because the content is very good compared to the previous Nintendo systems, you know? Nintendo 3DS launch games. So the launch games for the Nintendo, these are the launch games for the Nintendo 3DS. The launch titles for the Nintendo 3DS. Like, this is, yeah, hold up. Let me get a better list. So yeah, okay, let me see if I can get a better, oh my god, some of these lists are so ghetto. Okay, here we go. TechCrunch. Here are the, okay. So here is the launch of the 3DS. Here is the launch of the 3DS. Let's go. This is the launch of the 3DS, bro. Like, Pilot Wings Resort, Steel Diver, Nintendogs Plus Cats. This might be the worst first-party launch I've ever seen. This might be the worst first-party launch Nintendo's ever had. Like, I remember the girl that I was dating at the time bought me the 3DS. I didn't get any games with it, though. All I was playing was freaking Face Raiders. But because there was no games that I wanted. But that was the first-party games. You know. Oh man, that was the first party games at launch. Let's see what else. Okay, third party games. It gets a little bit better with the third party games. We got Street Fighter 4 3D edition. That's not a bad game, you know. So that's not bad. We got the Sims 3. We got Madden NFL Football. That was a very bad version of Madden. Pro Evolution Soccer, very bad version of Pro Evolution Soccer. Lego Star Wars 3, the Clone Wars. Ridge Racer 3D. Super Monkey Ball 3D, Bust a Move Universe, Samurai Chronicles, which is terrible, by the way. That's so bad. Asphalt 3D, Combat of Giants Dinosaur 3D, Rayman 3D, and Ghost Recon's, Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon Shadow Wars. This is actually like a strategy RPG. It wasn't bad. It's like Fire Emblem, kind of. So really, out of the third-party games, the only game that, you know, you probably would want to pick up is maybe Street Fighter, and probably maybe Tom Clancy's Ghost, like 2 games, or maybe if you wanted you know, Ridge Racer 3D. But yeah, I didn't buy anything though. I didn't buy a single game. I was like, all these games kind of suck. So yeah, I didn't buy anything. So I just played Face Raiders, and then I waited till what was it? I think when did Zelda come out? Ocarina of Time. But yeah, the 3DS was a sad launch lineup. So yeah. I was just comparing it to the most recent Nintendo systems, right? So that's what I was doing. I was just comparing it to the most recent Nintendo systems. Like, we're talking about like the launch and how good or bad Nintendo did. Like, you know, they're fumbling things and whatever. Like I said, I get that. I think it's more on just like the people talking online about that. And once again, I'm not downplaying the criticism, like the what's it called, the price stuff. You want to talk about that, right? You want to talk about the game key cards. Like, I agree with that type of stuff, but I'm just saying overall, when it comes to content, I don't care how much Nintendo fumbles. The freaking launch is better than the 3DS. Like, the Switch 2 launch is significantly better than that. I mean, yeah, you had backwards compatibility with DS, but there was no free updates or anything like that. Like, you couldn't enhance the games. It was just the same game that you played on the DS that played on your 3DS, which I think that's what I did. I think I played like DS games too, you know? What do you talk about, OJ? These 3DS launches are awesome. I know, seriously. Let's take a look at the Wii U launch. The Wii U launch is a little bit better. So Wii U launch lineup. So yeah, the Wii U launch is a little bit better. So let's go over the Wii U launch. Yeah, there's already, in retrospect, the Wii U launch was super legit. So there was 23 launch titles for the Wii U. So let's go over the list of Wii U's a little bit better. The game quality is better. So here's the Wii U lineup. And the Call of Duty Black Ops 2. That's actually a pretty good game. Skylanders Giants, not that great. Transformers Prime, I don't think that was very good. Wipeout 3, that wasn't good. That game was garbage, right? From what I remember. Epic Mickey 2, The Power of 2. Epic Mickey 2 wasn't very good either. It got panned and there's technical issues. So that wasn't very good. FIFA Soccer 13, that game wasn't very good. Tekken Tag Tournament 2, that game was good. So we got 2 actual bangers right now. New Super Mario Bros. U, I would say that's a good game. Ninja Gaiden 3 Razor's Edge, that game, I think I got it at launch or close after launch, and it's okay, but it's not like, it's good. It's okay. I don't think it's a banger, but it's okay. There's a lot of issues with it, though. There's a lot of issues with it. Nintendo Land, that game's good. It's okay. It's good. Sing Party trash. Sonic and All-Stars Racing Transform. The Wii U version was okay, but it was kind of crusty. It was kind of crusty. I think I preferred to play like Mario Kart Wii backwards compatible than that game. Warriors Orochi 3 Hyper, that was garbage. Darksiders 2, good game, but the Wii U version, like, it was not quite like all there. Like, there was some tech issues with that game, like frame rate issues at times, but it was an okay port. Assassin's Creed 3 trash. That port was garbage. Like, that port did not run good. Like, it's an okay game, but not a very good port in my opinion. ESPN Sports Connection trash. Just Dance 4 trash. Rabbids Land trash. Your Shape Fitness Evolve trash. Zombie U, good game. I picked up Zombie U. Scribblenauts Unlimited, okay game. Okay game. Game Party Champions trash. Batman Arkham City Armored Edition, good game. So you've got about 5 games or so that are pretty good. 5 to 6 games. Call of Duty, Call of Duty Tekken Tag Tournament 2, New Super Mario Bros. U, Ninja Gaiden Razor's Edge, Nintendo Land, Darksiders 2, Sonic All-Stars Racing Transformed, Zombie U, Batman. You got about 9 games on that list that are actually good. But I'll be honest, I didn't buy all those games. Here's what I bought. I bought New Super Mario Bros. U. I got Nintendo Land in the bundle, and I bought Zombie U. I bought 3 games. So not a bad launch. Not a bad launch at all. Not a bad launch. Zombie U was cool. Zombie U was cool. Yeah, Assassin's Creed 3 was so choppy. It was not a good launch at all, So yeah. It was not a good launch. Nintendo Land was cool, but you need people to play with Nintendo. Like, the biggest problem with Nintendo Land was no online. Nintendo Land would have been 10 times more lit if there was online. I don't know how. I don't know who made the decision. I don't know how. But how do you not have online play with Nintendo Land? How? That was just... oh. Terrible. Huge mistake. Huge mistake. I mean, the local play was great. I played the game with my brother. We had fun, but we had fun with the Metroid minigame. But man, dude, that was a mistake. At the time, I was thinking, oh, it's okay. No. Big mistake. Most Nintendo Land games are one player. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, they should have made the game more multiplayer. But even if most of them are single player, you should still have, like, where you could have, like, compete modes where one person goes and you try to beat out their high score at least. Like, it's just like, okay, you play, then I play, right? So, and the Metroid game would have been great online. So, a lot of the games were there were some games that were multiplayer. Or at least something, man. Oh, man. Nintendo was just starting to look at online play stuff, I remember. No, the Wii had online play. There was multiple games with online play on the Wii. Mario Kart Wii had online, but the problem though with the Wii U is that Nintendo didn't have their first online multiplayer game until almost 2 years later. It wasn't until Mario Kart 8 That was the first game. It was a year and a half later that they actually had a game that was online. But yeah, the Wii and the DS had online play. So that's not really an excuse either, you know? All right, let's get into the let's go back a little bit further, then we can compare to the Switch launch. Let's go to the DS launch. Let's take a look at the DS launch lineup. All right, the DS launch lineup. Wait, is this it? I forgot how trash this was. My bad. Yeah, I forgot how garbage it was, man. I forgot how garbage the launch was for the DS. Yo, the DS launch was hot garbage. Asphalt, Urban GT. What's with these Asphalt games? Trash. Feel the Magic XYXX. Trash. Madden NFL 2005. Trash. Metroid Prime Hunters First Hunt. That was like a demo, right? That was like the demo for the thing. We'll give it that. Spider-Man 2. Trash. Mario 64 DS. Good. That's still I guess a port, but it was a new game port thingy. It's kind of like a new game port thingy. Mario 64. Herbs Sims in the City. Trash. Bro, 2 game. Oh my god, this launch lineup is garbage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 games? See, that's what I'm talking about when people say, oh yeah, they're fumbling. No, this is a fumble of the launch. This is you want to talk about fumbling a launch, bro? I don't care what the PR is. This is a fumble of a launch. I didn't buy the DS at launch either. Like, I didn't. Wait a minute. Who bought me that? Yeah, a girlfriend bought me the DS. The girl that I was dating. I've had 2 girls buy me. I had a different girlfriend when the 3DS came out. She bought me the 3DS. And then I had obviously a different girlfriend when the DS came out. She bought me the DS. Yeah, shout outs. Let's go. That's why I didn't really care, because it's not like I'm the one who actually bought the system. OJ Gold Digger. Look, I just asked for it and they bought me it. So listen, they bought me it. People say I want to listen. This launch is garbage. This launch is garbage. We're gonna have to go off of that because there's some ad plan or something. That launch was garbage. I'll stick to my Switch 1. No need to update so soon. Anyways, yeah, there's gonna be plenty of people who buy the Switch 2 afterwards. If you're not looking forward to playing Mario Kart World or other games, then yeah, stick with the Switch 1. But not me. I want to play Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom in better frame rate. For sure. I want to play Mario Kart World. I want to play Donkey Kong Bonanza. Like, I want to play these games. And plus, I'm a content creator, so. But yeah, you can get it when you feel like there's a game that's like a must-have game for you. But once again, everybody doesn't buy a launch or doesn't buy a system at launch. We need people to buy the system as more games come out, right? So it's like everybody doesn't have to rush out and buy one. Like, you don't want that. What you want is a consistent flow of new games coming, a consistent flow of new users. So that's fine. Like, most people who bought a Switch 1 didn't buy it at launch. The majority of people who bought a Switch 1 bought it well after launch, bought it in year 2 or 3 or 4 or 5, right? So that's how you want it with this. You don't have to rush out and buy everything, you know? So I'm not one of those people who say, oh no, you gotta go rush out and buy a Switch 2 or buy. No, just get it when you feel like. If you want to get it, get it. If you don't, you know? All right, let's see here. Let's get to the GameCube launch, right? Or should we go to the GameCube and Wii? GameCube launch lineup. Let's get to the GameCube launch lineup. Then we can kind of compare that overall to the Switch. Okay, there's videos playing for everything. Some of these websites were really ghetto back in the day. All right, so GameCube launch titles. All right, yeah. So it was different, like in Japan and different parts of the world, but this is what we got for GameCube launch titles, man. This is what we got. We got Japanese launch titles. Well, that's all they got. Yo, the Japanese launch was trash. Or was it different? Okay, as well as the 3 above. Okay, Japanese launch titles. Luigi's Mansion, Wave Race, Blue Storm, Super Monkey. Okay, no. That's actually three pretty good games. Never mind. There just wasn't a lot of games at all. But that's there just wasn't a lot of games. You know? So yeah. Okay. Melee launched less than a month later. That's true. That's true, but should we consider Donkey Kong Bonanza? That's launching like a month later as well. Should we also consider that as part of the launch lineup too? I mean, we could if you want. If you want to add that in, like, oh yeah, well, it came out like a month later. So, I mean, we could do that if you guys want. All right, so let's take a look. Yeah, Melee got delayed. It was supposed to be a launch title, but it got delayed. But this is actually pretty good. Oh my gosh, yo, how do I mute this? Okay, there we go. Cool. Okay, so here's the North American launch. Don't know launch lineup, but we could consider a launch window. Okay. Star Wars Rogue Leader Squad. Okay, that's a good game. This is actually pretty good. Luigi's Mansion, Wave Race, Blue Storm, Super Monkey Ball. Those are actually solid games. Star Wars, that's a good game. So that's 4 good games. All-Star Baseball, trash. Madden 2002. Madden was actually pretty good on the GameCube, but the problem was there was no online play. You know, so... But Madden was not bad in 2002. It was okay. That was Dante Culpepper. It was an okay game. It was okay. NFL 2K was better, though. NHL Hits 2002. That was okay. That was like it was like NFL Blitz. That was okay. Dave Mirra Freestyle BMX. That was okay. Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3. That was really good. Tarzan, trash. Crazy Taxi, good. Batman Vengeance, I think that was trash. The GameCube actually had an okay launch lineup. There's at least 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh my god, bro. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll give Madden 5, 6. There's about 6 to 7 good games, maybe 8. There's about 6 to 7 good games. It's solid. I would say like hardcore, really good. Like Tony Hawk Pro Skater, incredible. Star Wars, okay. Super Monkey Ball, let's go. Wave Race, okay. And Luigi's. There's like 5. Okay, yo, these are pretty good games. Like there was. You can pick out of those 5 games to pick something. You know, that's not bad. That's not bad at all. So I'll give the GameCube launch. You know, and then Melee came out a little bit later. So yeah. The Melee came out a little bit later. So, okay, yeah, that's not bad, too. That's not bad. All right, let's take a look at the Wii. The Wii launch lineup. Wii launch lineup is interesting because it's got, like, some groundbreaking games. Like, a couple groundbreaking games, you know? So, the Wii launch titles. So here was the Wii launch titles. You had Avatar, The Last Airbender. That was trash. Call of Duty 3. That was like a weird version. It was okay. Cars, trash. Dragon Ball Z, Budokai Tenkaichi, pretty good. So I'm going to give them 2 good ones right now. Excite Truck. That's a good one. Grim Adventures of Billy Manny. That was trash. GT Pro Series. Twilight Princess, very, very, very good. God tier, good. Madden 07, the Wii version was alright. It was okay. I ain't giving it to them, though. Marvel Ultimate Alliance, that's a good game. That's a good game. The Wii Waggle controls, though, I'm not so sure about that. I didn't play it on the Wii. I played on the 360. Monster 4x4 World Circuit, trash. Need for Speed Carbon, that game was mediocre on the Wii. Like, they tried to do Waggle. It was kind of meh. Rapala Tournament Fishing, trash. Rayman Raving Rabbits, that was okay, but I wouldn't call it incredible. It was an okay minigame collection. Red Steel, that game was hyped to all hell, but it was trash. It ended up being trash. Red Steel 2 was good, but the first one's not very good. SpongeBob SquarePants, trash. Super Monkey Ball Banana Blitz, that one's okay. It's not that one's alright. Tony Hawk Downhill Jam, trash. Trauma Center Second Opinion, very good. Wii Sports, really good. World Series of Poker, trash. So the Wii had about maybe 6 games. About 6 solid games that you can say. The Dragon Ball Z Budokai Tenkaichi 2, that game was, or Tenkaichi 2, that game is interesting because it had online play and the online play was absolutely atrocious. Like, that was the exclusive mode for the Wii. The PS2 version got offline missions. and then the Wii version got online play. Dude, that online play was terrible. Absolutely terrible. So yeah, I would say the Wii launch was solid. Wii Sports, you got to give Wii Sports its flowers, though. I don't care if you don't care about Wii Sports or not, but Wii Sports, it's a god tier launch title because it ushered in a whole new phenomenon. Without Wii Sports, the Wii doesn't do as well as it does. So yeah, Wii Sports, bro. We had to. That was like the only game that my mom has ever played with me since like the NES. My mom has not played a video game with me since Wii Sports. That was the last time my mom decided to play a game, was Wii Sports. So the fact that my mom has only, like, I remember she played like some NES games with me like back in the day, but not really. But since that time period, she's only played games with me one time. And that was Wii Sports. That was it. So that's how you know how goated Wii Sports was. You know? The fact that my mom, who doesn't play games, she was like, all right, I'll play this. So I probably would have bought the game even if it wasn't free. I probably would have bought the game because it was, if you go back and, you're probably young, Felipe. You know, you probably didn't know what was going on back then. But I'm telling you, everybody wanted to play this game. Every core gamers, casual gamers, everybody wanted to play Wii Sports because it was something new. It was something different. And it was so intuitive and fun. The tennis was so good. Everybody loved Wii Sports, man. It was so good. You like Wii Sports too, huh? Do you like Wii Sports? Huh? Do you like Wii Sports? Yes or no? No, you can't be in here. Mom, no. my son. No, you can't be in here. He's trying to no, you can't be in here. Say bye. I'm almost done, yeah? He wanted to play Wii Sports. He walked in and was just like, you know, my boy wanted to play. He's walking. Oh yeah, my boy's been walking since my boy started walking in early 2024. He started walking early. He was walking like at almost 5-6 months. It was very shaky, but now he runs now. Now he's like, he takes off in a sprint now. So yeah, may not be the best game ever, but I really brought my friends and family together. Then yeah, it was great. It was a good bonding moment. I agree. All right, so let's take a look at the. I think we did all the Nintendo systems. Yeah, we did all the Nintendo systems in the past 20 years, 25 years. Yeah, because we did GameCube, Wii, DS, 3DS, and the Wii U. So we've done everything. We didn't do the Switch, right? Let's do Switch, and then we'll do Switch 2. We'll do Switch. Switch launch lineup. So we'll do Switch, then we'll do Switch 2. Oh, yeah, the Game Boy Advance. We can do Game Boy Advance. Yeah, Game Boy Advance. We need to do that one. Okay, so let's do Game Boy Advance launch lineup. Game Boy Advance launch lineup. Let's do Game Boy Advance launch lineup. Okay. Let's take a look at the launch lineup. All right, so here we go. Here's the launch lineup for the Game Boy Advance. Sorry for the ghetto layout here, but June 11, 2001. We got Choo Choo Rocket. Was that good, guys? I didn't play it. Earthworm Jim. Was that the old school Earthworm Jim? F-Zero Maximum Velocity. That's a good game. I know that's a good game. GT Advanced Championship Racing. No. Iredon 3D. I don't know. It's from Shinin Multimedia, so that might be good. But F-Zero's the only banger right now, right? Konami Crazy Racers, trash. Finobi Wings of Adventure, garbage. Pitfall the Mayan Adventure, garbage. Rayman Advance, maybe that might be good, I don't know. Ready to Rumble Boxing, hell no. On a GBA? Super Dodgeball? No. Well, maybe, it's Atlas. And then Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2. Yeah, that's garbage. That's a pretty trash launch lineup. Yeah, the only real banger. Yeah, I think Rayman was Cheeks, right? The only real banger here was freaking F-Zero. Like, the only real banger is F-Zero. That's it. Nintendo only had one game as well. That's the only real banger. And you had backwards compatibility with Game Boy or Game Boy Color, though, so you can play Game Boy Color games and Game Boy games. So yeah, that's it, man. That's it. So there you go. That's the Game Boy Advance. All right, so let's get to this. That was not a good launch. So that's out of the running right now. I think like the top. You guys can put in the chat. What are the top launches? I would say the top launches right now are the Wii U, surprisingly. The Wii U and the Wii, the GameCube, Wii, and Wii U are the top launches right now, right? We're not going N64. We don't even need to go back. There was 2 games. There was like what? There was a Quest or Pilot Wings, and there was Mario. There wasn't really much, so we don't even need to do N64. N64 is it's not worth doing. All right, let's do the Switch. Wii and the GameCube. You put Wii over. You put the Wii over the Wii. Okay, yeah, I can see why you put Wii over the Wii U. Yeah, Wii and GameCube might be. Wii and GameCube might be it. I mean, I don't know about the. I mean, Wii has Twilight Princess, man. We had Twilight Princess and Wii Sports. That just might overpower the Wii U, in my opinion, right? Like, I think Wii Sports and Excite Truck. You got 3 first-party games from Nintendo. Good games. Excite Truck. Which is a great game. You've got Wii Sports, which is revolutionary in its own, like in a bubble. And then you have Twilight Princess, which was great, you know? So that's, that just might overpower the Wii U, in my opinion. So I think I might have to go with the Wii. The GameCube launch was actually really, really good. I think I might have to take the GameCube launch. If I had money during the GameCube launch, I would have bought like 5 games, but I didn't have any. I was broke. I didn't have any money. So I probably would have bought Luigi's Mansion. I would have bought Wave Race. I would have bought Monkey Ball. I would have bought there's a couple other games that I would have bought too. I would have bought a number of games at the GameCube launch. But I mean, you would have needed, what was it, $200 for the GameCube, right? $200 plus you would need $50 per game. So you would have needed, like, you know what, $400, $500 to get everything that you wanted, right? Or probably $400 to get everything, right? If you wanted all those games. So Wii better than Wii U. Yeah, I think I'm leaning towards Wii better than Wii U. You know, Wii or the Wii U had Zelda Wind Waker. Wind Waker, that was a GameCube game, and that wasn't at launch either. That came out a few years after the GameCube. So yeah, Wind Waker, that was a GameCube game. Wii is just better than Game. I don't know if Wii's is better than GameCube's. Anyway, let's take a look at the Switch's launch, and then we'll go from there, right, guys? We'll go from there. We'll run a poll. Or maybe we'll run a poll. We'll see. Or we'll just talk about it in the chat. Switch launch lineup. All right. The Switch launch lineup. Let's go. It's giving me all the Switch 2 games. Yeah, it's giving me all the Switch 2 games. So let's just do Switch 2017 launch lineup. There we go. If you put 2017 in there, it'll get you it. It'll get you it. All right. So, okay, no, Nintendo Life has to make it weird. All right. So Switch 1 launch lineup. All right, here we go. We got a good launch lineup. Then there's launch window, but we're just gonna go launch lineup. So Polygon has a good one here. So the launch lineup for the Switch 1. So here's the launch lineup. 1-2 Switch. Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. Okay, you got a goated game. 1-2 Switch is bad, but you got a goated game with Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. I think that's what the GameCube was missing. GameCube was missing, right at launch, a super banger. It had some good games. It had Luigi's Mansion, like it had Monkey Ball. It had some good games, but it didn't. I don't think it had a super banger, you know? So, Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, that's a super banger. Skylanders Imaginators garbage. Just Dance garbage. Super Bomberman R is not very good. I bought it, but it's okay, but it's not a banger. I Am Setsuna, I thought it was gonna be a banger, but it wasn't a banger. So right now we only got one. World of Goo. Did that launch on the Switch day one? Okay, that's the game from the Wii. We're not counting that. Sorry, no. That's the Wii game, the Wii Shop game. Little Inferno is okay. Human Resource Machine, Snipper Clips, that's okay. Fast RMX, we'll give it that one. Shovel Knight, okay, we'll give it I mean, Switch 1 had about 2 games, but it really only had 1 super banger. You know, which most systems don't have more than 1 super banger. Or just like even like a banger, like it doesn't even have many bangers. There was basically 1 game that was like really good. Like good Metacritic score game and everything, which was like Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. You know, that was it. Yeah, Breath of the Wild with the hard carry, yeah. Breath of the Wild with the hard carry, super hard carry. Yeah, Breath of the Wild is God tier status, so it's like it literally elevates it. But let me ask you guys a question now. Does the Nintendo Switch 1 launch, does that beat out the Wii, or does that beat out the GameCube? So what do you guys think about that in the chat? What do you guys think about that? That will happen 10-year life cycle. 10-year life cycle. What are you talking about? That will happen with the 10-year life cycle? Oh, Switch 1 or what? Nah, Wii launch was better. I still want Wii. I'm biased. I mean, if you count Twilight Princess and Breath of the Wild on the same level, then I would say yeah, the Wii launch, because like Wii Sports was better than 1-2 Switch. Like the casual motion control game, Wii Sports dog walks 1-2 Switch. Like it's not even close. So, and we had like Excite Truck as well. We had a couple other games outside of that. It depends on it really just depends on how much you like Breath of the Wild. How good do you think Breath of the Wild is compared to the, you know, Twilight Princess and the other games? So, I don't think Twilight is better than Breath of the Wild though. But you're picking the Wii launch because there's more games. Wii Sports was more influential than Breath of the Wild. Is it? It is and it isn't. Let me tell you the reason why it is and it isn't. That is a true and a not true statement. It's more influential because at the time period, what it did, it completely like shaped the way casual blue ocean strategy and everything, 100%. But Breath of the Wild to me also shaped like a lot of what other third-party developers and other first-party developers, even like Microsoft, Sony, like what they can do with the open world game. How many games have been influenced by Breath of the Wild, right? There's been a ton of games. Now, yes, Wii Sports influenced a ton of shovelware, you know, and Connect and stuff like that. But Breath of the Wild influenced a lot of core games. So I would say that yes and no. Like, I would put it at yes and no. And also, look, the Wii did not outsell the Switch. So you also have to look at it that way, too. But then again, the Switch got all of Nintendo's games, whereas the Wii split games with the DS. And it still sold over 100 million units. So there's a lot of caveats. It's like hard to really tell. But I mean, I would say from a overall worldwide perspective, yes, the Wii Sports was more influential. No doubt about that. No doubt about that. No doubt. Objective, I agree with you, but I still chose Wii. Twilight Princess doesn't hold the candle to Breath of the Wild. Okay, yeah. Yeah. And I can see the argument going either way, but I think Wii Sports pulls it ahead just a smidge. Yeah, I can see either going with either one. Like, I think it's an either or. Does anybody think the GameCube launch is better than the Wii? Like, or we know some people said it's better than. Does anybody think the GameCube launch is better than the Switch 1 launch? Does anybody think that? Or no? Nah, Breath of the Wild still Nintendo's most expensive game. Okay. Switch and Switch Lite price point, easy sell. Well, Switch Lite didn't come out till 2 years later, so. But yeah, the Wii had a bunch of discounts and stuff too. It was on sale as well, so. No, Luigi's Mansion Luigi's Mansion's not a tech demo. What are you talking about? Gaming is far bigger industry when the Switch launched than when the Wii and more access to internet. Okay. If GameCube had Melee, I'd say GameCube. Yeah, like it's almost like Melee is like right there, right? If you put Melee into that launch lineup, it becomes a super like Melee is like an eternal banger, right? Melee is like a super eternal banger to me. Like Melee, I think Melee is better than Twilight Princess. Like just me personally, what game do I think is better that I like more? Melee. I like Melee more than I like Twilight Princess. But I don't think I like Melee more than I like Breath of the Wild. You know, and I know it's hard to compare. One of them is a multiplayer, you know, party fighting game. The other one is a single player game, but just overall. But I definitely put way more time into Melee because it's a multiplayer game than I put into Breath of the Wild for sure. You know, oh my god, these are freaking commercials. Let me exit out of this. So yeah. For me personally, GameCube was best. Luigi has been my boy and gave him, yeah. GameCube launch wasn't as successful as Switch 1 launch. Well, we're not talking about successful. We're not talking about sales. We're talking about actual, like, you know, like the games, how good the games were. Creosa Mom with the $5.
DJ, my memorable moment in launch time was the Wii. I only had enough to get the system, and I played Wii Sports so much that my friend bought me Zelda Twilight Princess after 2 days of me playing.
Nice. Nice. Shout outs to Creosa Bomb. What's up, Shadow Fox? Welcome to the stream, brother. How you doing today? Thank you for the $5 to Creosa Bomb out there. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Let's go. Thank you for the 5. Excuse me. 530 on the board. No, not that much. 530 on the board. Let's go. Big love.
Even further beyond.
Even further than beyond. Okay, so then now we're going to do the Switch 2 launch. We're going to wrap up this stream with the Switch 2 launch. Switch 2 launch games. And then we're going to really compare. Because someone said that they're fumbling everything. So, I don't know. To me, you're as strong as your launch lineup games. So, let's take a look. I just got to exit out of all these different Nintendo Switch launch lineup. Nintendo Switch 2. Nintendo Switch 2 launch. Nintendo Switch 2 launch lineup. Alright. All day one games. Okay, so here we go. Here's the launch lineup for Nintendo Switch 2. So, Arcade Archives 2, Ridge Racer. I don't know, that's not a banger, but some people like Ridge Racer. Bravely Default, Flying Fairy, HD Remaster, banger. Now, you might not like the keycard stuff, but we're just talking about the game itself, banger. I love Bravely Default. I think the game is fantastic, and if they fix that issue, banger. I'm going to give it a banger. Not a super banger or an ultra banger, but just a banger. I don't know. People say Civilization is good, so I'm just going to call it a good game. People say that it's good. I don't play Civilization, so somebody in the chat, let me know if Civilization's good or not, okay? So yeah, there you go. Bravely Default, we're going to give that. We're going to Civ, maybe we'll count that. Cyberpunk 2077, according to reviews at this point, it's a banger, okay? I'm not the biggest Cyberpunk fan, but the Phantom Liberty stuff, and from what people say online about Cyberpunk, people think at this point, it's a banger. Now, it's not running at 60 frames on the Switch 2 version, so you're getting it at 30 or 40 frames. So we got to see how it turns out. But people say this game's really good. I don't like it as much, but I'm gonna go in and give it objectively as a banger. Okay, we got to do that because of the Metacritic score and all that stuff or whatever, you know. So we're just gonna go ahead and give it that. Next up, Deltarune. Do you guys like Deltarune? I've heard good things about Deltarune, so I'm just gonna say it's a good game. I don't know how, but like, you know, I don't play Deltarune, but people say that it's good. Fast Fusion, we know that's gonna be a good game. That's gonna be a good game. Fortnite, you could, depending on who you are, Fortnite is literally the best game on this list. Depending on who you are and what you like, but we've got like a potentially 120 frames per second version of Fortnite. At the bare minimum, we're gonna have a 1440p, 60 frames per second version of Fortnite. Listen, I'm not a Fortnite guy, but you kind of have to say this is a super banger, like an ultra banger, because of what Fortnite represents. Like the influence and whatever, how big the game is. You just have to, like I said, I'm not a huge fan, but you have to give it like a ultra banger or like a banger status because it's freaking Fortnite, you know? So we're gonna give it that. Kunitsu Gami Path of the Goddess. Now, I haven't played this game, but Nate the Hate and the reviews say the game is solid. So I ain't gonna give it like a banger status or anything, but apparently the game is good. It's like a tower defense / action RPG type of game. So whatever. Hitman World of Assassination, okay game. Not the best game, but definitely not a bad game from what I've seen, reviews and stuff like that. Hogwarts Legacy, depending on who you are, this is a super banger RPG, right? This is a banger RPG. The game reviewed well, sold incredibly well. Not that sales matter too much, but the game reviewed well, mid-80s type of game. But depending on who you are, this can be a good game or a super banger, depending on how much you like Hogwarts or how much you like Harry Potter. So it just depends, but I'm going to call it a good game. So we're up to like 6 games or 5 or 6 games already, right? Mario Kart World, to me, from what I'm seeing, it's a super banger, right? It's a GOAT banger. It's a super banger from what we're seeing with Mario Kart World. That's the best game on this list for me so far. That's probably gonna be the best game on this list. Okay. Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour. This game could be a dud. It could be a 1-2 switch for all we know. I'm not giving it any type of good status or banger status. Nobunaga's Ambition Awakening Complete Edition. I'm not into the Nobunaga games. They're okay from what I've seen on reviews, but I'm not counting it as a great game or anything. Puyo Puyo Tetris. It's an okay game. Been there, kind of played that. Not counting that. Rune Factory Guardians of Azuma. I think this is going to be an okay game. Not a great game, not an incredible game, not a banger, but just a okay to good game. So maybe we'll give it that. We got to wait and see, but it looks okay. Sonic Cross Shadows Generations. This is a split banger. The Shadow game apparently is a banger. It's very good. The original Generations is okay, but the Shadow part apparently is really, really good from what people have told me. You know, so whatever. Street Fighter 6 super banger. The game is fantastic. Okay, it's a banger. You guys are saying it's a banger. Okay. Shadow Cross Generations banger. Street Fighter 6, that might be a super banger. Street Fighter 6 is very good. That is a 90 something rated Metacritic game, and it's got exclusive Nintendo Switch content. So I'm gonna give it a super banger or a banger. So yeah. Split Fiction, super banger. That game is a Game of the Year candidate, 90 something rated, super banger. Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild and Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Now, how much you want to give these games credit or not is going to be up to you and your own personal opinion. Now, I'm giving them credit. If it was just the same game, like new play control, you know, new play control Zelda, then I'd be like, nah, you ain't getting no credit. But the fact that it actually is like, the frame rate is 60 frames, the resolution, like it's going to be a significantly better experience. So you get two of the best games of all time, in my opinion, updated. Like I said, if it was just the same game with bolted on Joy-Con controls and HD Rumble, no, I wouldn't give it any credit. But it's actually significantly improved over the Wii U and the Switch versions. So I'm gonna give them not super ultra banger status or anything like Mario Kart World, but I'm gonna give it banger just because those are great games. But once again, we played them, they were on the Switch 1. Yakuza 0 Director's Cut, depending on who you talk to, this can be a super banger, or it can just be a banger. So if you're looking down this list, and also we're going to talk about GameCube, right? You got the GameCube games, the three, you got Legend of Zelda Wind Waker, you got Soul Calibur, and you got F-Zero GX. So you got those, however you feel about GameCube. And then you also got the Day 1 patch games as well, backwards compatibility, Day 1 patch games. So there's also that. To me, I don't think there's any question. Now that we went over every single launch lineup and the games in Nintendo's history for the past 25 years, I think that there's a clear winner. So while I agree with Neil to get kind of roundabout way, and I agree with you guys that have said there's been some fumbles, Kit and Krista, I agree. The problem is that the content overshadows everything. And this content to me, is significantly better than all the past. I think it's a good step above anything that we've ever gotten. So, just because Mario Kart is already the best launch there, Mario Kart was never a launch game, and yet this is the best selling game in generation 40 to 60 attach rate. Yeah. These games don't count for Nintendo. Only first party truly matters. Not fair. These games don't count. Why would third-party games not count for a launch lineup? We're talking about the overall launch lineup of a system. So yeah, third-party games definitely count. They've always counted. Now, what's the most important? Sure, Nintendo first-party games. I agree, that's the most important. But that doesn't mean that they don't count. Like, third-party games count. Especially, I would say, games... oh, and I didn't mention Survival Kids. So apparently Survival Kids is a spiritual successor to the Game Boy Color game. I don't know how good that game's going to be. But, I mean, it might be good. It looks okay. But we don't know how good that game is going to be. So, there's also that. I missed that one. Yeah. Because people aren't buying Nintendo for third-party. That's false. There's definitely plenty of people buying Nintendo for third-party games. There's lots of third-party. If you look at the Switch 1, third-party sold. The majority of games sold on the Switch 1 are third-party titles. So, you can't speak for everybody. You can only speak for yourself. And there's definitely people that are going to buy Nintendo Switch 2 because they can play some of these games right here anywhere that they want. Don't get me wrong. The most important is first party. I agree. But to sit there and say nobody is, you can't speak for everybody. So, no. So, no. That's factually incorrect. Let's see here. I'm not trolling, but Controversial Switch 2 doesn't have a GOAT tier launch game. Yeah, I disagree. I think Mario Kart World is that GOAT tier launch game. That's just my opinion, though. Yeah, because there are more third-party titles. If someone wants to play these games now, they'll do it on PS5, PS4, or Xbox One. PS5, PS4, or Xbox One. No. First of all, the Xbox One only sold barely 60 million. Second of all, people don't even play PS4 like that anymore. And on top of that, a lot of these games aren't even on PS4. Like, for example, Split Fiction is not on PS4. Survival Kids is not on PS4. The PS4 version of Street Fighter is not very good. Overall. So there's actually a number of games that aren't even on PS4 when it comes down to it overall here. Cyberpunk 2077 is also not on PS4, so let's just leave that out. In terms of the Phantom Liberty, that's just leave that out, so we can leave that one. Bravely Default also is not on PS4. That's only on Nintendo 3DS. I'm not sure about Civilization. I'm not sure if that's on PS4 or not. But in terms of it being on PS5 or whatever the case is, like, no, not everybody has a PS5. Not everybody has one. Clearly, there's going to be people that don't have a PS5 that are going to want to play some of these games anywhere that you want. And once again, you can't play PS5 anywhere. You need to buy a portal to play PS5 games anywhere. So if you want to play these games anywhere that you want, you're going to have to play them on Nintendo Switch 2. So, no, disagree. I also disagree with that. Unless you can prove to me that nobody in the world is buying a Switch 2 for any of these other games, then I'd agree with you. But you need to give me some facts. And I'm not going to argue with you back and forth because I know you're a troll. You've been here before tonight. So we're not going to argue back and forth, man. Like, you don't have any facts. So we're not arguing. The fact of the matter is people are going to buy Nintendo Switch 2 for some of these third-party games. Absolutely. That's factual. That's factual. There's people in here that are buying the Switch 2 for some of these third-party games. So, no. Yeah, your opinion's factually incorrect, so it doesn't matter. You know, your opinion doesn't matter because the facts is this. If even one person buys these, like, if even, like, let's just say these sell 500,000 copies or 1 million copies, that means people bought the Switch 2 for more than just first party. So your opinion doesn't really matter. You can't just say game launch lineups don't matter because it's not first party. That's stupid. Because we judge all system launches on the first and third party games. We judge all of them on that. Like, you know, that's how we do it. That's how it's always been. If you're comparing them, you have to compare everything, the first and third, objectively, not just your opinion. Your opinion is irrelevant when it comes to objective facts. And that's what I want you guys to start listening to me. Like, sure, I don't like everything on here. I don't like every single third-party game, but that doesn't mean it doesn't count because you don't like it. That's stupid. There are millions of gamers. We've got to look at it from an objective standpoint, not just from your own personal opinion, you know? And you can't speak for everybody. So just stop, Ellie. Just stop, man. Just give it a rest, okay? You're not speaking for everybody, so just quit. We're not doing this all night. But if you want to continue arguing with me all night on this, like I said, I'm going to have to charge an argument tax. So I don't know if you weren't here beforehand, but if you want to continue going back and forth on this and subvert your opinion into everything and not look at it objectively, I'm going to need $10 straight up. So if you want to continue this, we can, but if not, like I said, drop it, man. It's just, once again, we're looking at it objectively from everybody's standpoint, not just from your own or what you think everybody is. We're looking at it from how good are the games and the launch lineup. Like we're not looking at it from your own personal opinion. We're looking at it from an objective full. So that's what we're doing tonight, man. So just give it a rest, okay? Give it a rest. Or like I said, you can pay the 10 and we can continue if you want to continue on here. All right. So thank you, man. I appreciate you coming through. I appreciate your opinion, no matter how ridiculous it is. Let's see here. So it's not arguing. I think there's more nuance, and that's fine. But we're gonna drop it right here. But like I said, if you want to continue, drop the 10. Let's see. If you want to continue going back and forth, drop the 10. But that's what this is what we're talking about when it comes to the overall launch, like the setup for this. Now, if your personal opinion, that's fine. You can have whatever personal opinion. But the setup for this is we're comparing the entirety of the launch to previous Nintendo systems, not just what you think everybody buys it for, but the entirety and the quality there. Because once again, these third-party games are going to sell on Switch too. Like, people are going to buy other stuff as well. So you can't just discount it. Now, if every game didn't sell, like let's just say nobody bought first party game or third party games at all, then I'd say, okay, then that's a fair point. But people are going to buy third party games on Switch 2. It's going to be one of the reasons why. There are people that are literally going to buy Switch 2 for Cyberpunk 2077 because they want to have a version of the game that they can play anywhere, and it's cross-save with their PS5 version. Once again, you can't play your PS5 version out of the home unless you have a PS Portal and you got to stream that. So yeah. But yeah, Troll Tariff. We're not going to go back and forth on this, though. That's it, you know? Isn't that a suck? Yeah, he's just a troll from a while ago. He's a troll from a while ago. He just shows up every now and then to hate on Switch, then he leaves. Or to hate on Switch 2, then he leaves. But yeah, he was here beforehand, and he was saying that Switch 2 was going to be a big failure. And like all that. And then all the pre-orders and all that stuff came out, and then he disappeared. And then he's magically reappeared tonight, you know? But yeah, he said nobody was going to buy the system, that the system was going to flop, and it's going to fail, and nobody wants it. That's what he was saying beforehand. The pre-orders now, that was before the pre-orders. Pre-orders came out and all that. He's disappeared and now he's reappeared now at this point. So that was definitely the Shippuden time gap. Like definitely a Shippuden time gap on there. But it's all good. Steam Deck is definitely not a forbidden word in this community. No, it's not. It's that people went crazy on me for mentioning that I sold my Steam Deck to get a Switch 2 to pay for it. So some people gotta let their emotions on you, OJ. Some people feel they need attention. Yeah, I think that's it. But I think it's just, like I said, it's weird. Once again, we're comparing everything. We're not comparing what you think people are doing, what you think people are saying, or what you think is the best thing. We're comparing it as gamers, as people. Like, not everybody has a PS5. PS5 has sold what, barely about 80 million. There's way more people that play games than just the 80 million people that have a PS5. PS4, people don't even be playing PS4 as much like that anymore. And on top of that, well, actually people do, but there's a lot of games on the list that aren't even on PS4, you know? And there's a lot of people who want to play games anywhere that they want. So there's a lot of different scenarios. Like, we got to look at it factually and objectively, not just from your own personal opinion. Not everybody wants to play everything on PS5. There are people who want to play games anyway. There are people that want to play on different systems. So when people say, hey, you can just play it on PS5, it's like, dude, come on. We already went through this with the Switch 1. We don't got to do this again. Like, why are people saying the same stupid arguments that we had on Switch 1? Who wants to play it on there? You can just play it on PS5. Yeah, there's some people that want to play it. Whatever, right? Resident Evil 4, the crusty Resident Evil 4, that sold 1 million copies. Resident Evil 6 sold 1 million copies on Switch 1. Hogwarts Legacy sold 1 million copies on Switch 1. Like, Mortal Kombat 11 sold 1 million. Like, there are people that want to play it on there, okay? There are people that want to. So let's just stop this whole nobody wants to play it on there, nobody buys. Just stop it. Listen, we know. We have the facts. The facts are first party games move Nintendo systems more than anything else. But that doesn't mean nobody else wants to. We need to just stop with this false narrative, this type of weird worldview that nobody's gonna buy it for anything outside of first party games. Like, that's just not true. So yeah. But anyway, that was not the point though. The point was that we were comparing the launches of all the different systems. That's the point. And we're comparing every aspect, all the games, first and third party. That's the point. So yeah. PS5 has no exclusive games, and thus it's just a low-end PC without Windows. I mean, it's got exclusive games. I don't know, I'm sure what you're talking about. But unless you're talking about sharing games like with PC or with PS4, then yeah, it doesn't have a ton. But if you're talking about like first party games, like first party big games, it's got a lot of those, right? So yeah. Let's see here. But either way, guys, we are gonna wrap it up for this one. I think we went through, we got what we needed to get through overall when it comes down to it. So thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you guys so much for coming out to the stream. You guys have been incredible. Seriously, like, we had a great stream tonight. So thank you guys so much for coming out. I appreciate you guys being awesome. And yeah, make sure you guys hit that like button. Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe if you're not subbed to the channel. Shout outs, guys. And check out my most recent video. If you haven't seen my most recent video, check out my most recent video on the channel. I thought it was a lot of fun to talk about the launch and everything for the Switch 2. Some exciting news. So let's get into that as well. So thank you guys so much, man. Take care. You guys have a good night. And thank you guys for the big love tonight, man. Holy smokes. Today was incredible. We had B Queen, Cyber T out there. We had Party Man, Justin. Oh my gosh. So many big donos coming through. Thank you guys so much, man. Chris, multiple donos. Contra, Johnny, thank you guys so much. Cold K, Shaw X, thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Justin with multiple donos, man. Party Man as well with multiple donos. Schultz, it's your boy Ralphie. Thank you so much, man. Shout out to Shadow Fox for showing up too. Super Christian Me World, thanks so much. Dawson as well with the 62 months. Shout out to Dawson. Says, up, OJ, do you think Nintendo will announce? I did not answer this 4 hours ago. Holiday for Mario Wonder. I don't know about Mario Wonder. Shaw X, thank you so much, man. D Ziller, thank you. It's your boy Ralphie. Shout out. Flipping the Switch as well. Justin, Yoshi, Anonymous. Yo, thank you guys so much, man. Appreciate that. Gaming Mariner, Nick93, Captain Kingston. Yo, let's go. Psycho Pie with the 5 Canadian. Says good night, OJ. Thank you so much, Psycho Pie. Thank you guys, all the members too. Thank you guys for the new memberships. Thank you guys for being, like I said, awesome, man. You guys were just nuts tonight, man. Let's go. Combo breaks and going further beyond. And yeah, we will see you guys tomorrow for JoJo Friday. So it should be pretty good, man. I am looking forward to JoJo Friday tomorrow night. All right, guys. Love y'all so much. Thank you guys so much for coming out. And we'll see you guys tomorrow. And Ralphie with another $5 coming through at the very end. Let's go. Yo, let's go, Ralphie. Appreciate that, man. Let's go. I think I had 45. Let's go. Combo breaks. That's it. Thank you so much for coming out to the stream tonight, man. Appreciate you. Big love to Dior, everybody that hung out. 4 hours. Big stream. We're gonna be doing more longer streams. So, all right, guys. Love y'all. See you guys for the next one. Peace out.